Listen, family, it's your boy Jedi for Jedi Online, Trilluminati live, Red Pill, Trilluminati. Click, like, comment, share, subscribe, hit the notification bell so you know when we go live, and please put the number of your like in the chat. You know, yeah, family, happy new day, man. Sorry for my absence on Monday. You know, man had to get his grind on, get his hustle on. Had a lot of things going on, so yeah, man. But big ups. I hope you had a great Monday. It's the Trill Talk Tuesday. You know, the Trillists, we're here, we're in a building. Big up yourself, 22nd of August, 2023. We're around the corner from Carnival. Let's enjoy, let's hold our vibes, man. All right, man. All right. A little spring cleaning and that. While we getting at it. Hold on. Let's double check.
Baby, I love you so. But you don't feel like I do. Tell me what can I do? But I gotta be strong, girl, you did me wrong. I love you now. Now you say you want me, girl. Make up your mind. I'm not gonna be here for long. You know you want my love.
All right, you got a little mix going on. Stop feeling. Hey. I ain't start really feeling it. All I do.
You know you want my love, baby. Girl, you got to know it. I got what you need right here, baby.
Yeah, that was all right. I'm not sure I like that one. Let me see if this is the one that I like. But let me just, this tune is crazy. All right, family. Give me a minute, man. I'm just vibes in. Hit the link, man. Jump on. Hey. Big up, family. Walk one. Waiting in there, man. Alright, this is a mad mix. Alright. Ain't nobody better. We belong together. You know about that. You know about this feeling. Hey, wait till you get speed. Watch it. I watch it. Hey, watch it. Watch it. Hey.
That was about the best part.
I do the wheel up for God. I have 3 minutes. 3 minutes in, then the beat starts.
Yeah, that was about the best part.
Yeah, what? Yeah, that is the best part. That's the only part.
That was about the best part. Yeah, that was about.
It was. What's going on though, AB?
What's up? Yeah. I'm gonna come with a question today for your show and panel, right? And you, right? Well, you're gonna hear it anyway. The question is, right?
Yeah.
The question for a big debate: can you be happy without money, or reciprocally, do you need money to be happy? Right. So that's the question. Okay. And there's gonna be more than you answering it. It's gonna be a lot of people gonna come to answer it because it's a big debate. Because nowadays, for example, if you're gonna get entangled with a woman, her questions, well, when I come across some of them, are a lot to do with that. You know what I mean? To like how much you got coming in, whatever. So they got an expectation. They think that is gonna get them the most happiness. You get me? So there you go. Right.
I agree with you.
So more women will probably not agree with that. But yeah, I mean, so the question is open. Can you be happy without money, or reciprocally, do you need money to be happy? It's a rhetorical question. Is that right word? But anyway.
No, so I'm writing, do you need money to be happy? That's a straightforward question. As usual, I'm going to hold back my answer so I don't influence the good people.
That's right.
Yeah, so I don't influence. I've done a poll, and so far it's 50-50, 2 votes each.
Mm-hmm.
That's interesting. It's neck and neck, so you're gonna get varied. Who's this man like K?
Big up.
Come on. What you saying?
Up with a banger, isn't it?
Yeah, that was it's a banger, man. But it just takes 3 minutes to get to the banging part.
It's one of them ones. The remix of the remix.
Yeah. But it's all right still. I found
I like it. It's legit.
I first heard it, I was like, I don't really like the Mariah Carey singing bit. But I'm telling you, I have battered my shower with it today, boy. I was singing at the top of my voice. Let me.
That must be a bad statement.
I wish I had that range, man. I can never get that note. That's crackling.
Yeah,
we need Chevelle on the panel.
I don't even know if Chevelle can hit that note. Like it's a
mad
note.
Yeah,
I know Chevelle can do high pitch, but I don't know if she can go that high because that's like nearly glass breaking high. You know what I mean?
What's AV saying, bro? AV, are you nuts or what, bro? You feeling all right?
Nah. I'm never feeling all right. You know that thing. K, is it K? What does K stand for?
K, Khan, isn't it? Obviously. King K. That's
all
me.
Okay.
Anyway, listen. If you're thinking about whether money matters or not, you're already on
the question.
You're already.
Yeah.
Go on.
Oh no! Here is going to be canosophy.
Go on.
No, listen.
You go first.
No, the question is an open question, Khan. Because the expectation, right, is there, right? When you meet a woman, what you on, what you got coming in. Because their mentality is that the more you got coming in, the more you got, right? The more happiness I got. Yeah, is that the case though? Can you be happy without money? Does it take money to be happy? That's the question mark. Yeah?
So you're saying women are measuring happiness by money?
Obviously.
So why are they always with the broke guys? That fuck good.
Nah, but you know what though? Yeah, I'm not gonna lie.
You ain't gonna get to that stage because they're gonna cancel you out.
I hear you in terms of you've been broke and had enough gal. I've been broke, had enough gal.
For
so
real.
we can both say that gal are going with broke man. But for me, I would at least say that if I didn't have the potential to be mega rich, it might be different. It's just that gal can see this brother can and should be mega rich. And
that's
it's
fine.
not like
That's fine.
It's not like he's just laying on his back. Hold on.
Yeah, that's fine.
So I guess some girls could
that's
be giving
fine.
the man.
And I don't.
Hold on. Man. Hold on. Some girls could be giving the man them the benefit of the doubt. Definitely, yeah. And the other part of it is, Khan, it seems like women are waking up to materialism more. So men without money are less likely to get girls now than they were back in the day. So let's say when you was in your prime.
Wait, run that one again. Say that one again.
All right, let's just say when you was in your prime, and I was on my come up, trying to get to my prime and that. Gallem was more simplistic, less materialistic. So we can say as men that maybe weren't balling that we can get any gal that we wanted, or we never had a shortage of gal or whatever. Cool. But in 2023, bro, it's a bit of a different story for the youngsters coming up. There's not even any discussion about relationships and that without money. Remember, man are stopping girls on the road with a camera and saying, "What's the minimum a man has to have in his account to go out with you?" And girls are actually coming up with numbers.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's different now. Even when we chat to some of these Trill ladies, they kind of hinting that money is important. But none of them wants to be with a man with no money. Funny enough,
right? Throw them under this bus. Yeah, they all like that too. Yeah, man.
I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, some of the Trill sisters are on that.
Definitely.
Boy.
They're all on it. They're all on it, man.
And I see girls in society saying stuff
Give me
like,
2 minutes.
I seen girls in society saying, if you got no money, what business have you got looking for a girlfriend? Woo!
No.
And that puts it in perspective.
Exactly.
Say, it seems like if you ain't got money, then you shouldn't even be looking for a girl. Shouldn't even be dating.
It's true.
That's quite deep.
It is deep. I know. For like, was it yesterday or the day before? For the first time, I see a girl put on the dating app where it says things I won't do, things I like. What would you not want your partner to do? And the girl put not make no money. And I was like, bro, she's serious. She's about the bag, She's not messy in this one. But like, I realized that she was younger.
Let me ask you a question.
She was a little bit younger.
Let me ask you a question, yeah? You lot all a question or whatever, or everyone else. Would you genuinely, hand on heart, and I know most of you ain't really in this situation, so it'll be hypothetical. Would you want your daughter dating a man with no money? Honestly.
I ain't got a daughter, so it's hard, but
I know.
I've never been materialist like that. I've never been about, like, I'm not that kind of, I don't know. For me personally, I'm a one-off. I can't really speak for other people.
So if your sons were broke, you would not be happy about that.
I know there's a lot of people that would have loved to marry their daughter to me and didn't because I weren't really like the money man like that.
Balling.
Balling. Like, they were looking for bank managers and men with their own like retail outlets and chains of restaurants. Like people flying high, innit?
If that was your daughter, you'd want similar for her.
I don't know.
Let's switch on it. Let's switch Jedi's question on its head then.
I've always been about character myself.
So
okay. That's what I was going to say. I was going to say that what if the guy was balling, right? This is Jedi, switch his question on his head. But he then had, basically, the guy's mistreating women and that. Would you be more impressed with him, or the guy who's basically a beggar, but he got most respect for a woman who's going to treat your daughter with decency and going to look after her? Going to look after her in her lifetime.
Honestly, hand on heart, I would prefer for my daughter to be with a man that can financially assist and help and you know what I mean, be an asset. However, I wouldn't want her to sell herself short and be with a man that treated her like shit just because he made money. Now, here's another thing. I've heard women be asked point blank, "Oh, your man's a cheat, yeah," and that's leavable offense. She's like, yeah, like, oh, what if he was a millionaire? Furthermore, fuck it. What if he's a billionaire? Would you look past his infidelity? And she was like, well, which to me, as soon as you start and ahhing, the answer is yes, right?
Yeah.
So that kind of shows that when you've got money, women seem to go lessen their standards.
Yeah,
the more money a man
That's
got,
shit. That's the type of woman, mate. That is more shows more about the woman there, because either she's for it, polygamy, or she's not. You know what I mean?
see,
But
I
what
don't know,
you're saying, right?
man.
Jedi, what I was going to say to yourself about
grey
the
area.
money, right? Sustaining the woman, right? Sustaining your daughter, right? That's fine and well, but a guy could be working, right? And is making a living like yourself or myself or anyone, right? Who's working and doing some type of work and making a living from it. It's sustaining that woman. That would be sustaining. And to that point, I would say that I'll agree with you. But to put a figure on it, to put a certain status on it, is going to put a discrimination in place. There you go.
Yeah, but there's a difference between discriminating and discerning. You got to have a bit of discernment.
Yeah, but
like, you call it discrimination. Really, it's a discernment between. Look, there's no such thing as a man with no money. The question is, where's your money coming from? Is it coming from halal sources, or is it coming from next ways?
That's
There's
another
men with
argument.
no money, Khan. There's men with no money. Man. Come on.
What, beggars on the street? Even they're getting money.
Basically. Huh?
But even they're getting money.
Even they get money. Okay, I hear you. All right. So when we say no money, we say not enough money to
Sustain the lifestyle.
to be an assistant, to even, I don't know, bro.
Put food on the plate. Put food on the plate. That's what you'd say, innit? Put food on the plate. That was what you would say.
Put food on the plate. Exactly. And do I want my daughter to be with a man that cannot provide? No. And do I want my daughter to be able to provide for herself? In a way, yeah. To be honest, the ultimate thing would have been if I smashed it in life by the time my daughter was of that age, so that she wouldn't need to work regardless. So therefore, she can up her levels in terms of what she'd accept, because at least a man can't buy her affection or buy her peace or whatever you want to call it, because she's already got. That's what it should have been, but it's not. So now she's got to pick a man that she can build with.
That's
and
right.
But also, if she picks a man she can't build with, I'd be disappointed.
Jordan Peterson speaks on that, Jedi, and says that a girl, or majority of girls anyway, when they've done like case studies, the majority of girls that are used to a lifestyle won't go down a peg. Do you get me?
Yeah.
So if you do make your daughter used to like a decent standard, she will want that decent standard to remain, and if not, maybe improve on it. Whereas men will lower their standards to get a woman. Do you know what I mean? They will go for like a lower class woman and bring her up. Do you get me? Whereas women don't take that knock in a relationship.
Yeah.
So
See,
it's a good thing
where I
to
come from, in my people, there's a saying, you can't make money until you get married. Because basically, no matter what you're doing, no matter what your hustle, no matter what your grind, when the woman comes in, she's just like the nitric oxide that basically boosts you to another level. So like where you were spending
That's kind of true.
£5, £10 on takeaways every day, wasting money on clothes and clubs and alcohol and entertaining hoes and whatever, all that money you're immediately saving. All that money you're putting towards your family straight away. A woman's the backbone of every family. But the woman has to come in with that mentality of like, I can make something, I can work with this guy, innit? This guy, he's a hustler, he's a worker, but he just needs that foundation, that support system that's going to keep him on an even keel, right? So when the two people are working together, it doesn't matter what he started as. He could have started as an apprentice in a shoemaker's factory. It don't even matter.
But the only thing with that is like what he even said is, if he's the apprentice in the shoemakers, she would be with him as long as her dad isn't the bank manager. But if her dad's the bank manager and she's used to being treated like the daughter of a bank manager, then it's less likely she's gonna get with the candlestick maker or the shoe shiner or whoever. Do you know what I mean?
But here's the thing though, Jedi. That bank manager, he started off as a laborer and it was his wife that made him who he was. And that same wife is the mum of the daughter you're marrying, and she's already indoctrinated her daughter into, listen, find a good man, yeah, and put him to work.
It's not always like that, though, Con.
I hear
But that's
you,
how
but
it's supposed
that sounds,
to be.
that sounds
Yeah,
That's
that's
how it's supposed to be.
No,
They're not
Alright.
supposed to be teaching
what
their
the mum
daughters how
does-
to hoe it out, bruv.
what the mum does, well, and this is all very generalistic, right? Generalizing. But what the general hypothetical mum does is say, look, let me teach you how to bypass. With me and your dad's effort, we have attained some kind of social mobility. It's no point my daughter going back to the class we just crawled out of. So she's going to train her daughter to catch the eye of somebody in the class that they're now in.
Yeah,
That she's been
And that's
born into.
classism.
yeah.
That's it
classism.
is, but yeah, it is. So
Classism.
Yeah.
I
That's
feel like the
populism.
mum's the biggest candidate to say, listen, don't you be fucking, you get me? Don't you embarrass me? Don't you marry down or whatever. That's how I feel. Like from certain things I've heard, girls say what their mom or their grandma's whispered in their ears. It's like they always try to tell them that I'm
But
sure
see
in
what
the
you're
Asian
saying, Jay,
community and in the Asian and black community, you might even get things like, don't bring anyone darker than you home, right?
Yeah, of course.
And that's about class
As well, of course.
It's just
Yeah.
another prejudice to the list. It's just another prejudice to the list.
See, these people you're talking about are the majority. They are the mainstream of people. But the people that are like I said, are the ones that they're more interested in growth. They're more interested in, like the woman saying to the mum and dad, listen, yes, you know, you lot made it now. You lot retired. You bought 3 houses. 2 of them's in rent. The other one you're living for free. And you're going on holidays every year. You educated me and my sister up to university level. And now we're looking for a man. But she's saying, but I want a man that I want to love that man as well. I don't want to just marry for money. So she said, the mum says to the daughter, all right, you know, balance these 2 things off. Find a man that you could work with to build. We got your back, though. We got your back. We're supporting you, innit? You're never going to go, because this thing about going backwards, like if the foundation's there and the mum and dad's made it, they're not really going to ever go backwards. So the ones that made it, she can afford, like, for example, my brother's wife was running about 4 banks when he met her. And man was like on the fucking social, bruv. He was signing on.
Yeah.
She goes to him, listen, here's a bit of money, start your own business, pay me back. Man started the barbering course, opened his own barbering shop. Yeah. Now he's training up other people to be barbers. He makes more money training people than actually barbering. Sick. And he rent the shop out, and now he's starting the next shop. But his wife, bro, she's next level rich, bro. But the geezer, he can never catch her up. But he's just showing that, listen, I've got that potential, and I've got the hustle, I've got the grind, I'm hardworking, and I hold my end up in it. I hold my end up in it. I pay half the bills, I pay half the mortgage, and everything for the kids, I've got half of that covered. You know what I'm saying? Like the extra money that she's got really don't really come into the equation. That just sits in her account. Do you know what I'm saying? But you got to remember, my brother's like me, but taller, slimmer, and he's got that little bit of a devilish like glint in his eye. So he ain't an ugly guy as well. Like he's like, do you know what I mean? He's a bit of a gallus, my brother. But still, like, so when she seen him, she was like, yeah, mum, I want this guy, man. I want him. You know what I mean? She decided, I want him. So, you know, she gets that pleasure from, you know, like some cars, when you buy a car, you have to fix it up a little bit. It's like that. You get the pleasure of making it how you wanted it to be because you picked the alloys. You decided how to make it. Like, it's exactly how you wanted it to be. Do you get me?
I hear you. You're making some good points still. I can't
It depends on I think it's a false economy. I think it's a false ideology to say, like, I want to keep moving up. Like, it's admirable, like, you know, like you didn't go university and become a bank manager for nothing. Like, you want to marry someone on your level, innit? Like, you want to keep moving up. I understand that. Do you know what I mean?
But then that
doesn't mean write a man off just because, like, you know, he didn't catch no breaks. You don't write a man
Then
up for that.
Well, Khan, I feel like you are thinking and talking like a man in a woman's body. Yeah.
Really?
And you're not actually like you're speaking like a man with morals, a man with not
Backbone.
morals. What's the word? I don't know.
Ethics.
Logic.
Yeah, ethics. Yeah, a man with ethics in a woman's body, because I feel
Oh,
like
you're
majority
saying
of
women
women
ain't got that.
I just feel like I've had it. I've definitely been in these relationships and I've had it. So I know it's out there. I also know I've got a couple extra attributes that might sway it. But on the whole, I don't think majority of women are looking at the man them as, oh, he's got potential. Oh, he's got potential. It used to be that, maybe, but I just feel like women are looking for the finished product now.
The bottom
Yeah,
line.
yeah.
They're not looking
Bottom
to be
line,
shooting
mate.
in the gym with, man. They're not looking to really go and it's a good
So
it's
see
a good thing
then
to say.
what you're
That
saying,
and chat.
look, what you're saying, Jedi, raises the question: what's the woman bringing to the table? Because in my version, in my model,
Yeah.
we know what the
Yeah.
woman's bringing to the table. She's turning your
Yeah.
50 grand a year into 100 grand a year.
Okay.
Do you know what I mean? So she's bringing something to the table. She's saving you money. She's giving you a foundation. She's giving you stability. She's investing your money in other things while you're working, while you're hustling, while you're grinding. She's paying your bills. She's doing shit with your money that's bringing you more money. Do you get me? Like in the old days where the man used to go working in the fields and the woman used to go to the market and sell the produce and make the money, right? That's how things used to be in the old days. So really, that should still be how it is now. You should be able to go work, come home, put your feet up, relax, have yourself a cup of tea. Your wife's there looking after you, but you know she's running the finances. She's taking money out of your account to pay the bills. She's running the kids. She's doing everything. But in her spare time, she's turning your little bit of money, your little nest egg or whatever you've got, into something. Like she's looking, oh yeah, there's properties. Like my brethren, I'll tell you something, my brethren, yeah, he married this girl, right? She's from Turkey. She come over here to study, right? She's saying to him, listen, we need to start investing in property. Like he's just started as a paint, he was a painting decorator. He just started working in schools with like naughty children and things like that, yeah. So like he's got a little bit of money saved up over the years, and she's saying to him, listen, forget chipping in with your mum to buy houses in Turkey. We need to do our own thing. And he's like, yeah, but we can't afford to buy a house. She's like, listen, there's university dormitories. Yeah, you can buy it outright for 16 grand or whatever it is. Yeah, and you rent it out and you make X amount of money every year. And there's always students, like one student leaves, the other one takes the dorm. Like there's never empty. It's constant stream of income, right?
Yeah.
Man's got three of them now. Man's got
Didn't even know you could do that, man. Mad.
Yeah.
Big up Heathen.
But it's the
Big
woman
up,
that comes up
big
with
up.
these things, brother.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like them are the kind of women that you need in your life, bro.
So the question,
Yeah,
let's come back to the question.
Gotta put that on her shoulders. Definitely.
A woman usually has, that's the point. But let's come back to the question. If the woman cancels out the person who ain't got that much, who ain't gonna bring that much in, right? Are they actually, like, say they got a permanent prejudice, right? Are they gonna be happy in their life when they get their partner who got loads? That's the question. And I would say they've cancelled out half the population, or more than half of it, probably 80% of it. So they probably end up worse in terms of happiness because they
You
haven't
can't
found the
ask a
right match.
question and you already got your answer already, bro.
Yeah. So I put the
You
answer
can't
there
ask a
too.
question
That's
like that.
my opinion. But what do you think?
I think you're talking for a certain percentage of people. Like there's always that diversity across the board. Like it's not a black and white thing where you're coming with a question and then the answer's like, boom, what AV said. Like we're already showing you 5 different types of women and what they're looking for. It's the matter is, what as a man, what are you bringing to the table? Like are you going for the kind of women that are looking for the kind of man that you are? Because if you're just a playboy, you can find gal. If you're a hardworking man and you keep your head down and you're not interested in gal, there's women for you. You know what I mean? There's like every pot has a lid. That's the Turkish saying. The pot spins round and round until the lid finds it.
I love that one.
But that's true though. That is real life. You get me?
Yeah, you're right.
No, that's it.
You're right. Yeah, you're right. I think there's some nowadays they're creating lids that don't really fit pots.
Universal lids
There's-
that fit too
Yeah,
many.
they're just making
too many
lids, isn't
pots.
it? Like this. Yeah, one
Fish
lid,
in
one
every
lid.
pot.
Yeah, one lid looks at the other lid and says, "I want to be like you." So the lids are not even reflecting the pot that they're supposed to cover. So now they're looking for unrealistic pots, right? And
Yeah.
those pots are few and far. They're rare collectors. All right, that's it. You got collector's editions pots, yeah,
Yeah.
and then every lid trying to be the lid for that pot, which obviously means that they're ignoring. This is AV's point. They're ignoring pots that would be a good fit for them if they humbled themselves. So maybe every pot doesn't have a lid.
Are you saying there's a few pots that's taking all the lids?
There's a few lids that are overlooking decent pots.
I think that is a possibility, but really what you've got to look at is, are you bringing enough to the table? Because really, if you're being overlooked, if you're being overlooked, then you're not really doing enough. And if you're being overlooked across the board, 1 minute, if you're being overlooked across the board and you're saying there's a whole section of women that ain't interested in me and what I'm bringing, then there's got to be something wrong there.
No.
There's got to be something you could work on.
Yeah, but can't we talk about this all the time, don't we? Like how materialism and things like that are one of these factors that contribute to being overlooked. Do you know what I mean? That this constant materialistic lifestyle, do you know what I mean? And looking for unreal but sure fixes in life, do you know what I mean?
I don't agree, mate. I think immigrants, like I'm an immigrant, yeah. I think immigrants are the more.
You're not immigrant. You ain't no damn immigrant.
My culture is immigrant.
Born here, ain't you?
I ain't thingied it yet. I ain't shook it off yet, right? So
you ain't no fucking. Nah, stop right there, though. Like, no, you can't say you're an immigrant, bro. Just move on from that. But you're not an immigrant, bro.
All right, cool. But what I'm saying is, immigrants, right? Our culture is materialistic more than English people. The indigenous people that are used to living in this environment, they're not looking to move up as quickly as we are. We want to hit the ground running.
Con, in my humble opinion, culture, our cultures or whatever, they're not materialistic, they're practical. It's different. Practical is reasonable. Practical is, do you know what I mean? It's in accordance with our gender roles and expectations. It's practical. Yeah? A woman needs a man to provide, not a man to spoil. That's practical. I'm not gonna call that materialistic.
I was gonna say to Tom, what sort of aspects of it are materialistic? Do you know what I mean?
Brother, I know guys that work every day. Every day they don't have a day off. Do you know what I mean? Like, you ain't seeing British guys really doing that. Like, British are known for being lazy. Like, there's the whole factories that got closed down because the British didn't want to work, bro. They took the factories elsewhere. Do you know what I mean? Like, immigrants, when they come here, they're looking to catch up already. They're hitting the ground running. I know brothers, I don't want to say Nigerian brothers, but when I was working security, predominantly that man was Nigerian. And they taught me the hustle, innit? They taught me, you find yourself a site, somewhere nice and cushy, get 6 hours sleep on job, wake up, boom, you're on the next job. You're earning double.
That's lazy though, isn't it?
Right? Immigrants got hustle, bro. Like, that's the thing. And that is materialism in a way. Because our daughters can't be just slacking marrying the milkman because she fancies him, or marrying a fucking rock star because like she's smitten by his whatever. Like our lot, they ain't got the options like that, really. So in a way, materialism can work as a positive as well, I think.
Yeah, is that really materialist? I don't know whether, like Jedi said, I don't think that really comes across.
All right, is it materialist? All right, answer this question here then. Is it materialist to live on a council estate, have no ambition, leave your children to play out from the age of 9, and when they come home pregnant, you're like, ho hum, the council will give you a flat love? Is that materialist? It's not, is it? A bit of materialism might have fixed that problem.
Yeah, but that's not the vast majority of British people either, is it really? Let's be honest.
Yeah, course it is.
There's more private housing than council estates. Maybe not where you live, lad, but there's more private housing than council estates.
No. That is predominantly majority of.
Like you were saying about, even when you went on about the factories before, the lads wouldn't have been out on strike if they didn't want to work.
They were. That's why they closed
We descaled down to giving everything to Europe, didn't we?
All right, bro.
Do you know what I mean?
Look how many.
I'm not
British
saying that
car
there isn't a vast majority of that.
Heathen, look how many British car manufacturers there was. They closed them all down.
Exactly. And there's none now, because they all moved to Germany.
And then they strike, they closed the factories down, and they brought in immigrants to do the jobs that they wouldn't do, and then they moaned about that as well.
Yeah, because it's undermined in the fight, isn't it? You've got to have been in that circle to do it.
Living.
Yeah, the standard of living, yeah.
Right.
Which is for everyone, though, isn't it? Standard of living's for everyone.
I'm not putting my opinion. I'm just saying the lay of the land, isn't it? I'm saying that's the deal, isn't it?
No, I understand what you mean. I know you well enough to know exactly what you're saying.
That's reality, isn't it? That's the real life. It's not what I'm saying is one thing's better than the other. I'm just saying it is what it is, isn't it? I'm not saying for people don't fight for better rights or don't fight for a better standard of living. I'm never saying that. I'm just saying that we know when you're dealing with the powers that be and they pull the plug on you, then you know what time it is, isn't it? You know? Don't blame the foreigners, though. Don't blame the guys that are coming over here sweeping the streets and taking the bins out. Don't blame them guys. Do you know what I mean?
No, you blame the legislation that's fucking allowed it to happen, don't you?
That's what I'm saying, brother. It is what it is, and we are where we are. Do you know what I'm saying? That we ain't.
See what?
The same.
Basically, here's a perfect example of what you're touching to from a personal experience. Yeah. I worked in Jaguar Land Rover in Liverpool.
Okay.
And the lads in there, originally it was a Ford factory.
Yeah.
And then, so in there, you had lads on a Ford contract. So they didn't they had no bosses on site. Their bosses were in America. Yeah. So they literally were called like the untouchables, you know what I mean? So they could literally do virtually what they want. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. And they reached that level by time in the business. And then what you had is there was one Polish lad, and the union used to encourage him to undermine the workforce. So like holidays that say they had a Monday off and they fought for it on strike for years ago, like say 25 years ago. They'd then get the Polish lad to work that Monday. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
See, I see that as a bad thing. Some people see it as like, oh well, he's just doing what he's doing. It's like, but they fought for that years ago for everyone. Do you know what I mean? So I think it's also manipulation. You know what I mean? I can see. I'm not saying that you're wrong. I'm just saying it's also manipulative towards immigrants as well. Do you get me? The way that card is then played on them. You know what I mean? And they feel obliged to do. And he did. He felt obliged to do that Monday because he was asked. Do you get me?
Yeah.
Even though there was kickoffs, you know what I mean? At the time.
But they used him.
So I do get it, lad. But yeah,
you're saying they used him. He let himself be used.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
There you go.
But going back to what you were saying about like sort of materialism and like
Heathen, Ford's the exception. Yeah. They didn't close down Ford. Ford ran and kept going. Like they didn't.
Yeah, Ford's still there. Like they still manufacture the engines for Ford there.
Yeah. And Ford do the engines.
I think it's called Get-Rag.
They got Ford engines in Volvos and they got Ford engines in loads of other cars as well now. Ford, do you know what I mean? Yeah. They make good fucking engines, man. The Transits are still the best as well. Ford, all right.
Yeah, because when it was taken over by Jaguar, you even had Jaguar buying out the Ford contracts.
Yeah.
But at the time, the lads were like, hang on, why are you trying to buy me out? Obviously, it's worth more, so I'm going to stay Ford.
Yeah.
And it benefited them because they were on, like, say, £28 an hour. You know what I mean? So on a Sunday, they're picking up ridiculous money, whereas if you would have dropped down to a Jaguar contract, they'd be on well less.
See my kids.
And that's what some of the lads were saying.
See my kids, their great granddad was the foreman at Ford's. He ran the plant in Ford's, And you know that
in Liverpool?
No, in London, in Enfield.
Oh.
You know that if you short the production line and you make it quicker for them to make cars, you know they give you a car. like as a president.
Yeah.
And he won it. He won it twice. Do you know how we done it?
No.
The first time, you know the panels that go into the spraying shed to get sprayed.
Yeah.
He changed the order and he shortened the time it took by a couple of seconds or something. The computer worked it out, and they said that across the whole Ford industry, he saved them billions.
Yeah.
And they give him a
That's
car.
what you said. When I was there, they called it Kaizans, lad. So you...
Sorry, go on. The second one. There's a plate on the car, yeah? And it takes a certain number of pins to hold that in. So the machine comes down and stamps it in, right? He changed the design of it to take one less pin.
Yeah.
And he saved them so much money. They give him another car, but he put it in his friend's name. He let his friend have it.
Boss.
But his son, he became like middle management. And when they sold out Fords, and then they were just basically doing all the parts and whatever, they moved him to France. He had to move to France. I don't know why they moved him to France, but I think, was it the French?
Well, they give you the option, lad. You can either follow the job and they'll set you up over there, or you'll take the money and stay here. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, so he had to move to France, but that was my children's great granddad's son, so he's their great uncle. But he was big in Fords.
Yeah. And they still like that to this day.
And they're a good firm. Fords were a good firm. They looked after their workers and everything.
Oh yeah,
I mean?
Definitely not.
They were a great firm to work for. People had a lifetime job working in Ford. They had a job for life.
Oh yeah, like my mate's dad's just walked down a Jag and fucking shed loads of money.
Exactly.
He done like 40 years, lad. You know what I mean? Good union, got them a good. I don't like the union there, like, but they got them at least a good pension. You know what I mean? He's got a cracking pension there, like.
Yeah.
Amazing pension for unskilled labour as well. It is unskilled labour at the end of the day.
That's what I'm telling you. Yeah, that's what I'm saying to you. Like, people done all right out of these things.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So women who would turn a blind eye to them kind of men, what kind of women are they? Like, they're fucking sick in the head, mate. They're obviously not family orientated people. They're not thinking about their kids.
All right, but maybe, I mean, so what's that? What you say? That's an assembly line. What are you gonna call, call that job?
Yeah,
assembly line.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, so that's in. All right, but assembly line in Peugeot Jaguar is different from Heinz baked beans, right?
Yeah.
So obviously the pay and the social, because like you said, Heathen, I used to work for Jaguar. Boom. Yeah, I used to work for Heinz. Boom. What do you do in Jaguar? I was putting together parts and da. What do you do in Heinz? I was making sure the
tins
beans
don't fall off.
The beans label was the right way up.
Yeah.
So one man's gonna probably get a date and the other one ain't.
Yeah, definitely. One's gonna come home smelling of oil. One's gonna come home smelling of beans.
Smelling the bean juice.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah, I get your point, though. You're right, because a lot of them, man, they got houses bought and paid for now.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So they've done all right out of them kind of jobs.
Yeah.
He even said you got a pension as well.
Ain't the same as working down the broken biscuit factory.
Ain't the same as working at Warburton's, is it?
Right. So, and it's going to reflect. And yeah, I think we got to be honest, man. Some roles, this is why not many people want to do the bins. Not many people want to do the toilets. Not many people want to clean because there's a social. So I feel like you were partly right on when you said that people didn't want to do certain jobs. There's a truth to that.
Of course.
But Heathen is right as well to say majority of people are working and want to work. Like, it was the government that was pushing benefits on the British people, and the welfare system on the British people.
True.
Trying to make them lazy, trying to create a welfare class, and they did it successfully.
No,
but I still think they're in a minority, though.
Yeah, they done it successfully, but it was
at work. There's way more people at work than in the queue for the job centre. No matter how ram you think it is, it's open 5 days a week within a certain amount of time. It's not open 24 hours, and the fact you can't go there on the weekend lets you know that it's still not being taken over by. It's still not taking over actually getting up and going to work. And you got to remember this as well. On top of that, how much of us fuckers were on the benefits and getting money and working?
No,
Come
but
on.
things have changed though, Jits. They got thing
benefit
now.
show's a real thing, isn't it?
Yeah, but they got 0 contract hours now, so not everyone's like even qualifying to get benefits. And you got to live on the pittance that they're giving you. 0 contract hour. You're fucked.
That's another thing brought in by like the EU. You know what I mean? And like Jedi said, then it was all orchestrated. You know, they closed the factories and then said, "Oh yeah, there's benefit system now for people who are out of work." So, you know what I mean? And that it's the easy way to go, isn't it? You know, free money. That's how a lot of people see it who've spent the whole life on benefits. You know, instead of being able to live, they just see being able to survive on free money, innit?
Yeah.
Instead of being able to thrive with more money, with a bit of money. Like I've heard people say before, "Oh, if I worked, I'd only be like £10 better off a week." It's like,
right, yeah, I've heard that. Yeah, I've heard that.
Yeah.
And in
It's
that
like,
case,
but you'd be
I'm
£10 better off.
Yeah, I'm like, yo, get your ink on then. If that's the case, ink it up because, you know, fuck it. Even if you're only £50 better, I would say ink it up. If that means you're gonna get to spend more time with your kids and whatever, fuck it, man. And unfortunately, that's a reality, and I can't judge anyone for that. I've seen so many mums choose the benefit just so that they can pick up their kids from school, have a dinner on the table, and just be in the house. And in the long run, it's worked out for them because they've been there for their kids. They may have raised them on the pittance, but now their kids are up and out in the world, fully nurtured against the latchkey kids who ended up, you know what I mean? Look, my mum was at work like a lot, and so was a lot of my comrades on the streets. So we weren't even like, some of us had shit parents, and some of us had parents that were just working.
Yeah.
And we all ended up doing the same shit.
Yeah, exactly.
So, you know, obviously obviously I'm talking from a single parent context, but you know, things happen.
Why do you think your mum or these a lot of these mums they don't find other men? Like they choose to stay single. Like if you ask them, they're like, I need to focus on my kids. I don't want to bring no strange man around them.
If I'm honest with you, that wasn't my mum. Yeah, my mum definitely had a boyfriend or two, right?
Okay.
Just called her uncle or whatever. But the thing is, it was never gonna be something flaunted in my face or anything that I could pick up on. Do you know what I mean? So I feel like the majority of the time, whatever she's doing, she's gonna do it out of the house or under the guise of that's her uncle. And after hours, when you're knocked out, you don't know nothing about what's going on. But I think they are the mums that say, look, I'm not really entertaining a man full stop. And, you know, kudos to them. I respect them, man, and them women. I respect you. You know?
I'm chatting to some woman now. She's telling me she's been single for 8 years. I goes, why? She goes, I didn't want to bring no one around my daughter. She goes, my daughter's 14 now.
What does
I ready, like,
what does single mean though? Because single nowadays means different things.
No, she goes to me, she broke up with her husband. On the rebound, she kind of like went out on a couple of dates with different people, realized it weren't for her, and then just jacked it in.
All right.
She's just been staunch. I go, so what do you mean? I go, so if I saw you at work, she works in Lidl. Because if I saw you work in Lidl and I stuck it on you going, yeah, babe, give me your number, what would you say? She's like, nah, I don't give out my number to nobody. Anyone that asks me, I tell him straight. I don't even give out my number like that. I was like, wow, and that's how you've been living? She goes, yeah. She gets stuck into a mold, innit? She gets stuck into a pattern of living, paying her bills, looking after her kid, whatever. I respect it still, but you know what I mean? I'm going to talk her out of it now.
Lad, I know a few worldies like that who just, they had a shit relationship and stuck with a kid. And then they're just happy being alone, lad. You know what I mean? They know at any point they could get a man. Do you get me?
I know single women like that without kids. Yeah. Single women with like that. They're I'm focused on my career.
Yeah.
Oh, you know me. I'm just trying to focus on my career and I ain't got time. I think some of them lie. A lot of them lie about the length of time they've not had interaction. But to say they've not been in a relationship is a different kettle of fish. Yeah, a lot of them ain't been in. Girls been talking about they've been single for 7 years. Their vagina hasn't.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I need to investigate further, innit?
Right.
Are they waiting for Mr. Big, like the bowler, to come along? Is that what it is?
I don't know, bro. But you know me, man. I got the finesse in it, so I'm gonna finesse that.
The Turkish finesse with
You
a
know what I'm
Turkish
saying?
delight.
I'm the smooth talker.
Yeah, man. I mean, money is never left out of a relationship conversation nowadays, ever. In fact, I've seen it climb up from being an important factor to the most important factor. And I think
Definitely
that
smallest Andrew Tate stuff, lad. Yeah, because I've said this to you before, lad. They even talk on how much they're worth in like attributes as well. Do you know what I mean? Or characteristics. You know what I mean? What's your worth? You know, it's not just financial. They have sort of a price on how they look and everything now, don't they? You know what I mean?
You can bend those characteristics according to the money you would.
Basically, bro, the elites
100%.
have structured society in a way where they've got free access to all the fittest, hottest, youngest women. And the man at the top with all the money, yeah, they're what these young things are looking on. And they've structured society in that way and sidelined people like AV. And that's just
you could have a girl.
we're living.
You could have a girl who's 12 out of 10, AV. That's what I was trying to say. You could have a girl who's... Sorry.
Is that cognitive bias, Khan?
No, this is what you call corruption within society. So the society is not set up in a way where we can have families and we can have like family values and we can expand and grow, because there ain't no growth. It's just people with their money trying to get the most power they can, because they're not going to make no more money right now. They said they're not making no money for the next 20 years. So they're just trying to get as much for their money as they can. So obviously then they got to run us all down, innit? But at the same time, make us in love with money. So we chase them. But specifically the women, the young women.
So the brainwashing away.
Money and start making communes and living with each other. That's not what they want. They want you to love money, just not have any.
And be enslaved, basically. Be enslaved to the ideology.
Well, I don't know if it's slavery, because you're voluntary.
Well, it would be.
You're voluntary sacrificing yourself on the altar of materialism.
Poetic.
You know what it reminds me of? Have you seen 300? Have you seen 300 Spartans? Have you seen that film?
Yeah.
When Leonidas has to go and speak to the elders, and they're holding some sesh with some young thing, and she looks stoned out of her box. Have you seen it? Go and watch that part.
I can't remember that
because he wants to go, innit? He wants to take his 300 and go. But the government, they say, nah, you're not going nowhere. So he has to go and speak to the elders. So he goes up the mountain to find the elders, and they're holding a session with some young thing.
And a bag full of gold.
And she looks proper stoned as well. I was like, this is dodgy, bro. This is dodgy.
And a bag full of gold, isn't it?
It's probably happening in Parliament right now.
Yeah, definitely, lad.
If you know what I mean?
Parliament. Yeah, Parliament's treason, lad, yeah.
Oh. So, you know, that bit made me laugh in the film. Because it just shows you, innit, like all these young women that get sacrificed. It's like, what's the other film with Arnold where he kills what's his name? I forget his name. The geezer who played Darth Vader, James Earl Jones. Remember when Arnold kills James Earl Jones?
Is it Skull or whatever?
No, it's Conan. Yeah, Conan. And he said, you know, James Earl Jones sets himself up as the cult of the snake. And he gets all the young girls sacrificing themselves to him. Have you seen it? Yeah, you should watch that, man. Shows you, innit? The cult of the snake. It's interesting. It's very similar to society today, ironically. Yeah, bro. This is what the people at the top are doing, bro. They're making the young girls just sacrifice themselves to them. And if they can't find it here, they're flying out to Dubai.
All right. So, is it wrong for... Look, man, I think what's happened is our natural instincts have been manipulated because one in them, like for instance, they say a woman goes for a man instinctively is attracted to certain attributes, physical attributes, right? and a man instinctively is attracted to certain physical attributes. Let's break that down now. They say a man is attracted to
Breast and body.
bosoms and hips because it signifies her fertility, right? And then they say a woman is attracted to a V shape and broad shoulders because it signifies his virility / his strength / his ability to provide.
Yeah, of course. Them things are all connected. Yeah.
Okay, right. So then, if a woman is hardwired to be attracted to a man that has the potential of providing, then this materialism in terms of the feminine perspective is understandable.
For real, yeah. It's nature.
Right? It's just been
manipulated.
You see how I'm going? It's been manipulated. Same way that they're doing the breast and bum, the BBL. You know, men shouldn't be attracted to that, but it is actually hardwired in men to be attracted to that. So subconsciously, Saturn's going to kick in and make that a popular thing. That's why that kind of fuckeries is so prevalent. I don't know. I'm just thinking out loud, but I just find it funny how a lot of the times, like for instance, a human being's natural inclination to have freedom to express itself and to identify itself has been manipulated till we got gender politics. Because essentially, under all the gender politics is actually a truth that you can be and express yourself in what way you want. The agenda, though, has manipulated that truth and turned it into, oh, you could be a goldfish if you want to be, and we're going to force you to call everyone a goldfish. Furthermore, we're going to influence your children and get goldfish to come and read storybooks, and we're going to leave library books talking about being a goldfish so that your child wants to be a goldfish. It's a bit different.
Yeah, because they're basically trying to make people throw themselves on the scrap heap and not produce any more children. Like, it's their way of controlling the numbers. So if you're hormonally tweaking your body, that's going to take you out of your fertility. That's going to take you out of your nature, whether you're a man or a woman. And that's what they're doing. They're using hormones to tweak themselves. Like, you got that woman there, was she a footballer? She's saying she's a transgender. She wants to become a man. She's taking hormones, steroids, but yet she's still playing football with the women and smashing everyone. You know what I mean? But she can't have kids, though. Do you know what I mean? And they're saying, if you want to do that, if you want to live your life, we're going to promote that because we need less people. And we can't kill off people in the West because we're saying, you know, everyone come to the West because you're more likely to die in countries like Iraq. And you better come here. And what they do once you get here, like if you're brainy, you know, they benefit from you. And if you're not so brainy, they're like, all right, well, you want to throw yourself on the scrap heap? Yeah, that's fine. Do that. You want to be a transgender? That's fine. Do that. Do you know what I mean? Because it's basically you're working their angle for them by doing that. So they don't have to basically kill us or send us to wars. Really.
I don't think enough. Yeah, I agree with you in a way. But I don't think enough people are making that choice for it to affect the overall population just yet. Maybe in some time it will get there. But I got a feeling like.
But that's the thing, though. Abortions, everything's going on. It's not just that one thing. Right.
But then also they're doing things like surrogacy, right? So they're allowing these people to have kids, bro. They're allowing them to adopt. Yeah. They're allowing them to put two different DNA in an egg.
Right.
Essentially creating a baby with 3 genetic parents. They've been doing that. You're allowed to do that now. So, you know, and they're still experimenting on womb transplants and And in a way, they're not really supporting you not having kids. They're allowing you to start a family. Women are allowed to get women and male couples are allowed to have children and marry and claim to be 2 mums or 2 dads or a mum and a dad or whatever. So, you know what I mean? 2 gays,
I get you.
2 gays or even a transgender still produces sperm, And if they're allowed legally to, have children and own them children and raise them, then we're not really heading for extinction.
But whether you're looking at one generation, 2 generations, or 3, they're gonna
Marv.
they're gonna fizzle out.
Gotta recharge my phone, right?
All right, cool.
Yeah.
They're gonna
I
fizzle
hear
out,
you.
innit? Because the more unhealthy the lifestyle, the more likely they are to fizzle out. But sometimes it could take them 2 or 3 generations. It's like they're offering them the choice, isn't it? How quickly do you want to be extinct? 1 generation or 3? It's your choice. But either way, that's the end of the road for you. You're not building no family. You're not building no lineage. There's no cross-generational wealth. That's the normal. That's the normal settings, isn't it, that people are supposed to be living in. And this is so far away from that. They're heading to a dead end. A lot of people I know, like, they're not even having kids. And I'm like, you do realize that from Adam and Eve till now, right? Every single man in your family's had kids, and you've just decided not to have kids. Like, are you basically saying that you've got nothing to offer this world? Not even in terms of your progeny, your kids. You're saying that all these other people having kids in your place, you're happy with them having the world for them. Like, you got nothing to offer. Like, how have you survived from Adam and Eve till now?
Don't you think it's
like a rat?
Don't you think it's a fact that not everyone should have kids, though, bro?
Yeah, of course. But I'm saying voluntarily putting up your hands and saying, yeah, this is the end of the line. There's no more. Like, after me, there's no more. Like, how are you doing that when there's people that fought wars, went to battle, rode horses, swinging swords, so they could have that? So they could have a drop of land where they could grow some trees and have some kids. And, like, there's people that went to war for that, and you're just prepared to just give it up. Like, yeah, who cares? Who cares? I'm like, but bro, you ain't having no kids. It's the end of the line.
All right. Their perspective is there's enough kids, there's enough people having kids. I can help other people's kids.
Okay,
I can be a teacher. I could be a policeman. I could be a soldier. I could be whatever and assist society in its growth. It don't just take people that are popping out sprogs. It takes everyone else. There's a lot of people that don't have kids, bro.
I know. So I'm saying, like, they're basically saying they've got nothing to offer.
No, they may decide that they're offering it in a different way. They may decide they want to offer it to my sons, to our sons.
Oh, I get what you mean.
You understand what I'm saying?
I get you now.
So they're gonna. So at least our sons are gonna have a fucking a Mrs. Smith at school or wherever that gives a fuck and actually tries and helps them, and therefore helps us, and therefore helps society.
Okay.
Right?
No, I get you.
Yeah, so even if they ain't got kids, some make that decision. But there's more. Listen, man, we've had man on the panel, man and woman on the panel, talking about there for this not having kids thing, having kids.
Yeah, I remember I was there.
But they've got kids.
Yeah, but they want everyone else to stop having kids.
But they want everyone to stop. Fuck this.
Yeah, that guy, he was a joker. Chatting shit, riding his bike, and then when he got home, he's like, "Yeah, me and the wife are getting the kids in the car now. I've got to go." Like, what? You've got kids the whole time?
Yeah, you got a whole family.
Joker. Yeah, but anyway, like, I wanted to kind of like bring some positivity to AV's situation. I know he's really struggling. He's like blaming society, and I think, like, as a man, right, it's your main job to find out what women want and be that. Now, we might not agree with what women are planning, right? Some of them are planning to have 5 kids from 5 different men or whatever they're planning. We might not agree with them, right? But the fact is, we can't live without women. So we're going to try and kind of like bring them to the straight road, to the straight path. But at the same time, like, we're not going to be living without women, no matter how bad the women are, right? So even if the woman wants you just for, I don't know, just for sexual purposes, like, you still need to kind of up your game to be one of the guys that's getting that, rather than being an incel. Because if that's the only choice you got, then what else are you doing with your life, bro? You're sitting down watching telly, eating takeaways. Like, just fucking get down the gym, bro. Like, just, you know what I'm saying?
Check this though, yeah. I think the truth is, what men should do is be more selective. And if men were more selective, it wouldn't be the men that had to change their behavior, it'd be the women. And women would be more in line with the realistic expectations of a man, right? Rather than men trying to fulfill an unrealistic expectation of a woman. It doesn't make sense, right?
No, but I think, Jed, for you to
if
say
you're,
that,
if
it's
you're
understandable.
one second. If at lunchtime you fancy a polar bear burger, yeah,
Right.
and you go into Morley's and you say you got polar bear burger, and they say nah, mate, you're like, fuck this, and then you go into every other chicken shop, every Tesco, every whatever, looking for polar bear, there's none there. You're probably gonna double back and get a chicken or a beef or a veggie or something, right? But if you go into that first shop, you got polar bear, and they're like, wait here, we'll see what. Just wait, and then they
You
go
saying
and
they'll eventually get it for you?
if they go and bend over backwards and go and kill a polar bear, cut it, gut it, skin it, and fucking cook it, fry it up for you, and put it in between some bun and bring it to you.
Right.
You're now only gonna want to get polar bear burgers now.
I get you.
Right?
Like, obviously, that's called what's it called? Supply and demand.
Right. You go to another shop, you say you got a polar bear burger, and they're like, no. You're like, fuck it, I'm going to this shop because they do them. Eventually, that shop's gonna get them enough, right? And eventually, more shops are gonna adopt the policy of, oh, let's try and get a polar bear burger because a couple people like it, rather than it's not available because get what's available. And this is what women are being spoilt for choice by the simp generation and whatever, where they're overcompensating and they're trying to fulfill unrealistic roles and characteristics.
No, I don't think these incels are simps though. I think these incels, what they're doing is they're saying, I want a woman that's at least 8 out of 10. Right? These 2 out of 10s, I'm not even looking at them. I don't even count them as women. They're prepared to go without woman. And I'm saying, I'm realistic, innit? Like if the women get together and decide short, fat Turkish Khan, can only have a 2 out of 10, then if that's what they've decided, that's what I'm getting, right? But I'm not going home empty-handed.
There's no incels that are doing that, bro. Incels are left on the shelf, cuz, and then they lying to themselves.
Nah, bro.
Hold on. No, the guy you're describing is this quote unquote top percentile guy. He's the guy that ain't fucking with nothing other than what he requires. The rest of the man, they're pretending either you compromise, you shoot high and get high, or you go for lower. Yeah, the incels that are choosing remember, it's involuntarily celibate. Yeah, they're not choosing to be celibate. You can't denote choice with incel. The incel is the man that's left on the shelf. Nobody wants him. He's involuntarily celibate. Gal ain't on him. And for that reason, he's like, these bitches, they're just on hypergamy. They're just on this and that. They just rare. These women only want this. These women, because they're not getting selected. They're not even in the low, they're not even in the low percentage of man them. Yeah, they're not upper class. Not what's the word? High value. They're not medium value. They're not even low value. They're men of no value, therefore they're not getting any vagina. That's what it is. And like, whether they realize that or not, to be an incel, you don't have choice. You get me? Because then you'd be a volcel. You'd be voluntarily celibate, or AKA just celibate. You know what I mean? Which ain't necessarily a bad thing. But the incels, what makes them so dangerous is they've not chosen to be celibate. So they're bitter about it. And then they start wanting to diss women, diss men, diss everything. They're angry at everything. And they're most likely to go and get that rascal FNN with the hairpin trigger and you know what I mean? And let loose in a mall or something, in Walmart or some club or something. These man. I don't know if you lot remember that kind of Chinesey dude, half Chinese, half something dude in America. And he used to do the little vlogs to his camera. We went on his YouTube. Yeah, and he's like, yeah, you women, you just look past me. Why don't you see me? He's so angry at being overlooked that he's looking to lick down everything. He's looking to kill everything. If I can't have you, no one can, kind of thing. I have never met an incel of the internet. Do they exist in real life? Are they real men that are involuntarily celibate? Come on, Mrs. Sarah, what are we talking about? Of course they're there. Of course they're there. Yeah, there's men that and putting the emphasis on celibacy is a little bit of a trick. We're not even really talking about celibacy. These men can't form meaningful or otherwise relationships with women and usually other people, but definitely with women. They have an issue stopping them from, and some incels, like, it's quite a sad story because women are overlooking them because maybe they have a certain look or they present in a certain way, and man is struggling to find women. I feel like there should be no incel that's an incel for more than, whatever, a couple years or a year, or, you know what I mean? Because eventually, like Khan said, as a pot, you are going to find the lid. Now, it's more like, as an incel, are you humble enough and realistic enough to realize when this is your lid? Or are you going to say, well, this ain't the lid that Khan's got, this ain't the lid that Jed's got, this ain't the lid that George Clooney's got, or whatever 50 Cent has got. I want that level of lid, or those level. I don't want this level of lid. Then, yeah, you're shooting yourself in the foot. And, yeah, then you become volcel. Because you're voluntarily passing up the opportunity to be lidded, mate. You know what I mean? But I see someone get some pussy, and I'm like, oh, you're talking about something else. I'll say it's just my bad. You're talking about stop attacking women because you can't get women in. You sound like, all right, cool. I would say, yeah, a trick in the chat is if you don't want to give your energy away, then don't. You do have. Just remember, the choice is always with you. If you don't want to give it away, then don't. And not every knock at the door has to be answered. But yeah, anyway. So yeah, here I am. I'm on my J's, man. Jump on. Big up yourself, Khan, and big up AV, big up Heathen. You lot was on here. Man. You put in your little shift. I respect you. Thank you for coming on. Return if you can. Here we go. Mm-hmm. Right, let's check this out, man. But just off the bat, I'm gonna say this. I feel like, not even I feel like, this is obviously acting and fake, but let's explore.
In the hopes of finding love, Nims thought she would try something new, but unfortunately, it doesn't look like the grass is greener on the other side.
I have come here because I need some clarification on my relationship with Lola. Let me tell you about Lola. Lola is a femme. What we call a femme is a feminine looking female.
Do you know what? Even as she said Lola, I was thinking, Lola, that's a funny dude's name. Lola. Maybe it's short for Abin Lola or something. You know what I mean? Like, or Lola Tumbi. But yeah, man, the agenda, man, it's just everywhere. No, it's not as normal no more. My God. Yo, Stack Zeno, what's going on?
Yo, what's going on?
Oh, go on, man. You doing that quiet voice? What's happening? You laying on your side, yeah?
I'm laying on my side, my God. Who's gonna say? What's going on here?
Nah, man. Nah, just get me. Nims
I'm seeing
is
the chat.
here.
I'm seeing the chat.
You seen the
Go
chat,
on,
yeah?
say?
Go on. What's going on in the chat?
I'm seeing Sneeds getting. You trying to say catching a beating from someone? Type shit. What's going on?
Alright.
Is my internet wacky, my nigga? Wait. I think it's lagging. You know.
You're right.
Normally, I would go for like a stud, the more butch masculine ones. But I decided to go outside of my comfort zone. So we've been dating for about 9 months, if you add everything together. There was a little blip because
You know when you say like outside your comfort zone, like you're saying you're going for a feminine woman, so that's outside your comfort zone of normally going for a masculine woman. But when was you last with an actual guy? Yeah, with a masculine woman, man. Just go with a fucking man.
So who's this Nims girl? Where is she? Lesbian or something?
It seems so. Yeah. Yes.
Right.
She's like a lesbian. I didn't know she's I don't know. I saw the clip. I thought it was a dude in the video. So.
Well, you think that's a nigga?
I don't know that. Nah, not this one. The one that she's talking about, obviously.
Alright, God.
Maybe this ain't even the one
I
I've
had to
seen.
go visit some family, like the borders opened and I had to go. So
Yeah.
I'm in New York.
So,
And
Just to describe
yeah.
your partner, describe their features, like how you.
I'm telling you, let me tell you lot something, yeah? And this is a reminder to self. You see, when it comes to any kind of production you do, the most important thing is sound. Because we can take a grainy picture, we can take a, you know what I mean? Like, whatever, not the best angle, whatever. But what we can't tolerate is shit sound in a video, man. You lot need to fix this up. You can't be on season 2, episode 3, and you ain't sort out your sound. You need to sort out your sound. Like this, man, don't want to hear the 141 bus and the taxi and the R1 in the background. And you hear me? Man's peeling off. I want to hear all that, man.
Alright, so Lola, typical femme. She's got a really petite body, like she's little bit, like she's not thick like me, she's little bit, yeah. She don't wear like the short skirts and that, but she likes like the leggings and the, you know, anything to kind of show off the petiteness, to kind of give a little piece more shape. She wants this natural hair movement. That's one of the things that I like, you know, like we'll wear the afro out and thing is just.
I don't know, man. This is just weird. You lot are just weird. Let's just see. I just want to see you corner your little girl. You bare chatting. That's how much you was chatting.
I know she's got ass though.
Huh?
I said she got some ass though.
A little something.
Something.
What's good? How you doing? What's good, G? How's things? What's good? How's things? Good, yeah?
Surprised to see you in
Yeah,
Victoria.
surprised to see me, innit? Yeah. Yeah. Surprised to see me, yeah?
Yeah.
Surprised to see
Nothing
me, yeah?
at the moment.
Talk up.
I'm just wondering why you ended up here.
You had conversation on the phone, brother. You had conversation on the phone.
Yo, is this true or is it scripted, bro?
I don't know. Talk to me. What do you think?
I don't know, bro. Like, yo, why she's approaching? Who's this girl? Exosan.
Nah, this is supposed to be the girl that she was describing, the one that she likes, her man, her partner, the girl she's seeing.
Okay.
So I saw this little clip and I thought it was a brother. I saw it on my phone. I didn't even see it. Like, I didn't even see it was a girl.
Nah, I think you can tell that she's a girl.
Yeah, but like, trust me, from the phone thing and that, I really didn't pay attention. Do you know what I mean? And I know what this show is about. I saw a girl poke some brother in the do-rag in the head. And I was like, raw, okay, let me check this out. I really didn't clock the whole thing at all.
You had conversation on the phone, brother. You had conversation on the phone. Talk up.
There's nothing very much to say.
What?
There's not much to say.
Not say.
Not really.
Not say. What's this? What's this?
Waiting for a train.
Waiting for a train.
Victoria Station. I'm waiting for a train.
You're waiting for a train, yeah? Well, that's it. What's this? No? Everything last week. Hold on. What's this? This is how I feel comfortable. That's you, yeah? Where? That's you, yeah? I mean, why not just at home?
Glasses come off.
It's just sadness, man. It's just sadness. I don't know, man.
So that person there with the grey tracksuit, what's going on with them? Is that a gal as well?
Yeah.
Oh my
Yeah,
days.
it looks like a girl. Just standing.
No. You know what? We've been here before, you know. We've been here before. There's no need to bring up things. After the last time we cheated, we're here again. Yeah? Muslim. Like, I don't know who you are. Like, what is it? 1 minute you're rocking the natural hair thing and wearing leggings and thing, and now, what is this, a stud thing? What's happening? What's happening?
Mate, nothing's happening here. We're waiting for a train. That is
Not waiting for a train, yeah? Just waiting for a train, yeah? Nothing's happening.
Waiting for a train. I'm waiting for a train.
Let me tell you something. Yeah? First things first. Yeah? This, done. Yeah? Done. That's the
I'm
first
waiting
thing.
for a train.
We are done, my friend. Secondly, talk to your friend, innit? Talk to your friend. Are you gonna tell us that? Hold on.
Coming in 2 minutes.
This conversation. Hey, what? See that from the last time you cheated? Ask your friend what she's been in my DMs.
Yeah, man. I apologize, man. Proper low grade somethings, man. I apologize. I don't know what's going on there, man. That's just super whack. Yeah, I apologize, man. Why the one in the grey hoodie look like Eunice? Yeah, man.
The girl in the grey hoodie, bro. She's alright. She's looking like, I don't know, man. She needs to take the tracksuit off.
What?
She needs to take the tracksuit off, bro. I think without the tracksuit, it's gonna be a light.
Stop that, man. There's nothing there, bro. What are you doing?
Go back. Let me see properly.
Yeah, I'm gonna go back. Just
now that with a bit of makeup, a bit of rejuvenation, bro. Wallahi, I think
Nah, I don't agree.
Get cute.
I don't agree. That thing's a write-off. How dare you? This thing here.
She's better looking than all three of them.
Wow.
Well, what are you saying? That fucking gorilla? These two gorillas, like, yo.
Why are they gorillas?
Man, don't even know, bro. They're looking like.
Wow. Why are they gorillas? Why are they? She's the tallest thing there. But these two gorillas, yeah. The one in the white is smaller, but but she's the gorilla. But the light skin one ain't.
Which one's looking the most like Mandem, bro? Them two are looking more like Mandem. Nah, I ain't gonna lie. The guy with the sunglasses. I don't know, man. I don't know. That might be a colorist type shit, bro. Lush, because she's light. But yo, nah, they're all not giving though, man. He's screaming.
Nah, there's nothing here for me. Still, I'll be real with you. There's nothing here at all for me, bro. I tried to look at the main one. That's a proper script, but I just not feeling what's. I don't know. Maybe it's the role she's doing. I'm just not feeling it.
Yeah, surprised to see me, yeah? Yeah. Okay, yeah. That's it. What's this? No? This is last week.
Right. I just trying to see M Stax's gal.
Yeah, look at that. Look at that now. Yeah. She looking
what do you mean? Yeah. There's nothing there.
Underneath that jumper is a Mazda, bro. I'm telling you right now.
A Mazda?
Underneath that jumper. Yeah. Wallah, she's better looking than both of them. She's better looking than two of them.
You get with this one picture still. I'm so pissed that you froze on this picture. You're lucky. She might not even really dress like that in real life, you know.
This one looks like Lady Divine, bro. Yo.
This girl might not even dress like this, really. Like, yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe she went in a tracksuit. I don't know.
He's the
I'm not
tracky, bro.
sure.
Trust me, that with a little, you know what I'm trying to say? Bit of makeup, the hair coming down, teeth are there, like yo, ass and tits probably there as well. Boom.
Nah, you can see what's going on in the breast department, don't you?
Yeah, just the ass
We
that I'm
don't need
looking
to
at.
imagine. Huh?
It's just the ass. I don't know if she's flat from the back.
Yeah, it's gonna
She's
be.
definitely not flat from the back if she's got like that kind of build.
She got what?
That kind of build that she's got. It looks like she's got some ass though.
Who's your friend?
I don't get it.
No, you don't get it. Your friend stays.
You're not meant
Your friend.
They're so off-putting though with the way they speak, man. It's getting long for me.
Yeah, I gave you a chance, you know. I gave you a chance. I gave you a chance, and I brought off your friend in my DMs. I gave you a chance. But what you
spoke, always speak, and I was at a point where there's no more speaking.
No more speaking. So what?
Walk, man, walk off.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm going. Do you know what?
Walk you to what?
I'm done.
Walk you to what? Walk you to what? Fast life. The worst thing is I like studs. You should have my pick now, innit? Yeah? Maybe I should.
I mean, if that's what you want to do, innit?
Maybe I should. You know what? We are where we are.
Yeah, Iron.
Life, yeah?
Empty, bro.
Nice life. You know, lucky we are where we are.
Empty, bro. M-Sax, are you there? Yeah. Your thing's... Yo, M-Sax. Yeah, you ran away, yeah? Yeah, your thing was empty, cuz. Yeah. Look, barren. Devoid of curvature. Flat earth. Zero. Nil pois. Nil. Zilch.
Oh, sorry. Hold on. Hold on. Sorry.
Yeah, I hope M-Sax sees this, man. It's empty, 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 empty. She's dead out here. Give me leather pants. Even, yeah. Give me leather pants. I will take leather pants. I don't know what you do.
I didn't buy it for me.
See this?
All right. All right. Bye. Bye. You left men, got with a woman that looks like a man, and that woman cheated on you with a woman that looks like a man. It's just
I called that. What are you talking about? That guy with the taxi?
Yeah, it was dead, bro. It was
trust
empty.
me. Underneath the bottoms there, bro. Trust me, bro. I've seen
bro,
a lot.
I've
seen
bro, we saw it. No,
we
we don't need to
like that, huh?
We don't need to speculate, bro. It's empty. Look, empty.
Bro, she got baggy bottoms on, bro.
Bro, allow that, man. BA,
so
bro.
You think there below there she ain't got nothing going on?
That looks like my cousin. It looks like my brethren.
You can give gal that got asses with them same tracksuit, but
no,
they
that
keep
looks
looking
like my
at that,
brethren.
bro.
That's like my homie.
Yeah, from them sides there, but when she takes all of that off, my nigga,
so like
oh
no
my
gal
days.
should ever look like your homie from behind, bro.
100 million, but she look like a man them from there, bro. You know, but like,
yeah, so that lets you know she has no gifts. Not the type you're talking about anyway, so we can move past that. She doesn't have a gift there. Look, you can see.
Bro, you can't tell she's got ass from there, bro. You can't tell, bro.
Bro, there's only so much room for us, bro. There's no bum there. Like, allow it, man.
Look at the bottom she's wearing. It's so baggy, man. It's coming like the American clothing.
Wow,
you're just
nah.
Because I've seen shit like this before. I've seen gal wearing these kind of shit, and when they take it off, you see the mazzes. You know what I'm trying to say? So man, don't even put it past her, bro. You know what I'm trying to say?
Boy, I'm gonna lie, bro. I don't know. You gotta leave that one. I think you gotta leave that. If I was there, I'd say, yo, allow that, man.
Yeah, 100. I would say allow that as well. You know what I'm trying to say?
That, man. Don't do
try
that.
and move to that.
I don't think there's nothing there for you, bro. But yeah, she kind of moves like a man them as well. Like, I don't know. It's kind of a bit weird.
Yeah, all of that is off-putting, bro.
Yeah, all these managed gal and that. It's not really for me, man.
All these what?
Mannish gal. You know,
Mannish?
like mannish. Yeah, they're mannish, isn't it? Like mannish.
Meaning
Mannish.
what?
Mannish. Mannish
What's man?
behavior, mannish speech.
Oh,
Mannish
mannish meaning like
looks.
man behavior.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. Mannish
yeah.
looks and all that. I don't know.
Yeah, that shit's all crazy, bro.
There's levels, man. There's some women that's got like kind of like a masculine, I wouldn't say a masculine energy, but they just got whatever energy they got, not the typical feminine energy, but it works for them.
Because they got the body and the face for that.
It works for them.
Some gal can do that, bro.
But
me, I like my femininity, bro. I love them girls that I just seem trying to say. Them soft, cute voices, bro. Not like this, bro.
Yeah, you like vulnerable guys.
I said vulnerable, you know.
Well, that's your words, not mine, bro.
Huh?
That was your words, not mine.
I love my femininity, bro. Gal in the UK coming like mandem right now, bro. Wallahi, it's all fucked, bro. And then you see all these foreign gal coming in, bro, with these soft, sweet voices, cute voices, just moving elegantly, bro. And then the UK gal coming like mandem, bro. You're trying to set in pace on niggas. Like, yo, shit's crazy, man.
Alright, one sec.
Check the chat, man. Yo, Silverback, salam alaikum, salam alaikum. M stinks, yo, this shit still keep carrying on. M stinks, like, yo, give me a break, man. Wallahi, so long. Yeah, my phone's on 1%. I need to grab the charge.
Alright, say nothing, brother. Let's see what's going on here.
Do you believe that men and women are equal?
Honestly, the myths, you know? No, of course not. Who told you they are? You don't believe they are.
One second. Where's the stream? Yo, big up everyone hitting that like button. Please smash the like button and hit that PayPal, man. Show a little love on this hot ass Tuesday evening. You know, I'm on there piloting on my J's. Big up the Trill squad. Big up everyone, man. But yeah, if you can, hit the PayPal, show some love. So the winner of the last poll was, do you need money to be happy? And by 56%, you guys voted yes. The poll had 93 votes. So big up to everyone, man. I'm doing the next one still. Here's the next poll. Simple. All right, man. Yeah, get involved in the poll. Make sure you slap the like button as well, man. Any way you can interact with me is great. The link is pinned to the top of the chat if you want to jump on and join me. Let's have a conversation. So next video is, are men and women equal? I saw 5 seconds of this and I was like, you know what, maybe this is something that we can get into. So if it's dead, I'll lock it off. You know, we go. Let's go.
Do you believe that men and women are equal?
Honestly, the myths, you know? No, of course not. Who told you they are? You don't believe they are. If it's something that you have to constantly ask about, constantly struggle to achieve and enforce, then it isn't a natural state, is it? If it was an obvious accepted fact, then it goes without saying, no argument is necessary. No one ever says, do you believe that men and women both have arms and legs? No one ever says, do you believe that both men and women breathe oxygen? But you ask, are they equal? Or do I think that they're equal? Do I believe that they're equal? Well, if you believe that they're equal, and you believe that their equality was a natural, undeniable reality, then you would be insulting my intelligence to ask that question. Just as you would be insulting my intelligence if you ask me, Shahid, do you believe that both men and women have arms and legs and breathe air? But you're not actually asking me if men and women are equal. You're asking if I believe that they're equal, which means that you're asking me if I believe in your concept of equality. Well, I don't. It's an incoherent concept. Of course I don't believe that. Men and women are not equal. Men and men are not equal. Women and women are not equal. Individuals are not equal. How can collections of individuals?
This might sound like a mad question, you know? Might sound like a mad question. Are a dog and a bitch equal? I'll ask you that again. Are a dog and a bitch equal? It's interesting. Big up Urban Roots. Hit the like button and let us know the number of your like, family. No. Why are they not equal, Silverback? What's the inequality between a dog and a bitch? Big up Radar. All right, I'm a press play, man. I just wanted you to think about that.
Be equal with collections of other individuals. That's illogical. It doesn't make any sense. Are you equal with your boss? If so, then why is he or she your boss instead of you? I'm not equal to another man who's stronger than me, who's smarter than me. I'm not equal to him in strength, and I'm not equal to him in intelligence. I'm not equal to a man who's richer than me in wealth. I'm not equal to a man who has a higher status in society than me.
But that is not what we're talking about, though, is it? When we talk about equality, it's an idea. It's not actual equality as in, are we the same? We're not asking, are we symmetrical or identical? When we ask people if we're equal or if two things are equal, we take on the idea that in society and in ability, we can do the same things. Being a man being stronger than me doesn't mean I'm not equal to him. Yeah, so I'm not sure why that should apply to a woman. Just because I'm stronger than a woman doesn't mean we're not equal. I don't think that's the type of equality we're talking about. So then, right? Because I can beat someone up, does that mean I'm not equal to them? We're not equal. Let me know if that's what it means in your eyes. Might is right. I think they call that. I think equality is a myth. Fairness is much better. Okay. Are men and women deserved of equal amounts of fairness? Equal amounts of fairness? Equal amounts. Men and women are only equal if a woman acts like a man and takes a slap like a man.
There are things that I can't understand no matter how hard I try, and there's other people who can understand those same things effortlessly. There may be things that I cannot understand, and a woman is able to understand it instantly. Or maybe there's something that I can do that a woman cannot do. So how are you going to extrapolate from those examples or those scenarios that therefore, because Shahid can do something that a woman can't, or a woman can do something that Shahid can't, therefore that means that this gender is superior to that gender or vice versa? Now, you created a concept that is inconsistent, does not align with human reality or human complexity. And you invented that concept because your culture has historically been abominable towards women. The West has never known what to do about women. You went back and forth for centuries trying to decide if women were goddesses or witches, tools of the devil, the cause of original sin, you used to wonder whether or not women even had souls. There's never been any people on the face of the earth so confused and twisted up about women as the West. And then you came up with a so-called solution, which was to create this even more confused concept of equality. And then you'll accuse the Muslim world, and in fact, the entire non-Western world, of being misogynistic and patriarchal, which is what you are. You would accuse the rest of the world for that, because the rest of the world never talked about equality the way that you do. But the reason we didn't talk about equality was because we were never as confused as you are, and have always historically been, about being humans. And then you try to force us to try to explain our beliefs to you according to your framework. To try to explain to you, for example, how Islam actually upholds the equality of the sexes in terms of both men and women having equal innate value, but they have different roles in society and so on. There's no reason why we need to do this. Why should we try to make our clarity align with your confusion? Why is it even necessary? Why do you find it necessary to believe in the fantasy of equality when we all know that some people are better than others? We all know that some people are smarter than others. We all know that some people are more capable than others. And if that's the case, and it is the case, then subhanAllah, I hope that we're not all born equal, because that would be a severe indictment against anyone and everyone who fails in their life to become an astronaut, or to become a brain surgeon, or to become a brilliant writer or an artist. If we're all born...
Sorry, that's not... I hear what he's saying, but I think he's twisting it, in my opinion, man. I feel like he's twisting it. I do understand what he's saying, but he's twisting it, man. That ain't even what we're talking about. Like, for instance, you becoming an astronaut shouldn't be the mark of capability, right? And therefore the mark of equality, or like the mark of, oh, because you're an astronaut. All right, now I know what I'm trying to say. If you're an astronaut, you're not a better person, bro. If you're faster, you're not better. You're a better runner. You're a faster runner. You're not a better human, and you're no more deserved of rights or equality than the next man. So yeah, even though not everybody can become an astronaut, not everybody, it's not because we're not all equal. It's because not everyone can be an astronaut. That doesn't mean, I don't know. So then we're going to start comparing astronauts, a fictitious job, by the way, with surgeons. And we're going to start saying who's better now? What is it based on? How much you earn? How much people you help? Like, how much you have to study to get there? Like, what, how strong, how much physical exertion is needed for your job role? What makes you better because you've got a title or a role? Nah, I'm not feeling that. It don't make sense. I know what he's saying, but they're not like, I'm on his side, but I feel like I don't agree with a certain perspective he's just highlighted. I don't know whether he's just giving it as an example or what, but yeah.
Because that would be a severe indictment against anyone and everyone who fails in their life to become an astronaut, or to become a brain surgeon, or to become a brilliant writer or an artist.
You see, he's saying that the fact that if we were all equal, then it'd be a failure if you didn't become a writer or an artist or an astronaut. You see what I'm saying? And I'm saying, well, being a writer, artist, or astronaut is not. What is that? Why is that the marker? To show that, okay, we're obviously not all equal, because some man can be a writer, but that doesn't mean that we're not equal, because you can be a writer and I'm not into that, or I'm not a writer, or I don't want to be a writer. Well, I don't get it. Or I can't be a writer. So, like, because you can, I don't know. You know what I mean? So we're going to end up comparing writers to artists, and doctors to dentists, and dentists to, and I don't know. I don't know.
if we're all born equal, then how do you explain the infinite disparities between people's capacities? But then you're going to say that all women are equal with all men, when all men aren't equal with all men and all women aren't equal with all women. This is incoherent. What does it even mean? Every person, individual person, is tasked with what their God-given capacities are capable of, and no one is blamed or shamed or looked down upon for not being able to do what's beyond their capacity. And we're not judged on an equal basis, but we're judged according to our individual abilities, whether you're a man or a woman.
But Islam is quite patriarchal, isn't it? I mean, doesn't the Quran say that men have authority over women?
Well, don't they? I mean, men are the ones who have been oppressing you all this time, right? I mean, according to your own narrative, men have been running the show. The feminists are asking for their so-called rights from who exactly? Look, if you didn't have what you call patriarchy, then what you would have is a hell on earth for women, because clearly women do not have the power to coerce men, to force men, to make men deal with them this way or that way. If you're out somewhere and a man starts to chat you up and you don't want to be chatted up, what do? You tell him, I have a boyfriend, I'm married, and he goes away. You have to conjure up an imaginary man to get him to back off, because 9 times out of 10, only a man can keep another man in check, because men are inherently more dangerous than women. Instead of patriarchy, replace that word with bodyguard. What makes more sense? For you to be my bodyguard or for me to be your bodyguard? Who do you think is more capable of protecting who? From who? If men didn't protect women, who would? Why, men would do whatever they want. You hear me? Isn't your bodyguard responsible for you? Shouldn't you listen to him?
Oh, yeah, that's a good point. I know I want some women on here that don't agree though. Big up yourself, Beefy.
You can hear me, G?
Yeah.
Yeah, good.
Yeah.
Big up.
I want some women on here that don't agree with what this brother's saying. Like, to be honest, it'd be nice to tap into the sisters that are about this feminism life. And them vibes there. Like, I don't know if any of you lot, because he's saying, who would you rather bodyguard? The women bodyguard the men, or the men bodyguard the women? What makes more sense? And I would agree with it. But I think a feminist might say that's only because of the years of conditioning to view a woman as being less capable as a bodyguard. Then a really smart woman might pull out examples of female bodyguards that were elite, like
Libya, Gaddafi.
And there's a few.
He got taken out though, but then he ended up getting killed easily.
That's true.
So.
That's and we can think of all the male bodyguards that have been taken out too. So I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
But the thing with equality as well, to be born equal, everything, you both have to be the same in everything. And no one is the same at everything. So we can never be equal.
No, I think equality really doesn't come down to capability. It comes down to rights and status. Do you know what I mean? As a human being. So if I stay in my cave and I tend to the animals and I stay on my plot of land and I live there for 80 years and you leave and go adventure and go reach London and find a wife and start a business and have a car and a house and become a multinational, a multi-million-dollar international star, yeah? And you come back to that cave that we both started in, we're both 8 years old, you are no more than me.
Yeah, true.
You've gone on a journey and you've done things that I haven't. You are no less or more than I am. Right? We're equal still, no? Or because I stayed in the cave and stayed in my little patch of land and tended to my animals, I'm less than you now because you went to London and became a big shot.
Well, I don't think that can be quite. I don't think I hear what you say. That's true because me going somewhere, you not going somewhere that don't make us unequal in any way.
Equal, exactly. So
now,
therefore,
because
all these job roles and stuff he's talking about, what the fuck does that mean? How's that got anything to do with equality?
Anyone can train to be a doctor. Anyone can train to be a lawyer. Anyone can train to be. So like,
and maybe everyone can't, but so what? If people can't train to be a doctor, doesn't mean that you're a better person than me, bro. Because
I don't think,
as we can see, people that can train to be a nurse can also kill 7 children.
Yep. Easily.
Can I say something? Instead of thinking what women can do that's same as men, why don't we just ask one question? Imagine women couldn't have children and we lived on a planet where aliens would just drop off our children to us, hypothetically. Women weren't having children. We as men would never even dream of making them equal in any way. The only reason we allow women to live as if they're equal to us is because they are potentially mothers. And now they're taking their own mothering role away from themselves. Once they do that, then they got to fight with men on an equal footing. And as we can see, that's what they're trying to do with these hormonal tweaks to their DNA. But the end result ain't going to work out well for them.
But I never did that saying, Connor. You don't talk about. I think you talk about equality in like in capability.
We give women the right to live as equal to us, even though they're not. But the reason why we do that is because they're mothers.
No, he's talking about
away that mothering role. They got nothing.
What do you mean? I don't get what you're saying. Though.
Women are mothers, right?
And
they're our mothers.
They're
our mothers, right?
They're more than that, though, aren't they?
What are they then?
What do you mean?
What do you mean? Now, you have to make a man and a woman equal and say, all right, we've got 2 teams. We've got the men's team and we've got the women's team. And we take away their mothering abilities.
No, you can't do that. You see now.
I'm just saying hypothetically.
1 second. Equal. The way you say equal in what? In doing what?
In any way.
So equal in woman in child giving birth to a woman. Are you equal with them?
I'm saying if women couldn't hypothetically have children.
No, forget about the hypothetical. Let's deal with the facts, innit? I'm saying, are you equal with women giving birth?
Here's what I'm trying to say to you. The only reason we allow women to be our equals is because they're our mothers. They have that mothering aspect to them. If we take that away, women could never dream of even claiming to be equal to men.
But
why? Why?
All right, tell me how then. How could they ever contest a man at what?
All right. So intellectually, women can compete.
To compete?
No.
Yes, they can.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Some women.
Some women can run faster than you can. What's
and then there's a whole load of women that are smarter than me, more intelligent than me, and whatever, have more know-how on certain things than me. Cool. There's a whole load of women that are stronger than me, fitter than me, more stamina, more whatever.
Yeah.
There's women that are stronger than me. They might not have the brute force of the initial thing, but over a long run, they'll run circles around me, like fitness-wise. So let's, I don't know, man.
Keep it 100. Like
there's lots of women that could, and there's loads of women that I would rather employ and have on my workforce over men, because they have the skills and the mindset that I would want as an employer or as a business partner. Do you know what I mean?
Yep.
So we can't underrate. Let's not do that.
And then as well, we can't say we're equal.
I think you are making a good point with talking about if women didn't have children and we got our children out from the stalk. Yeah, if women didn't have children and then it weren't necessarily them raising them either, then I think it'd be a mad existence for women, because
exactly it would be unfair to them, because
their special power would be a bit
on merit.
But then you're talking. Are you talking on a collective basis or on an individual basis? Are we talking on a collective basis or individual basis? I think it was an individual basis.
What do you mean? What?
I'm saying, was women as a collective, or we talking about individuals?
Yeah, women without childbirth are fucked. Women without an ovary, women that don't have ovaries, and let's just close up the woman's vagina. and let's decapitate the man's penis, and we just be beings. Yeah, it'd be a sad existence for everyone.
Yep.
Yeah, but when a man doesn't get sex or children from a woman, then obviously they're redundant. But and I think then men will fare better at that than women, simply because the whole point of a woman is to be able to nurture, reproduce, and be a female. That's her point in our species, and our point is to implant the seed.
My point is this, Jedi. Like, women get equality because men allow them to live as equals. Now, what's the motivating factor for men allowing women to live as if they were equal to men? Isn't because we've got these ideals of fairness and we've got these ideals of not wanting to see people suffer or letting them explore their merits. No, we only do it because they're potential mothers. They're my mother and your mother. And if somebody dies, the woman has to work and feed her children, so we allow her to work. But really, if we took away that mothering aspect and it was dog eat dog, men versus women, and men could be unfair to women and not have to feel sorry for them, women, it's game over. Because we would have no...
Yeah, but then at the same time, it'd be like that, men against men as well. So we'd be fighting other men, other women.
I didn't think that deep into it, but maybe you're right.
We'd be fighting other men, other women, everyone. See, a woman is our ally, right? And is our mate. And a woman fuels you and maybe even sharpens your weapon for you when you go out there on the battlefield, and also gives you incentive to fight because you have children.
With dual roles to play, isn't it? Basically.
Yeah, that is true. That is true.
So, like, remember, part of being a man is
protecting
that as well. We got tribes too, and we got roles too. So, without us being fathers, without us being husbands and having women, what are we going to be on? Men without women is boy, that's the bigger nightmare.
Yeah, we wouldn't even exist, biologically speaking.
No, because the stalk is going to keep dropping them off, right?
Oh, right.
So if the stalk, so we're not facing existential disaster. Yeah, but it's not an extinction level event. I mean to say, do you know what I mean? It's just that okay, women's fannies have closed up, men's willies have
fallen off.
We're fucked. Everyone's fucked.
Yeah. But here's the thing though, Jed. As men, we're not pushing it to that level. We're not saying, all right, let's bring it to this head-to-head situation, pause. But women are though. Women are saying, well, you know, we've had equality for so long. Now all of a sudden we're claiming it as our God-given right. And men are saying, no, but wait, you've only got equality because we let you have it. Okay. That's what it is. Women are forgetting, because they've been equal for so long, they're forgetting who made them equal. That's what they're forgetting.
Who made them equal? That's an interesting thing.
Because society made them equal and men were running society. So men, indirectly, made women equal. It's not like women demanded it. It's not like
I
just gave it to them.
Well, when we talk about society, it depends on, like, we shouldn't be so broad.
Yeah.
Society is different in different places. Now,
there are a lot of matriarchy societies out here.
I love to say that from my understanding, the culture that I'm from, the equality is hardwired into both our natures. Yeah. What we see is gender roles clearly defined, understood, respected, and loved. Yeah. So we're not fighting, like, generally we wasn't fighting against the gender roles. We were enjoying it. So yeah, there was times where women took a stand and said, "Nah, you lot are trying to take the piss." But on the whole majority, Mama was by far the most respected. Remember, we're from Mama Africa.
Yeah,
we're not from
Daddy Africa.
We're from a place where the woman's role is, you know, we're from the men with the high sex drive. They love women. They need women. Men with multiple wives, multiple kids, big families. Right, we need women. Women running the marketplaces and commerce. Yeah, nothing weren't getting sold in Nigeria if women weren't on the marketplace. No one's eating. Yeah, no one's eating. No one's got the strength to go work and fish and build or do nothing. Yeah.
I think if you go throughout Africa, most markets are run by women.
Right, and then you got like the role of mama in Africa. It's not no joke. The grandma
is
like, to
very
be
important.
honest, yeah, granddad does get a hail up, but
grandma is the most important.
I don't want to say most important, but even
But most revered, or most revered.
Granddad's skilled, because remember, you deal with the manager, you don't deal with the CEO.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, in more time at work in the business place, you deal with a manager, supervisor, the head of this, head of that, but not the CEO, not the boss of bosses. The boss of bosses is chilling. Even in a meeting, he's chilling. Yeah, and the other dude's doing all the talking. What do you think I'm paying you for? So really, Mama is like, you know, she's the mouthpiece of the boss of bosses. And if she says to the boss, "Nah, this ain't running," the boss is saying, "This ain't running." Sorry, you get me? Simple. I've been advised this ain't running. Yeah.
My best advice me that it's not running.
And when the boss wants something to run, yeah, Mama is never gonna go against that. So it's like it's a understanding. It's a duality.
Duality.
Yeah, it's a duality.
Duality.
Like, reality, like life should be. It's a duality. And in that duality, is all dualities are equal by nature. Male and female are a duality. Yeah,
you're both based on the table.
But in that aspect, this is what I said. How is a dog and a bitch not equal?
But this is what I'm agreeing with you, that it's not the men that are trying to bring it to a confrontation, because as men, we know we love women and we need women, but it's certain women that's bringing this feminist agenda that's the ones that are fucking it up.
No. Don't fall for that trick. It's men that created the feminist agenda.
Exactly.
Only the elite men. Only the elite men.
It's men that created the atmosphere that made room for a feminist agenda. It's men that were misogynist. So we can't just say, "Oh, it's women." Men are setting women up. Men are empowering Jewish women, to go out and create movements. And this is where we are. Do you know what I mean?
I get you.
You get me?
Yeah.
It's all part of a plan. It's all part of a plan.
But it was apparently Rothschilds that was behind this feminist agenda. So I'm saying elites obviously benefited from it, feminism. So, all right, they're men as well. I take that. But in general, men are not in favor of feminism, not at all.
I think, depending on, feminism, I don't think anyone should be for the brand of feminism that has been purported. There's other offshoots.
Yeah, but the elites are, though.
There's other offshoots like womanism, female empowerment, womanhood, all of that. These things are revered. Divine femininity, all that. That's all revered. But this feminism is an actual school of thought that has been coined and refined by social engineers that seek to cause enmity between man and woman.
Divide and conquer.
This is scriptural. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what it is. Divide and conquer.
Anytime that they play to our egos, it's always a success. Because the minute you try rubbish what I take pride in, I'm like, no, you're trying to oppress me. Yeah. Blah, 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 blah. This is why you get people saying white power, black power, and they're really calling for the same thing. Yeah? It's from a stance of inferiority. Yeah? And once you start stroking that ego and saying, yeah, look, they're just trying to put you down, Khan. It's because you're Turkish. It's because you're from North London.
Because you like oil wrestling.
Yeah, they're trying to fight. They're really trying to suppress me. So then that becomes your thing. So when the little black up on the stream, you're like, yeah, all right, cool, but I'm focused on this Turkish thing because they're really trying to oppress Turkish, and Turkish are the most oppressed group in the Mediterranean. And like this is how we do it. We do it with Islam, we do it with blacks, we do it with gender, we do it with political stances and blah 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 blah. We do it with all kinds of religions. Everyone is encouraged to believe that they are the persecuted group.
Minority.
Not even necessarily minority, because the white majority in like UK and that can be convinced, or that a white person in the UK can be convinced that actually the minority is plotting and scheming to overturn the majority. Therefore,
that is very much so. You're right. That is very much so the British narrative.
Yeah,
that is.
So we get the Great Replacement, we get white flight, we get all these theories. So even if you're in a majority, there's something for you to feel attacked over. Imagine.
That's right.
Yeah, so it's just a game, and if you step back and see it, then you can maybe detach from the little pocket that they've got you in.
You know what they call it? The Victim Olympics.
Right.
That's what they call it.
And everyone's the victim, and no one had. And then all that does is fuel your ego and diminish your empathy for the fellow man. And now everyone's plight is worse than everyone else's. And Victim Olympics. Yeah.
Yep.
You know.
And this is why, you know, when people say, "Oh, why do you have Jupiter on the panel?" In my opinion, not being horrible to the woman, but she is the one who most vocally expresses that for me. Like that's the person that I've learned so much from her.
She slowed down a lot from that, but that definitely was one of the key threads, the key narratives, whether she knew it or not. So we always had the argument is, I can't believe how you cannot see the institutional racism in your nation. Even when the institutions come out, get audited, get investigated internally
by themselves,
and come out and say we're institutionally racist. You're like, I don't believe it.
I don't believe it.
That's crazy. But I think not even I think we had that episode where she came on and she's like, well, I'm like, basically she started to see it now. And I was like, I never thought I'd see the day, but here you go, you see it now. Yeah.
Wow, but then she spent a lot of time with her own people, because before she used to be mainly over here with us, pushing her narrative, and then she kind of like got a little group of her own and went off with them, and then must have realized, wait a minute, these lot are actually everything that these lot are saying I am. So I think that's when the penny dropped.
We got to remember that she does like saying nigger a lot. Like,
no. We can't be condoning that.
We can't forget that. We can't forget. You know what I mean? So
she loves our racialized language. Come on, let's be serious.
Like Jupiter would say herself, there's a lot more nuance to it.
A lot of nuance, yeah.
There's a lot of nuance and nuance, man. You know what I mean? Women fight differently. Yeah. I don't know. I don't think it's not a healthy mindset to view women as being lesser or weaker. It's not healthy.
Yeah.
Like that, right? Because then you might as well look at kids as lesser and weaker than as well, right? And then you might as well look at old people as lesser and weaker than, right? Because if we're just dealing with physical capacity, then I swear to God, I'm the best, you know. Big at yourself, Dupes. You know I'm the best, isn't it?
Why is you not looking for my trouble?
Yeah, exactly.
Why don't you just say, Jupiter, will you come on? You don't.
I didn't know if you. I didn't know you was in the chat, but I thought if I say this, if she's listening, she's definitely hopping on, right? but Jupiter, let's level with me, yeah. Would you say that your stance in terms of institutional racism, or just in general recognizing racism in the UK, has evolved?
It's changed, yeah, but I don't know if it'll be in line with what you believe at the moment. But
okay. Well, I just remember I remember us having a conversation where, like, I just feel like you made a couple realizations or a couple conclusions. You came to some conclusions yourself, and I remember saying to you, Dupes, I've been waiting years for you to say this.
No, I think a lot of the people that people have pointed out to me were racist are definitely racist. I can see that now, and not because I fell out with them.
Yeah.
I think I think part of the reason that I fell out of them is because I moved away from them, because I started saying, well, I don't agree.
Yeah. Dupes, can I say something to you?
Yeah, go on.
As an individual, like, I really like you. But what you stand for, I have always hated you for that. And I've hated you for the longest amount of time based on your politics. Not as a person, but just what you stand for. And the reason why I say hate, because it's a strong word, is because you really push it, like you really are like bold with it, right? And to be honest, I learned so much from you about how people that I don't live around think. But one huge disappointment was that in a lot of things, you actually turned out to be right. And I never thought that we'll be living in the world that we are today, where we've taken, in my opinion, like 10 steps backwards in race relations and things that we have. Because growing up, I grew up multicultural, and I always thought that Britain was a haven for people like of all backgrounds that were like being persecuted around the world. And I genuinely believed that. I really thought Britain was this beautiful country. But like being like an immigrant or being from an immigrant background, I wasn't really around that much British people. But like as I become more British and sort of like realize that there is always at least one racist person in each family. Do you know what I mean? And slowly it dawned on me that there is this kind of section of society.
Alright, before we get too into this, yeah, just wanted to say, looking at this image, anyone know what this image is?
Yeah, I know what it is.
I don't know what it's called, but
It's called Tai Chi.
Balance,
It's called Tai Chi. Basically, it's a swastika, but it's a circular one.
Okay, it's Tai Chi.
It's a Taoist symbol.
I see it as the what? The yin yang sign?
Yeah, I see it as
Tai Chi. It's called the Tai Chi.
Okay, cool. So, in my opinion, yeah, this represents male and female. Yeah,
Yep.
It's
Yeah,
a perfect depiction of male and female.
Of course.
In my opinion, right?
Yeah.
Does anyone disagree?
No. I think that's what it's meant to be.
Okay, so what is not equal in this then?
No, it's equal to me.
Yeah, see, that's so men and women are equal, but they're equal in different ways. It's hard to explain. It's like,
well, it's not hard to explain because we're looking at an image that just encapsulates it.
Yeah,
perfectly. Duality.
So that's how I see my children, Jedi. I love them all equally, but for different reasons.
Okay. Yeah.
But with this symbol, if you think about it, the black represents the feminine that absorbs, and the white represents the male energy that emanates. But every human being is a balance of both of those things. Now, the thing is, we're not 50-50. I'm not 50% aggressive and 50% receptive. I'm more aggressive than I am receptive because I'm a man. Whereas a woman, she might be 60-40. She might be 60% receptive and 40% aggressive. But when it comes to measuring who's more aggressive, me and her or her, mine's on 70, hers is on 60. Do you get what I mean? So the split between positive and negative ain't the same in men and women.
I kind of agree with what you're saying, but then look at it this way. Everybody's an individual, and they will have their individual mix up, their portions. And that's why you've got to find the person who's your match, and then you become whole.
That's right. Or you both
compatibility
on your own.
I think it's about compatibility. You have to find your
that's
partner.
it. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, so somebody said, what does equal mean? Okay, so as we can see in this symbol here, yeah, let's say that the men are the white. Everything you see white is men. Or no, actually, the white with the black dot is men. The black with the white dot is women. Let's just say that, right?
Yeah.
So as we can see, they are equal, as in they have both the same standing. But if I wanted you to point out the darkest one, then you would go to the darkest one. There's only one there that is the darkest one. There's only one there, one section there that is the lightest one. So we can see they've got different attributes. How is it difficult? We've got different attributes. Being white could mean that you're stronger, and being black could mean that you can give birth. We understand that we have different roles and different capabilities.
If you're looking at it from a Taoist point of view,
in the essence, I am a male and you are a female, yeah, and there's humanity, there's equality in the fact that we are both human beings with spirits and souls and whatever, with destinies and pasts and parents. Like, what the fuck is different? What do you mean? Oh, because I can knock you out with one punch. Oh, because you could have twins. Yeah, we understand that, but that's like saying somebody that can run faster is we're not equal because he can run faster, but I can lift more. But what do you mean? It's comparing monkeys and fish now.
Yeah, that's what we do. That's a problem.
Yeah,
in society.
if you study Taoism and Confucianism, because Confucius rewrote the books himself. He's like the Paul of China, basically. A lot of it is based on men and women respecting each other for their attributes and basically having a social order where everyone knows their place. And it's not just a man and a woman. It's like in a family, are you the oldest male? Are you the middle male? Are you the lowest male? Are you the youngest female? Are you the oldest female? Like there's a rigorous hierarchy involved in Chinese culture. That it all comes from this symbol basically of equality, but it's how the equality is filtered through the matrix, because the energies are equal, but how they filter through the matrix of reality into social society or societal norms, that is basically fragmented. So it's not an equal amount of positive and negative or equal amount of male and female, but in essence it's equal. The energy is equal, but how it's delivered isn't. And that's why we have to respect each other. So it's all about respecting it. Knowing the value of is respect. Knowing the value of something, that means you respect it. So knowing the value of women, giving them their proper role in society is for our benefit as men, because they're our mothers, right? We don't want our mothers, we don't want to grow up seeing our mothers oppressed. We don't grow up seeing our mothers abused. We don't want to think of ourselves as tyrants. So we have to have an equal society for our children, because we care about our children. But when people stop caring about their children and women want to go out raving and leave their kids at home and come back and the kid's dead, that's fucked up. That's not natural law.
Fucking hell.
What I find weird, like we're supposed to be the most intelligent species, but I don't see no other animals complaining about feminism and equality.
Sorry, I didn't catch what you said.
I said we're supposed to be the most intelligent species on the planet, yes? Humans. Yeah. But I don't see any other species of animal complaining about things we complain about, equality and feminism.
This is the thing that this speaker just said in the video. He said every argument is not necessary. So arguing is not necessary because the power is obvious. You don't argue with power, innit? The power is there. So like Beefy said, yeah, in animals you don't see an argument because in animals might is right.
Well, you're asking
you know, they say might is right. So if you're powerful, yeah, your power is obvious. No one's going to argue with your power. Only humans have this thing where they kind of like do this.
Yeah, but I don't think animals can see 4 or 5 steps ahead. Humans
exactly.
Can.
We see too much.
I think they can.
We think too much. We try too much.
Come on, guys.
Everyone learns from animals.
There's way too many. There's way too many types of animals for us to make such a statement. There are animals that clearly have foresight. In fact, they have better foresight about natural things, right, than we do. So, you know, the old adage, they know when storms are coming, they know when the seasons are changing, you know, they're more sensitive to subtle energies than we are. And
yeah, that's true.
Do you know what I mean? So I don't know, man. I don't know. It's a hard one to say, because when we deal with animals, we got to take our human hat off if we're trying to think how animals see the world. So yeah, they don't have gender squabbles. They don't. And that seems a lot more simple. I think we're overthinking what it is to be human. We're overthinking it. And we're being dictated to by people that want confusion and don't want harmony. Do you know what I mean? Because I don't think it's really hard to see what route that we should go down if we want to be more harmonious. It's fairly obvious. What everyone's saying is, let's jump headfirst into the future and you know, spin the wheel of fortune and see what the fuck happens. Let's freestyle. Let's drop the recipe and let's just throw everything in the pot and see what happens. And that is just the subliminal subtext behind modernization, behind moving into the future, the new world order. it's basically we're going to do away with tradition. We're going to, and I'm an anti-traditionalist, but I am about learning and understanding the purpose of such traditions and evaluating whether they're useful to bring forward. That's, do you know what I mean? I'm not saying this to dash our traditions away, but let's know why we're doing.
Do you know what that makes you?
What?
A utilitarian. That means if there's utility or use in something, you value it.
Yeah.
That's utility.
Yeah. But it can't just be used for me. It can't just be used
But
for
you
me.
know that most traditions are born out of a hidden message or use.
Say that again?
Well, most traditions are born out of a hidden message or use.
Yeah,
There's
but
a
from a
reason why it
past.
comes about.
But from the past, though.
No, I'm agreeing with you. But for that purpose, I don't want to be practicing certain things without knowing why I'm doing it. Like, it's funny. Like, for instance, I see Mrs. Sarah in the chat, yeah? And Eskista just pointed to mine, right? Eskista is a dance, an Ethiopian dance, traditional, right? And obviously, Mrs. Sarah is a Muslim, and many people are of different faiths.
It's a revert, mashallah.
Yeah, but now, you didn't know what?
Huh?
You didn't know what?
No, I said she's a revert, mashallah.
Oh, revert. All right, well, whatever, right? But the point I'm trying to make is, when we looked up the origins of Eskista, like I suspected, there's a spiritual aspect to the dance and the music, inducing a trance, which allowed the early practitioners of these moves to commune with their ancestral spirits.
Okay,
So
like the dervishes, the whirling dervishes and that. We do that as well.
So
it's like a spiritual dance.
Right, it could be, yeah, but that's Sufism, right?
Yeah. Well,
So obviously,
Sufis, isn't it? In Turkish, are
And
Sufis.
do you agree with that, or you find that?
I do.
It's not that I'm disagreeing with it. I'm just saying that for a Muslim, they might want to be aware of a tradition in their culture that they may want to choose whether to partake in or not because of.
I think there's a
actual
hadith on
origins.
that one, Jeds. There's a hadith that the
this
Prophet
is why
Muhammad.
I say, hold on. This is
it.
why I say, analyze all the traditions you take part in.
Yeah.
Research them and then decide, whether you want to continue them. And that's like the unlearning and learning process that I've been. That's the detachment that I've been doing in my personal life.
Yeah, I think all of the religions, though, are based on some of that spirituality that's mystical and stuff, and not a lot of people know it. And I think that's one of the biggest things that they deceive people with. Anyway, not just by encouraging them to go into some kind of group activity and you don't really know what you're engaging in, but also to hide the knowledge from you. I think that's quite evident.
Yeah. So I feel like all traditions should be put under the spotlight. Everything that we do, everything we believe in, because it was handed down to us by society or by our parents or by a wise man or whatever it is.
It needs to be scrutinized.
It needs to be scrutinized.
Of course.
And we can't take anything for granted just because. And therefore you become a deliberate creator of your destiny. You take charge. You become a sovereign, and I think that mindset is the one that we should be going forward with. However, we're not. We're going totally backwards.
Right now, I think it's going more towards the strategies that were used in, I think, in communist China, and in Mao's times, they used a lot of these kind of like control of society, like this, where all this stuff was like honed. All these kind of things were really like delved into and invested in, and I think they're using it in the West now. All these kind of like controlling the population, using gender, using all these sort of things to make everyone into an individual. Like that's what it is basically.
It's not to make you an individual. I'll tell you what the final aim is, in my opinion. It's to make you live under a dictatorship and everybody will have no rights.
Yeah, basically.
Step Nicey says, does that include things like carnival too? Like, I don't know if you've been here, but we've done a whole episode on carnival and then festivities. We've gone into the history, Bacchanal, and all of these things. So for me personally, I do believe that I've known for a very long time that carnival is an energy ritual. So I can practice consent. I can practice discernment because I'm more aware and I'm looking into these things. It's when you don't question the things that you're doing that I think is the biggest issue. Is when you're not looking into it. Is when you do them without a second thought, like it's nature, because society sets it that way. Then you fall victim of just being an imprint of another man's ideas rather than being an individual. You know what I mean? And
yeah. And I think that this is where a lot of people are falling into the trap, because for societal norms and for everybody to get on right, you're going to have loads of individuals that need to agree. And that they say, oh, it's better for everybody if everybody agrees on everything because it'll be more harmonious. Actually, it won't. It just means that you're
more divided.
No, it means that you'd be less human.
You're less human. Yeah, you won't be in touch with your...
And guess what? And let me just also add to that, Jupiter. That sounds good on paper, but the truth is, there's a couple clever fuckers that I said, you know what? We've got ways to manipulate what everybody wants, right?
Cool.
So we're gonna actually set what everyone wants and make it seem organic. And once they've put mechanisms like that in place in society, there is no whatever free choice or whatever in the hive collective. There's not. It's an illusion because there's always going to be someone that sets the trend. Like, you know what? Do you remember that game when you used to stand in a circle and someone had to wink at people to kill them?
Oh yeah.
And you was in the middle and you had to catch who was the winker, right?
Yeah.
Like it's like that. You got your back turned, the person's winking. You turn around, you can't see what's getting at. People winking, people dropping left, right, and center.
Oh, was that a game?
Yeah, that was we used to call it.
I thought I was just being paranoid.
That was a bad boy game, man. I forgot what it was called. Or they had a game where one person would be set to do a move, right? You're in the middle, and you got to see who's the first person to set the move. You got to see who is starting the trend.
Okay.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. For the leader.
Yeah, but you're the only one that don't know who it is.
Wow, I never played none of these games. South London games are good.
That's a primary school game, man. It's school games.
Wow.
Exactly.
Yeah. School games. But to be honest, I did a couple courses on like coaching and community sports leader award and that. So I learned so many mini games and little ball games and whatever to teach kids and people. I know bare of them. Yeah. But anyway, that's a side note. I wanted to address this comment. Traditions exist and passed the test of time, so that's enough evidence. No, that's totally incorrect. Well, how could you live your life? Oh, just because someone's doing it and
who said that?
Time, that's cool. What are you talking about? No way. No way is that the mindset. Fools.
Yeah, no, that is wrong, because sometimes you can have a tradition that's based on a false premise.
Exactly.
So at one time, I can't remember I can remember what country, but I'm going to be polite about it because I don't start rows. But, you know, there was a time that if twins were born, they discarded both the twins into the thing. No, it's serious. Another country, if there was girls born first and not a boy, they would tie the baby up with some umbilical cord on a tree.
No. Sorry, just big up yourself, Radical Normie. Yeah, big up yourself. If you could hit the link, I'd appreciate it because you got some good views. He says they say the West is sick because everyone is free to do as they want without duties and responsibilities to society. Now, I would say the West is sick because everyone thinks they are free to do what they want, but actually they are enslaved.
Facts.
And carrying out the script of a few.
Yeah,
that's where the sickness comes from. Democracy in itself isn't the issue. It's the fact that we don't actually and never have had true democracy, and social engineering and manipulation is how we are controlled. That's the truth. It's not democracy. It's not doing the right thing. It's not doing what you were voted in to do. It's not keeping to your word or being honest or putting the people or the general public first. That is not what government is about. Government is about governing, ruling, controlling. Yeah, these are all synonyms of governing your mind.
Your mental.
Come on. That's what
simple.
It is.
It's on the packet.
Mind control. When you live under a system of mind control, the true nature of a man can never be tricked. The true, your essence, your inner, you know what I mean? The inner, the subconscious free man in you knows something is wrong. So it's going to express that in mental illness, physical ailments, social issues, yada, 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 all kinds of unrest and whatever, because man actually is in a dream. And the dream self is aware that it's actually enslaved. And it's trying to wake up.
That's what I find so fascinating about social media, because they've managed to turn everything upside down. If you come on here, the rules don't apply the same as they do in what I call the real world, even though this is the real world. Yeah.
On the individual, it's depends on the individual, so how they see where they are. If you come online and say I can do whatever I want, it's up to you as an individual. Most people don't come online saying that they can do whatever they want, but they know there's repercussions. But this is the real world.
I don't think people on here do think there's repercussions.
I do. Most people do, but most people choose not to.
No. And they've made a lot of people's actions has actually made me see just how futile a lot of the system is, if I'm truthful.
My eyes went deaf, says Jedi. Do you identify as an anarchist? I've been labeled as one. I looking into the definition from a old school dictionary. I could say that I definitely have characteristics of an anarchist. And if we really understand what anarchy is, then at the purest context of anarchy being one that refused to be
basically
governed,
freedom. Anarchy is
and one that refuses to be governed by the
forces
powers
that
that
be.
be. I forget the term they use. Then I would be an anarchist. But
Of sorts.
no, I wouldn't label myself as an anarchist. What I would actually say is the same way I wouldn't label myself as heterosexual, I wouldn't label myself as an anarchist. I am what I was born to be, and surely what we all should be. You know what I mean? I just have
what you are.
I've got some default settings intact. That's how I would describe it. And I think most of us should want to not be ruled by others just because they say so. What we should want is to, because remember, in anarchy, there is room for you to elect yourself or your peers.
In a political system of anarchy,
It does not say that you're not against leadership, not the leadership that is given to you by proxy of being in a minority or whatever it is.
We looked at that before, didn't we?
Yeah, we did.
The definition of
I think anarchy for me, the place from anarchy is just having the choice to determine your own destiny.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's go to it. Let's go to anarchy.
Yeah, I like
it. Where did the word anarchy come from? What's the word etymology?
I think it's from the Greco-Roman, where when people used to go against the rule of law,
for me,
anarchy.
I bet
you know, if you break it down, if you look at the archy part, it's like hierarchy, anarchy. And if you think of the A part, it will be like difference between a homosexual and an asexual. So A would be not having any hierarchy, basically.
I think it was mostly Roman. Was everything that the A before is the anti, then
anti. I would say anti-monarchy.
Yeah,
I mean a similar kind of etymology. We'll check that out. Oh look, it's here from the Greek and without, and from the Greek archos, chief or ruler. Yeah. Greek what? Anarchos, anarchia, and then to anarchy. So yeah, that makes sense. Without a ruler, whatever. But check this though. Interesting. Obviously, I want to disregard number one. And it says a state of disorder due to absence of non-recognition of authority or other controlling systems.
That's a new definition. It's a new definition.
That's a very, very new definition. We're gonna, and then you got this one: the organization of society on the basis of voluntary cooperation without political institutes or hierarchical government. Yeah, that's what it says. So as you can see, It's the organization of society on the basis of voluntary cooperation. Now, these are both still new definitions, in my opinion. But I do like.
See, the third one is the newest definition for me. I've never heard that before. The second one I've heard loads. I mean, that's what I thought anarchy was.
Where is the third one? I don't know. Where is the third one?
You, when you say that it was to do with hierarchy and all that.
That's the second one. That's the second definition.
Was like the way I see it, like most societies, like there was no hierarchy. It was you are your leader of your own home, and you came along with other people to go to do for the good of society. But in your own home, you were the leader. No one would come and tell you what to do.
Yeah, that is a hierarchical system itself, though.
Beefy, I don't want to sound like I'm underestimating your intellect, but sometimes you really surprise me, you know, because like, you know, like these things, like not everybody knows these things. I'm thinking he might be some sort of like, I don't know what kind of things you read, like just out of your own interest, like, but you seem to be like very interested in politics and things like that. Because obviously I grew up, my mum was into politics and that, so I know, like, you know what I mean.
I grew up in Africa, I grew up in Africa, so.
Okay, all right. Yeah, man, big up, man.
I don't want to live in a society where there's chaos, but at the same time, I don't want to live in a dictatorship.
So I think unfairly, anarchy or the idea of freedom is often linked to chaos, right? And madness, right? And a lack of, like, you know, often they say, oh, without the police, it'd be a madness, anarchy.
Madness.
I don't know, man. I mean,
that's true. Well, true. But
I don't know.
I don't know how crazy it would be.
It was fine.
I don't know if it's without the police, but what I do know is that if we didn't have some sort of system that we all agree to adhere to, that people take seriously, it will go mad, because human beings are not perfect and they will take advantage whenever they can.
But what I find as well, which is weird, because the people in the West, lawmakers are usually the biggest rule breakers. So that's weird in itself already. The people calling for the laws to be made are the ones who want to break them the most. Or seem to break them
because
the
they
most.
know themselves, probably.
Mm.
They
The
know
laws
what
are made by
people
the
are
guilty.
capable of. Yeah.
See, even though I don't agree with Might is right, the fact is, if you're living in that kind of an environment, you're exposed to an immediate authority, because there's going to be someone standing right next to you that can tell you what to do.
I think
that check that you receive will be much quicker than if we have, for example, police driving 3 miles to come and tell us what to do. The only thing is,
you know what? Yeah, do you know what? Do you think lions live a bad life?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Huh?
They live a good life.
All right. Let's get that. First of all, Kay, are you able to unmute?
Yeah, sorry, I was just thinking a bit loud.
Yeah, I just wanted to know, like, why do you say that lions live a bad life?
Well, if you mean lions as in individual lions, then yeah, they live a bad life, because unless you're the actual alpha lion who gets all the females, you're basically going to get run out by the male. Once you're old enough, even if you're his son, if you get old enough,
yo, 1 second. Take your human hat off for a minute. Yeah, because I'm not asking you to be a lion with the mind of a Khan. I'm asking you to be a lion with the mind of a lion. Like, just try. I know that's an impossible task, but just try and imagine that you are at one with nature. You're with your pride, whatever position you're in. You're hunting. You're getting fed.
It depends if the rainy season comes.
You're lioning. You're
As a male,
bro. You get me?
Yes, as a male lion. Even as a male lion, you don't even have to hunt. Male lions don't hunt.
Whether you're the you call it, whether you're the alpha or you're not, you're lioning, bro. You're not paying rent. You're not very rare. Like, this is not. You're drinking from the stream. You're rolling in the grass. You're jumping on gazelles. You're eating fucking hearts and livers. Warm blood. The sun. Do you, like, generally you
mean being top of the food chain?
Nah, I'm just saying, just being an animal, bro. Being a lion, innit? Living a lion's life.
Just lioning,
do you think it's bad?
No, obviously not.
Right. So
You mean
The way
lions
that-
as a species, like
Yeah,
lions in
yeah,
general?
yeah.
Okay, yeah, no, they're the top of the food chain, bro.
Right.
They're running
but-
things, innit?
Nah, but whether so do you think a zebra's life is bad?
No.
Or a,
Well,
or a
depends,
wood
innit?
pigeon? Do you think a
Well,
wood pigeon's life is bad? Or
I
a deer?
think a lot of these animals are living in a heightened state of fear.
Yeah,
A lot of them.
Nah.
They're living in constant fear. A lot of them.
Yeah, nah, don't confuse. Don't
They're
confuse.
living on their
Hold on.
nerves.
Don't confuse alertness and understanding your environment with fear. Yeah, and constant fear, bro. You're humanizing these animals again.
Yeah, there's a lot of humans living in fear.
I want you to see. I want you to see that the animals breed, play, eat, die, give birth, and they do that all without a police force, all without a government, all without this supposed necessary imposition on their freedom of will. Yeah, we out here trying to free animals and make conservations and shit. Yeah. So why is it that animals can manage to exist without this so-called government and humans need it so much?
No, they do have.
But we're the intelligent ones.
They have a different government, right? They have government. They have
It's
things that
nature.
govern over them. Yeah, the laws of nature, right?
Yeah, but why are we not being governed by nature?
Because we try to make it better.
This is where I say this is what I'm saying is the error of the way we look at life. Is
We
we think that we are living better than animals, and we think that without some other humans telling us how to live, everything will go to shit. But
Do you know I had this exact same conversation, or near enough the same, with a lady the other night. But she was seeing it as the world is. She was now sort of like looking at the whole world as evil.
Right.
She was saying, you know, nature is cruel by nature, and therefore, because she was saying that she'd watched a video of a man who was showing the world through his eyes, and he was showing sharks that were killing baby seals and lions that were ripping apart, you know,
other lions.
Yeah,
well, civilization. Sorry, this brother here he said because they live primitive lives and they aren't rational. We want more than just running around in nature. We want civilization. Cool. Well, you have civilization where men think they're women, women think they're men, young men, men abuse the weak and the vulnerable, yeah, and so on and so forth. We got serial killers that kill for sport for no reason. We got governments that
killing
poison
babies.
people. We got governments that poison people, lie to people, hide the truth about reality from them, repress them. And you think that's better than living in the wild? Yeah, because civilization is a disease and a trick. What is civilization? This is what, remember I told you about 2 hours ago. This is the thing that we all marching towards. Civilization, this buzzword. What does it actually mean?
We're already meant to be in a civilized.
It means we shit in the water that we drink. That's what it means.
One thing I'm saying, I'm saying about animals are primitive. I think if you ever go to like Africa, you go to the Serengeti, when you see a watering hole, you see all kinds of animals coming out. There's no fighting. There'll be lions, gazelles, all kinds of animals.
Primitive. Fighting is not primitive.
I know, but
you get me? And the thing is, primitive simply means like your prime core directives. Yeah, they're more in touch with nature.
In nature.
Yeah, saying primitive actually it's like
your true self.
Trying to stigmatize being in tune with your environment. Yeah, because this civilization makes you detached. Yeah, how can we be? Who's primitive? The man that can make the fire, the man that can survive off the land, or the man that can't? The man that will die in a day if he's left in those circumstances. Who's primitive? Like what the fuck? How? It's a fucking mind trick. They invert everything. Everything is inverted. What's good is bad. Do you know what I mean?
I don't think we're evolving. We're devolving. Like now, people can't survive without air conditioning, without heating. Like
without you. Listen, our natural
nature. How can they survive nature?
Listen, every human being has a gyroscope within them, right? And our natural inclination for divination, orientation, knowing where we are, map reading, all these things. We're losing all these innate abilities
to be civilized
Technology, because of technology.
Take away your knowledge.
Yeah, I agree. And this is another reason why they got rid of libraries. I know there's still some out there, but got rid of libraries, dumbed down the books that they got on the shelves, and
which makes it
put
easier
it
to
all
control, though,
digital,
right?
because they can take out the passages they don't want you to know now.
But all the technology makes it easier for us to control, because if we can't cook our own food, we can't grow our own food, we can't do anything for ourselves.
Someone
then
showed me.
Check this comment here. White Excellence says, in nature, you're free to abuse and do whatever you want. Animals engage in cannibalism, grape, and homosexuality, etc.
They don't.
And I'm saying, so what's the difference between in the
Them
wild
and us.
and society? At least they got the freedom.
Yeah,
They're doing that shit over here.
You fucked that one
Yeah,
up.
humans are doing that shit every day.
That's happening every day.
Worse.
Yeah.
Like, we are the only species that will go to anywhere and become a cancer to the environment. No other animal does it.
Yeah, but at least we try to stop it. At least we try to preempt.
Do we?
Yeah.
And certain animals get reprimanded for doing certain behavior by their fellow animals. Do you know what I mean? They also get reprimanded by nature. So nature will get. Yeah. So these things, and that's the circle of life. It's a circle of life, and I'm saying we're opting out of that. And acting like we're high and mighty with our civilization, and we're worse than them. We're worse than the animals.
I think, Jedi, that the problem is this with humans. If we went back to, let's just say we got rid of the police, right, and we went back to villages and people sort of like castigating and calling out what they see as bad, this, that, and the other. There's a propensity for people to be devious and lie. And that's the problem.
Yeah.
They will set people up for their own motives.
But you go to Africa, you go among the Twa tribes and everything. You don't see police officers in the tribes. You don't see, and they're not murdering each other. They're not raping each other. They're not doing all these things we say they're going to be doing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's a lie.
It's not all out anarchy. It's not all I should stop using that word, but it's not chaos.
Chaos.
When indigenous tribes,
more order in those tribes. There's more order in their tribes. There's more order than.
Yeah, but that's because they've been inclusive. They're not inclusive. Sorry, exclusive. It's just been them.
No,
and
just being them.
I think we undervalue humans' ability to reset its moral compass into one that allows it to become efficient and coherent without external forces trying to throw us the other way. I think that we more likely would lean towards constructive behavior than destructive behavior if we weren't so influenced and engineered by the powers that be that need the divide and rule. They need the divide and conquer. So it's like we looking at ourselves saying, look how we behave, but really we're forgetting how highly influenced we are to behave this way and how we've been groomed and raised to behave. So it's a bit like an abused person calling themselves a slag. Right? I deserve it. I'm a slag. Look at me. Yeah, we're rare. But really, you've been groomed and raised to and abused into seeing yourself so low that this is what you think. You think this is what you are, but you're not. Yeah, you're not. So it's no different. So like I believe that underneath the influence on that, for my day-to-day dealings with people, I bump into far more good people than bad. Obviously, I don't know what they're doing at home behind closed doors, but I still hold out the fact that they are more good people than bad. Now, being a good person doesn't mean you're a strong person and doesn't mean that you're going to stand up for what's right at every given chance. So don't get me wrong. Doesn't mean you're not some kind of zombie, but in your heart, you actually are good. A lot of people are zombies because they're good people, and their goodness means that they're naive and pliable. You know, you need to be a little bit more of a fucking nutter, a bit of a sicko to start thinking like how we think. You need to be a little bit more unhinged.
It's true. That's the
the thing.
With the children, how are we going to teach the children?
We're being programmed to see the bad in things only, none of the good, only the bad, and focus on the bad instead of the good. That's a problem.
I don't know. I think my problem is I see too much good in people, and that's the truth. I always see.
I think
I always try and look for the good in people, and sometimes I get blinded to what they're actually capable of.
True. I think the problem is it takes too long to suss it all out. By the time you worked out the world and how fucked up people are, you're
we're
past
laying
it.
in the
You're 50
hospital bed,
already. Yeah.
trying to
And
pass
like,
on the
then
knowledge, and no
trying to
one's
teach that to
listening.
the kids, like they're living in a different dimension. They're looking at you like, you're old. What do you know? And you're like, bruv, if you listen to me, if I put my brain inside your head, you'd be fucking head and shoulders above everyone. But for some reason, young kids are like, nah, they're not having it.
Yeah, but you know
It's
why,
weird
Khan?
to me. It's weird.
Yeah, but you
If
know
I met
why?
someone from the future who was telling me like what's going on, I would listen, but I don't know.
I think it depends on society, because where I grew up, all the kids were always around the grandparents and grandparents for knowledge.
Mm.
So you always
Exactly, Khan. That's why, because I don't know about the rest of the world, but certainly in the West, they're teaching the children that they don't have to respect their elders, and they do it by saying
divide and rule again.
Yeah.
I'm 47. Yeah, I will never swear in front of my mum. I don't even smoke in front of my mum. You know what I mean?
Oh, Beefy, you 47. I swear I thought you was older than me.
No. So, but I'll still today. I'll never swear in front of my mum. I smoke, but I'll never smoke. She knows I smoke, but I never smoke in front of my mum with the respect I have with my elders. It's ingrained in me. You know what I mean?
Yeah, of course.
So when I came here to UK, it was a culture shock for me. I had a big culture shock. I seen kids swearing at their moms. I was like, Rah.
A lot of people.
My daughter's 35, and I know she smokes, and she still won't smoke in front of me. Yeah. Even if she comes to visit, she'll say, and she wants to have a cigarette, she'll say, I'm going in the garden and don't come out, because she knows that she's going to have a fag. Yeah.
I like that. Very Turkish.
Just respect, man.
That's
just a basis of over familiarity is not always a good thing, man.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what I mean? And yeah, it might be cool for one child or two child or three child. It might be good for all your children, but then one of the grandchildren see that over familiarity and they take it the wrong way, and there, bam, now you have this seed of disrespect running through. So it's best to keep certain protocols. Do you know what I mean? Just based off tradition. So these are traditions that you can assess and say, yes, it's good to call the elders auntie and uncle. Not try to familiarize yourself with their name. Don't ask adults certain questions, certain boundaries. Show respect. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. People laughed at me when I was working, because my daughter, when she was 16, right, I'd grounded her for something. I can't remember what now, but she was grounded for a week. It was like during the 6 week summer holiday. And she was 16, and she rung me up to ask me if she could go out. And I said no. And she was sort of like asking me and begging. And I was like, no, you're not going out. And when I come off the phone, someone said, how old is your daughter? I said, 16. They said, then they didn't just sneak off.
Mad. Yeah.
I said, no, she knows better than that.
Yeah, it was years later I sussed that one out. Why am I asking? Years later, thinking back on things, remember when Mum said no to something? And I was like, I'm such an idiot. I should have just done it.
But, no, it's not, because what goes on, the way you raise them, they would always tweak it. Everybody always tweaks it a little bit, you know, when you have your own children, but it still gets passed on and stuff.
It's true. Do you used to do that thing? Yeah, my kids always used to fall for it. You only tell them what to do and they don't listen to you, and you go 3, 2, 1, like that. And for some reason, just doing that, it makes them do whatever.
Yeah, count to 3. I used to do it the other way. If I get to 3, you're in trouble.
Yeah. But that,
as they got older, though, I had to add the 2.5, then 3 in.
Yeah, but
because they started getting a bit
Larry.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mad.
And a look as well. A look. You know, when you're across the room and they're doing something you don't want them to be doing, you can look at them and you just let them know you better stop now. Yeah. until they get old enough to make out they can't see you, giving them the look, and they sort of like try and turn their back.
When I got the look as a kid, I knew I was dead when I got home, bro. I knew I was dead.
Yeah. Kids are funny though. I kind of like naughty kids at times.
The slow walk home. slow walk home.
The walk of shame.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Bloody nurses killing babies, for fuck's sake.
Do you know, I'm really
She got
interested
life,
in,
didn't she?
in that case. I'll tell you why.
Why?
Because I've seen a solicitor that says that he thinks she might be innocent. And at first I was like, nah, all the evidence and everything else. And then he brought up his reasoning. And I was like, okay, now I've got to wait and see if they do appeal it.
Are we forgetting one thing though? The biggest serial killer in Britain was a doctor.
What thingy? What's his name?
Arrow Shipman.
Shipman, that's it. Yeah.
Yeah, but they're saying there's 20 babies that died when she weren't on shift as well.
So she's got an accomplice. There's two of them.
But it's how the children die, isn't it?
I wouldn't be surprised if there's another one.
Many words will be used to describe the crimes of Lucy Letby, and there is a question that will also be asked many times. Why would she? Why would a nurse whose job it was to care for babies murder and harm them in the hospital where she worked? There is a reality, I think, that we may never really know the answer to that. It was in court as Lucy Letby gave evidence. She didn't give us an answer. She said all of this was a conspiracy against her, that she did nothing wrong. But there are other questions where I think there will increasingly be a demand for answers, like how was she able to do this? And should she have been stopped sooner? This is the morning of Lucy Letby's arrest.
Oh, Lucy, is it?
Yes.
I don't mind. Chest, please. So, step in 2 seconds.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you.
The smile's gone and she's in handcuffs a few minutes later. A nurse who murdered babies, Lucy Letby has always denied and never explained.
I'm going to put you in the back seat over here.
Now guilty of using her job to kill again and again.
Just take a seat in there for me, Lucy. I'll move that seat forward a bit. Sure. Yeah, just had knee surgery. Oh, right, okay.
Lucy Letby was entrusted to protect some of the most vulnerable babies. In her hands, innocuous substances like air, milk, or medication like insulin would become lethal. She perverted her learning and weaponized her craft to inflict harm, grief, and death.
How would you describe the crimes of Lucy Letby?
Horrible, horrific, and evil.
We're talking about tiny babies in a setting where they should have been really safe.
Yeah, I want to know what
that
she
setting
come on,
was
man.
the neonatal unit where Lucy Letby worked. Her victims were the very definition of defenseless.
I said, oh my God, what happened? And the doctor was giving compressions to baby M. I was just praying to God saying, what has happened to my child?
I saw doctors around the trolley and they're just pumping his heart like a rag doll, really. The image that I saw was just horrendous. That image I'll never forget because it's on the brain.
Their words have been revoiced because, like all the families in this case, a court order gives these parents anonymity. They're twin boys known as babies L and M.
Right, so I've deliberately not gone into this. This is supposed to be like an overview, but they're not doing this step-by-step thing. They're showing me all this emotional stuff and that, but I want the cold hard facts. I'm going to play some more. But I'd rather the facts. I don't really want to hear voice actors and this and that and blah blah blah. I want to know what she's accused of doing because I know nothing at all.
Were just a day old when Lucy Letby tried to kill them. They both survived, but it took almost 30 minutes to restart baby M's heart. Experts say the crash was likely caused by air being injected into his bloodstream. His brother was poisoned with insulin, though their parents weren't told that for 2 years.
We didn't know anything even afterwards until the police came knocking.
She was very cool, calm, calculated, and a criminal-minded lady.
Just an evil person.
So they take 2 years. They take 2 years to do an autopsy.
The kids didn't die.
Oh.
Some twins, they didn't die. But
How are
like,
they giving their opinion of someone that they don't even know?
this is what I'm trying to understand. What is that based on? Is it based on their knowledge now that she may have been guilty? Is that why they? I'm assuming that's what they mean. They couldn't have thought that at the time, right?
Well, yeah.
Right, let's go.
It would have prevented multiple deaths, really. There's no way she should have been able to get away with it for so long.
Right, I've got the other one for you to watch after.
We paediatricians were certainly concerned that someone, and suspicions on Lucy Letby, could have been harming and perhaps killing patients on the unit. If they'd just listened to us hospital paediatricians, I think the police would have been called in a lot earlier.
Before he retired, Dr. Gibbs worked with Lucy Letby. They're next to each other in a fundraising photo from 2015. That same year, suspicions began, when the neonatal death rate doubled and doctors noticed a common factor: Lucy Letby. Hospital managers were told and meetings were held, but until the following summer, the nurse was still working on the neonatal unit. Those events in the summer of 2016, in particular, 2 deaths on consecutive deaths.
This is where it gets murky now, right?
Techie, they're in techie now, like.
Because like, what's going on? What's actually happening there? You. There's a thing like a meeting or messages saying, "Yo, bare babies are dying. You know, more babies are dying than usual, and Lucy's always them up." And
No, that's anything.
That's it. She's back on the ward dealing with my kid.
She never left the ward.
It's really awful because if she is guilty, and at the moment she is, so we've got to err on the side that she is. I can't imagine anything worse than knowing that when you walked away from that hospital back to your room, wherever you're sleeping or whatever, as a mother, you were leaving them with the killer. Finding out that later would torture you.
I can't lie, yeah. When I put my foot down and refused to leave my son's side, well, I said I'm not going nowhere for 3 weeks, and they tried to get police, they tried to get security, they tried to threaten with all sorts, and I said I refuse to leave my sons. I'm walking out this hospital with my son. And
I agree with you.
And I basically went in every room that my son was in, almost every room.
What I don't understand is why they haven't got CCTV. Someone said because of privacy, but how much privacy does a newborn need?
Oh, man, it's just a mad world, man. Even
I don't know if she is though, Victor, because I've put the other video in the back, Jedi, that made me think a bit more broad-mindedly about it. I'm not saying that she's innocent. I'm saying that they're saying that there's a possibility she is. And I didn't sit through all of that. I mean, I can't imagine a jury finding her guilty because without her being guilty, because it was 2 weeks. But then it was only last week I watched a man come out of prison for 17 years for a murder he didn't do.
Exactly.
And that's the problem.
Everyone's sure until the evidence is overturned.
Otherwise.
Yeah, everyone's sure. This happens.
A lot.
That's what got me like sitting on the fence a lot more, because I started seeing just how easy and how possible it is for miscarriages of justice, like on a massive scale. So yeah, it's just because it's presented in one way. It's quite interesting I want to hear her defense. She says it's a conspiracy. My ears went up. A conspiracy? Why would there be a conspiracy against you to frame murders on you? What's going on?
Well, what's really odd, Jedi, by all accounts, I mean, she did write some very strange scrawlings on paper, calling herself evil and that, but, well, you'll hear the Lord Solicitor explain that anyway, because that was one of the things that's sort of emotionally, that sort of drew me to, oh, yeah, she must be guilty then, but she had a normal upbringing. Everybody that's known her, no one said a bad word against her. I mean, people who went to school with her, normally you get someone to go, oh, yeah, that was always a little bit cruel, or yeah, but no. They're all saying that there was no signs at all. She was an only child. That's the only thing that they can hold against her. They say maybe she's a narcissist who wanted attention, and maybe that's true, I don't know. But they're saying that she was raised by two parents. The two parents are still together. She had a privileged life. She went to university. You know, she had her own house already.
None of those are factors. None of those are factors for violence.
Well, no, they do say that if you're brought into poverty, you're more likely
I
to.
bet they do, but the
That's
rich
an
people are
excuse.
the ones. But the rich people are the ones that pay to watch people be abused in that. So who's more violent? Be a poor person abusing another poor person, while the rich people pay for it. So who's more violent? So I don't believe that.
I don't believe that either.
I don't believe that, and that's not what history shows. People with money are extremely violent and have the ability to carry out their violence.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know. All I know is that I was really sort of like, oh God, she's evil. How could she do this? And then when I heard the barrister, I was like, okay, there might be a small possibility that she hasn't actually done it.
Okay,
but I'm not.
right,
I'm still erring on the she's guilty at the moment.
Yeah,
I'm
willing to sit through that video. How long is it?
I don't know, about 10 minutes.
Right, so we're powering through this. This will be done in 10 because I've got it on double time. So
Days. What was it like being there?
It was a worrying time because suspicions and concerns have been growing. And then in June 2016, there were several deaths in very quick succession. We were expecting them to go home, and suddenly, one after another, they died. And that really worried us. And at that point, we felt something drastic had to be done to protect the babies on the unit.
Those events have been described as a tipping point.
So what was
Two
done,
babies
though,
who died
after this?
one day after another were
What measures were
identical
taken to
triplets.
children?
Identical triplets. What a no! Listen, I'm not gonna lie. You know, I'm trying to stay away from the word judge, but what hospital is this? Huh?
I'm not sure. I have no idea.
Where is this hospital?
Anyone know the hospital?
Not sure, but I know that she got tried in Manchester, so it must be somewhere there.
All right, let's go again. It's mad.
Point.
Chester.
And that really
he was in Chester.
Identical triplets, you know. Are you crazy?
Hey, the other one, the twins one, they will survive.
Right, this is judgy, man.
Those events have been described as a tipping point. The two babies who died one day after another were identical triplets. And Dr. Gibbs and the other consultants could find no medical reason for what happened. So after months raising their concerns, they now insisted on Lucy Letby's removal from the neonatal unit. She was shifted into an office job in the patient safety department. But 11 more months went by before hospital managers called in the police. During those months, senior managers repeatedly tried to move Lucy Letby back to the neonatal unit. Dr. Gibbs and the other paediatricians kept refusing and saying police should be involved. Why did it then take so long for the police to be called in?
Well, I think there was resistance on the senior management side to involving the police, but I don't know quite why. And really, the senior managers ought to be asked.
Why wait to tell police is just one of the serious questions. But as of yet, the Countess of Chester Hospital has not given answers. Instead, a video statement was recorded after the verdicts.
We are extremely sorry that these crimes were committed at our hospital. Since Lucy Letby worked at our hospital, we have made significant changes to our services. And I want to provide reassurance to every patient that may access our services that they can have confidence in the care that they will receive. Finally, and most importantly, our thoughts are with all the families and loved ones at this very difficult time. Thank you.
Dr. Scott, I have to ask, why did hospital managers try to stop Lucy Letby from being investigated?
The way he walked up so quickly as well.
Once police were told, their investigation became a multiple murder inquiry. When police arrested Lucy Letby and searched her home, they found hospital records stored in shopping bags under her bed. Some included the names of babies she'd killed. It's thought she kept them as a kind of trophy. On a phone they seized, there were photos of the handwritten message in a card the nurse sent to the family of a baby girl she'd murdered. She signed it, "Lots of love, Lucy." And in her diary, along with dates for salsa dancing classes, there were initials of some of her victims written on the days when they died. Tucked inside was a post-it note filled with words and phrases, including, "I am evil, I did this."
What the hell is going on here, man? Hold on. And you're showing us this, right? What does it say? I can't breathe. Here, focus every day for that overwhelming fear. So I unalive myself right now. I panic. Never have children or marry. Never know what? What the hell?
Very handwriting is very.
Imagine if you've got what? Dissociation.
What we need to know, though, Jedi, is the date of that, because if she was already, because I think she'd have had a breakdown over all the deaths. She could be just saying irrational shit.
I thought the killers always confess when they get caught.
See, this
Like,
is what
start showing off
convinced,
about how
this
they
is
did
what
it, man.
convinced me that she done it. This is, I'm not going to lie. When I saw all this, I was like, what a fucking nutcase.
Go on.
I don't deserve to live. I killed them on purpose because I'm not good enough to. I'm not good enough. I killed them. I'm not good enough. What?
Yeah, I'm not buying it, man. It's like when you
I
see
am
the
a horrible
passports of the 9/11 pilots lying on the floor.
mom and dad person. I don't know about this, man. I don't know about this. I don't know what's going on. I don't know. It's a bit strange. Man said, "Is this black magic?" Exactly. I'm wondering, like, what the hell's going on there? But yeah, but the names and that and the initials could be added in. It could be added into her diary. You know what I mean? The paperwork of the names could be added in. The photocopy of the card. I don't know about that. I don't know. But yeah, it looks a bit mad. I'm gonna go over this because now we get into quote unquote evidence, right? So let's get back to this.
Told their investigation became a multiple murder inquiry. When police arrested Lucy Letby and searched her home, they found hospital records stored in shopping bags under her bed. Some included the names of babies she killed. It's thought she kept them as a kind of trophy. On a phone.
It's thought she kept the like, and I feel like personally, oh yeah, she's been convicted already, so they can say this, but I don't know. Do you need to do that? If it's hot, you've been moved. Surely you've been told why you've been moved from the neonatal ward, right? To the office job. Surely you've been told that there's suspicions about you, yeah? Or that certain doctors don't want you on there. So you must understand that it's getting hot. So would you not, just a question now, would you not get rid of the medical records of the kids that you've harmed?
Frankly, I work with NHS for a little while, yeah. And let's say if any allegation is made against you, they come and suspend you straight away. They tell you that the allegation is made against you. They're going to be an investigation. They tell you. So this to me not making sense. How the NHS works was once anything is said against you, they tell you, come tell you, they suspend you first. They tell you, and then they say we're going to have an investigation. And they have the investigation. And if you're cleared, you're cleared. If not, you're not.
All right, hit my bed.
So I don't know how this works. So any suspicion, they'll suspend you straight away. They'll tell you, they say they're going to have an investigation, and they investigate.
Definitely TV show coming out of this. You get me? Definitely Banter Line. 100%. She's clearly mentally ill. I like the way you lot say clearly and all that, but clearly has a different connotation to me. When we say clearly, I don't think much about this is that clear. But if this is all her stuff and, it's quite simply an open and shut case. If this is all her stuff and this is all real. Can things be fabricated? Yes. Why would things be fabricated? Is a bigger story. That's a bigger thing. I have no idea why that would be. So, it's a pretty big reach to draw for that. But I don't know, man. Maybe there's other things to this story that I don't understand. However, the way that this information is presented, it feels like they've opened a sack of evidence and just thrown it on the table and said, "Here, they didn't give away this much evidence when it came to Madeleine McCann." Like how there's just so much. I don't know. Oh yeah, have a look at her scrapbook. Here you go.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Oh yeah, here's pictures of her yard and here's this and here's that. And, all right, cool. I don't know. Cool though, because
she got suspended with full pay as well, you know.
Yeah, they
And
do.
at one point, when they were reporting that people had their suspicions on her, do you know what they did? They moved her job and then allowed her to go somewhere to start doing a master's, for fuck's sake, and made the people apologise to her. But
so like this guy is throwing in the little grenade of, boy, maybe you should ask senior management why they was refusing to call the police. So he's passing the buck. He's like, boy, and it seems like he was trying to incriminate without incriminating. He's pointing the finger up. He's saying, boy, senior management had her back, and like you're saying, Jukes, it seems like they did.
yeah, it was all of it's very strange. But then when I heard the other perspective as well, this is why I'm not saying too much now. I'm still erring on she's guilty, but I have had a window of doubt put in now, if you know what I mean.
Okay.
Some included the names of babies she killed. It's thought she kept them as a kind of trophy. On a phone they seized, there were photos of the handwritten message in a card the nurse sent to the family of a baby girl she'd murdered.
Okay. Is it that weird to take a picture of a message in a card that you've written to a child that you've lost? If you sincerely cared, is it that? I don't know. Is that strange to have a picture of a message in a card?
It's not something I would do, but I can see if you're a very sentimental person and you nurse that child, that maybe you...
And this is about to be caring, right?
Yeah, I wouldn't. I've never done it, to be honest. I've never taken a picture of a message I've written in a card. No,
Yeah. I don't think it's normal behaviour. Let me put it that way.
No, it's not.
She signed it, "Lots of love, Lucy."
Oh, this is a card that got from the parents who had died?
No, this is a card that she sent to the parents of the child that died.
Yeah.
And in her diary, along with dates for salsa dancing classes, there were initials of some of her victims.
Hello.
That's a bit dodgy, though.
Yeah, it is dodgy if she writ it. You hear me? Well, listen, in the world of AI and all that and blah, 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 handwriting, you listen, man. Handwriting that's piss easy to forge. Are we gonna, if we're gonna get in that handwriting expert to say, look, clearly this is different, then maybe I'm reaching, but there's possibilities here because I've seen people's suicide notes forged and it took years for the handwriting analysis to say, look, man, an expert has said, no, ain't no way this is the same person. And all these type of things. I don't know. She claims it's a conspiracy. I'm just going along the lines of her so-called defense.
It's written on the days when they died. Tucked inside was a post-it note filled with words and phrases, including, "I am evil, I did this." There was no confession to police, though.
They told me that there had been a lot more deaths and that I'd been linked to somebody that was there for a lot of them.
Did you have any concerns that there was a rise in the mortality rate?
Yes.
Okay, so tell me about that. What concerns did you have?
I think we'd all just noticed as a team in general, the nursing staff, that this was a rise compared to previous years.
After Lucy Letby's long trial, she refused to be in court at the end. The verdicts do, though, give the parents of her victims answers to some of their questions, though not all.
Definitely. A public inquiry. The higher management, they need to be held accountable.
Yeah, but where's the full story?
The doctors raised their concerns and they didn't act upon them. They dismissed them. It's hard to put into words just how it could have gone on so long, why it went on so long. We have to wait for the hospital to answer those questions, but it could have been stopped. That's the fact.
In a 12-month period, Lucy Letby murdered 7 babies and tried to murder another 6.
Wow.
Some who survived have been left with permanent brain injuries. We now know police are checking more medical records. More families have been told what happened to their child is being looked into.
Wow.
The question the detective leading the
Would the
investigation
number
is trying
rise?
to answer: did Lucy Letby kill or harm more children?
That must be
Probably.
thousands. It's
I
almost.
think there's going to be more to come out.
It's. We heard from one of the parents in my report there saying that there does need to be a public inquiry. An inquiry has been announced today, but not a public inquiry, meaning it wouldn't have the same legal powers. It couldn't compel witnesses to give evidence. And some do see that as a problem in terms of.
When investigated internally, Lucy Letby was the common factor again. She was moved to a desk job. And the neonatal unit was downgraded, meaning they no longer cared for the most at-risk babies. The hospital ordered 2 more independent reviews before finally police were asked to investigate in May 2017. Well, ministers have ordered...
That didn't...
Just going to start talking to irrelevant people, man.
Well, today,
All right, let's get to the other one, man. This irrelevant people are just going to come on and chat gas. Wax lyrical, as they say.
I mean, I don't know how the medical experts are giving the police to investigate the case when they're the experts in medical things that she's doing.
So the whole evidence
also
is a
then
little note where she's writing, apparently, I did it. That's the whole evidence. Someone found a scrap of paper.
Yeah.
Onto that. 2 babies were murdered by Lucy Letby after senior managers at the Countess of Chester were warned about the nurse. This is Dr. Ravi Jayaram, as you say. He said he and his colleagues had significant concerns about what had going on. They actually had gone to the senior management. As we know, they were made to formally apologise to Lucy Letby, which seems absolutely extraordinary. It wasn't until July 2016, by which time she'd murdered 7 babies and attempted to murder another 6, she was finally moved off the ward. And it goes back to this thing about what on earth was the hospital doing, trying to manage this internally, and why didn't they call in the police? Joining us now is Mark McDonald, a criminal barrister. Good morning to you.
Morning.
What are your thoughts on a very complicated, very emotional case?
It is a complicated, it is an emotional case, but it actually follows a long line of cases of convictions that have happened in this country and also internationally of nurses that have been convicted of harming patients, sometimes murdering them, sometimes causing serious harm. Many of those convictions have been found to be false, have been found to be miscarriages of justice, have been found that they were in fact innocent. The case of a Dutch nurse, de Burke, she was sentenced to life imprisonment for murdering 5 patients. It later came about that she was totally innocent and was exonerated. There's been 2 cases, previous cases, one of Ben Geen, one of Colin Norris, both nurses, both convicted of murdering patients. Both now have strong evidence of innocence surrounding them. And this case mirrors all the cases that have gone before them. Remember, there is limited, if anything, any direct evidence against Lucy of harm to a patient, of drugs found in the system. Each one of the hypotheses that were put forward by the experts as to how this child or baby died was a theory. There was nothing found in the blood system. So let me take, for example...
Well, you wouldn't find anything if you had an air embolus.
Absolutely. Well, you couldn't find anything if there was an air embolism, but even more than that, each one was at the time a natural death. There was no post-mortem. There was no toxicology screening. So everything was done years later and put before a jury over months. Each time they pointed at that woman in the dock and said, she is responsible for the deaths of these precious childs. She murdered them. And they put in one after one after one of doctors and experts that said, well, in my view, this was not common. I haven't seen this before. No statistical analysis, no statistical basis, no discussion about clusters. And each one of them, and I go back to again, and it mirrors every single case that's come before it of a nurse that's been wrongly convicted of no direct evidence.
Are you saying that this is a miscarriage of justice then?
I'm saying that, well, first of all, let me be clear, I didn't sit through the months of the trial.
Indeed.
But having worked on these cases for the last 24 years, having seen the evidence that's gone before the juries, this seems to mirror every single case that's gone before it of a limited amount of evidence based upon anecdotal evidence, not any...
No post-mortems is deep still. That's deep. If there's no post-mortems, no autopsies, that's quite deep still. It's very dangerous working in the medical field, in the care field, whatever, working with people. As much as people are your bread and butter, each person you interact with is a fucking a life sentence waiting to happen. You get accused, someone takes a funny turn or accuses you of some shit. Same with working with kids. That's why we have safeguarding. The very people that you are there to protect and help can be your undoing if you don't safeguard yourself and follow correct procedures. And do you know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
Yeah. This is why, you know, you could run in and save that kid, but you're in there with that kid on your own. That's on you.
Mm.
On you. Like, do you know what I mean? And the same with nursing and all that. You're dealing with people that are on the edge. You're dealing with people's babies. Listen, man, you deal with someone's baby, like even doing child minding and things like this. Yeah, I've witnessed when, you know, that shit goes wrong, man. Looking after someone's child, even in family. Something happens to the child, and then now all of a sudden everyone's turned dark on you. Yeah, babysitters and that have ended up doing life or up for murder and all sorts, fighting for their life.
When I first saw her face, I thought, nah, she don't look like the type. But then I thought to myself, is that just me being conditioned to think that because she's like
100%.
a woman and that?
100%.
Maybe she is the killer. She just don't look like a killer.
100%. It's not just like look like a killer or whatever. Like she's like semi-attractive, right? And these things often throw people off. I mean, that if she was more of a Myra Hindley face, you'd be like, look at her evil witch, or the other one, the car, whatever, something car, whatever that. Remember that one, Ian Huntley's chick, the ginger thing. They got like this kind of look in their face. Rosemary West got this kind of look, like, yeah, you get me.
Yeah.
When it's a young, like relatively attractive, not saying she looks nice, but just, you know, non-offensive white woman.
Well, they said she's nondescript. That's how she could melt into any background kind of thing. Yeah. One thing that I just picked up on a minute ago that I never picked up on before, they've been putting it out there that, oh yeah, well, after she got removed, no babies died, this, that, and the other. But they've just said that they scaled down the babies that they were looking after.
Right, yeah. Well, as in they were no longer dealing with the most at-risk children. So, yeah. So that is going to bring their mortality rate down.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, yeah, or up, or whatever you want to call it. Yeah. So, yeah, I don't know, man. Yeah, thanks for that video. I'm not going to watch more, but yeah, I hear what he's saying still.
Anything statistically based, no toxicology screening, no post-mortem, nothing. And yet they have pointed a finger at this Goody Proctor sitting in the stand saying she was the witch that was on duty at the time that they died, therefore she must have been guilty. That's how she was convicted. And I think it's really concerning. And I've seen it over and over again. Now, I'm not some lefty lawyer that simply wants to bang on about people that have been innocent. I've been a criminal barrister for 27 years. I've prosecuted, I've defended, and I've done murder trials where plainly my client's been guilty. I'm not saying that there are not many guilty people out there, all right? What I'm saying is that there are real concerns by the nature of the evidence that have been put before the juries in these types of cases.
But of course, there were 22 counts. She wasn't found guilty of all of them. And in some ways, many people have been actually saying that that shows that the jury listened intently. They made a decision on each of those charges. Also, as you rightly say, of course, they had to piece this together. It was a painstaking piece of work by the police. When you read through all of these, and I have it in front of me, child A, child C, and so on, there is a pattern that emerges. And of course, they then looked at the rotors, and then they worked out that this is in their minds, that they worked out that the common factor here was that Lucy Letby was on duty at this time. There are lots of other parts to this. For example, when she was on holiday, suddenly the babies got better. When she returned from Ibiza, a baby then died. Also, then, how do you explain the notes? The fact she had handover notes taken home. She wrote those notes saying she's evil, she can't believe what she's done. That is not in common with those other cases.
Well, let me just unpack that, okay? Because in fact it is. It's exactly in common. In each one of the nurse cases that have happened before this, the central core of the prosecution case is that there's a pattern, that they're on duty when a patient becomes more sick, that they're around. When they're not on duty, it doesn't happen. In fact, that is completely mirrors every single nurse case that's gone before it. Now, I have statistical evidence. I've been to the leading statisticians in this country and internationally that have looked at each one of these nurses' cases and says there is no pattern. Because so for example, let me give you a classic example. I know it's complex and it's very hard to summarize this in a couple of minutes that we have. But let me give you an example of Ben Geen. Ben Geen was a nurse who worked at Horton General Hospital in Banbury. He was convicted of murdering 2 patients and causing respiratory arrest in following 18 patients. It was said that he had done it by either muscle relaxants, insulin, or indeed giving too much oxygen to one patient, or putting insulin into a drip bag. So what they did is because there was no postmortems, because there was no direct evidence, they got experts, generally an anaesthetist, to go into the witness box and say, well, in my view, this patient died or this patient had a respiratory arrest because of this, because of this. What they did is on the Friday, another doctor decided, same as in Lucy Letby, decided that there was something suspicious going on here. On the Friday, they called an inquiry. They called a panel of team in. Over the weekend, they decided, they looked at 18 patients' notes. On the Monday morning, 3 days later, they arrested the nurse. Do you know what? They only looked at the nurses, the patient's notes that this nurse had looked after. They didn't look at anyone else's notes. And they disregarded any unusual activity where this nurse was not on duty. And this happened in the Dutch nurse case, De Berg, where later, on a closer analysis, they found other patients when she was on holiday that had become sick. Now, I know you know about clusters and that things do happen that are unusual, that you might get a whole series of deaths on a particular ward. I've worked in A&E. I've worked in the operating theatre for over 14 years. I've worked with doctors and anaesthetists and consultant surgeons who, you raise an eyebrow at their conduct and you've got to keep an eye on them because they're not great. I found doctors in toilets with their arms full of fentanyl that are asleep in a toilet during an operation, an anaesthetist. I've seen all this happen. And the fact is that there are problems in our national health service. There are things that go wrong, both with doctors and medical staff. But what we've got to be clear is in this case, with a failure of having direct evidence, with a failure of having statistical evidence, we've got a real concern.
I do have to just jump in, and I've let you talk.
Hit the PayPal, family. Hit that PayPal.
What we know is that these babies died between June.
Did you make any good points?
Absolutely, because what he's saying is that they looked at her record of the babies that she was looking at, but they didn't look to see statistically, the deaths of children when she wasn't on duty and weigh them up. They didn't look at the notes of other people and see if there was anything that could have happened in their care that led to it happening on her duty. They didn't do any of that.
Okay, yeah. I mean, I think he was definitely talking about the other cases before. I'm not sure if that's true here, but he's just pointing that out. Yeah, I hear you.
Well, there is rumours now that there was, I can't remember who come and told me, I think it was Irish, Irish. She came and said, she's been looking into it, and there was 20 babies that died when she wasn't even around. But I need to go and look at that myself. But if that's true, then it does look like they might not be telling the whole picture here.
2015 and 2016. Concerns were raised by consultant paediatricians as early as October, so 3.5, 4 months later. They pieced it together. They believed that Lucy Letby was the common factor. They then escalated this to hospital management. Hospital management didn't call in the police till much later. Now, to be fair to the police, they then spent 2 years investigating this. The amount of evidence they went through is extraordinary, and then they decided to charge. Now, of course, as you know, because you're a criminal barrister, you have to prove beyond all reasonable doubt. You can't just have associations. So I find it really hard to believe that you're saying that she isn't guilty. And people are just messaging me here saying, Mr. McDonald is a typical defence lawyer. You're muddying the evidence to confuse the public. You have your own agenda, which is money and publicity. If you want to see narcissistic behaviour. Well, let me just read that. This is what people are saying. Many people are saying, where on earth did you come from, and why are you trying to muddy the evidence? This was found in a court of law, and she has been found guilty.
Let's just talk about miscarriage of justice. Each miscarriage of justice went before a jury.
Let's talk about Beverly Allett.
Well, we can talk about Beverly. We can always pick up a case where someone.
Well, you've just done exactly that. You've cherry-picked cases that suit your agenda, haven't you?
I'm talking about Colin Norris. I'm talking about Ben Geen. I'm talking about Lucy De Berg.
Okay, I'm talking about Beverly Allett.
Okay, you can talk about Beverly Allett. I'm talking about the Birmingham 6 that went before.
Why don't we talk about Harold Shipman?
Not guilty.
What about Harold Shipman?
Well, what about Howard Shipman?
Well, Harold Shipman was guilty. Let me bring in Dr. Ravi.
You can't just bring in Howard Shipman and say Howard Shipman was guilty, therefore...
What kind of argument is that? Like, what the hell? So, deliberately, I think that this interview is out there to show you that the mainstream narrative might be a bit quirky. This could be another psyop, and you could find that there's more developments in this case later on down the line that make you question the justice system. You know, because I don't know, like what this argumentation of this dude is just childish. Do you know what I mean? It's actually childish. Well, what about this guy? What about that guy? What about Howard Shipman? Like, what? Come on, man. What are we doing? I don't know. He's lost the argument because of just the manner, and you were clearly like trying to agitate your guest to throw him off center because that's what you're trained to do. And he's responding by listing out stuff rather than sticking to his points, which, you know what I mean? You're happy for him to do that.
Howard Shipman not guilty.
What about Harold Shipman?
Well, what about Howard Shipman?
Well, Harold Shipman was guilty. Let me bring in Dr. Ravi.
You can't just bring in Howard Shipman and say Howard Shipman was guilty, therefore...
Let me bring in Howard Shipman. Let me bring in Howard Shipman. Most of the evidence against Howard Shipman was exactly as you say. It was by association. He was there. These people died. He was the common theme. What we're forgetting here is that this woman had evidence in her home. She took home baby notes. That is sacrosanct. I have never taken home a baby note in my life. But also, she wrote notes in her own home, hundreds of them, saying, I did this. I killed them.
It was one note, actually, that was referred to, where she said, I'm evil. Let's not exaggerate the evidence that was there before the jury.
Yeah, it was one note, not hundreds of them. And I don't know about that note. I don't know about that note.
It seemed like the hospital was maybe just selling adrenochrome. I don't know.
Could a aspect of that note be? Oh my God! Let me tell you something that I found out.
No, they are saying that there was more writings and scribblings.
Tell you something that I found out from a nurse. Have you ever heard about Ashcash?
No, what's that?
Oh my God. So you get money every time you convince somebody to basically go ahead with a cremation of a body, yeah, a family member, whatever, yeah, you get paid because cremation, quote unquote, saves the NHS or whatever money, right? So you get a bonus for everyone. But check the kicker now. When bodies are cremated, you can't give them autopsies. So you're getting paid to convince people to get rid of evidence that may be needed later, unbeknownst to them. So grandpa dies, and they're like, natural causes, and they're like, what do you think about cremation? Or I can't remember how they put it. You go for the cremation, and then that's it. You get a bonus, and now they can never question the actual cause of death later on. Like, hold on a minute. There's this nurse Lucy that's been on the ward, and apparently loads of old people been dying. And let's go and check. Oh, cremated. Okay.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? So nurses and doctors or whatever are paid to push for cremation. You're paid to get rid of evidence, and every time you're successful, you get a bonus. And they call it ash cash. You get cash for the ash. Mad.
Mental.
It's crazy, isn't it?
A lot of things are just unbelievable.
Because I remember in jail, it was common knowledge that not common knowledge, but the wise knew that dentists in prison are paid for tooth that they extract, and that's why they'd be so quick to pull your tooth out in jail. Oh yeah, it's rotten. Oh yeah. Get that out. It'll cause you pain. So they get paid per extraction.
Wow.
like a bonus. Just like it's a bit like parking attendants getting paid per car, right? And all that. It's just like, sounds not right.
Yeah,
here.
but they don't. They don't.
They don't.
No, it's
That's
a myth.
yeah? Okay.
What happens is that they, in the parking industry, they will tell you that they know the average that most people find. So if you fall below the average,
there's a quota.
They will bring you in.
Yeah.
Not really. I mean, I knew one bloke. I can't say his name. He was called Chief Abukwaku or something like that, right? He was a funny old boy. And he worked there for years. And as he got older, obviously, he couldn't get as many tickets. He weren't as agile. He was in his 60s.
Yeah.
And they couldn't sack him. And he only used to do 1 ticket a day, literally. And they kept calling him in and saying, you know, the average person does this amount and you're only doing 1 a day. But they couldn't sack him because he was doing his job. He's saying, well, what do you want me to do? That's all I've seen. That's all I've spotted, you know. He was funny, though. I can't say it. It was Chief I think it was Abukwaku or something like that. Yeah. Really long name. Yeah. He was funny, though.
Of its being cremated, there is no option to unearth the body and re-examine it, but bodies compose very quickly anyhow. So after a small period of time, the majority of evidence decomposes. Yeah, I hear you. All right. That was still going.
Right. So, I mean, an alternative explanation could be that she was guilt-ridden of these children, which is what she actually said in her journals, in her diary, and to her friends. She was guilt-ridden. And the text messages and the exchanges, which I'm sure you've read, where she was guilt-ridden about these children dying on her watch. And she said, I am evil in the context of that. Now, you don't find someone guilty of murder because of a text message.
Also, you do not find people guilty. The jury have been there. They've been sitting through all of this evidence and they have made that decision.
And they may have got it wrong.
Yeah.
You are entitled to that opinion. Just in terms of, we are obviously going to disagree on this, but just in terms of what happens next, the sentencing is believed to be on Monday.
Yes.
What happens next?
You'll probably get between 30 and 35 years. You may get a whole life sentence. I don't know. That's become quite popular at the moment to give whole life sentences out. Unlikely that she will. It's more likely that she'll get 30 to 35 years tower. So she gets life imprisonment. So the way the system works, anyone who's convicted of murder automatically gets life imprisonment. And then they set a tower for when you can apply for a parole. And so for murder, it's generally between 20 and 40 years, depending upon the nature of the murder. So if it's a gunshot or whatever. So in previous cases of this type, it's been 30 to 35 years before she can apply for parole. Where we talk about a whole life tower, that means she can never apply for parole.
And can I just ask you, though, in terms of the full indictment, so as I said, there were 22 charges. There were some where the jury couldn't agree whether she was guilty or not. So what happens with regards to that? Will they push for some sort of retrial?
No, to have a retrial, it's got to really be within the public interest. They may take the view that there's evidence there to convict and they could retry on, but they won't retry her when they've got her on the main counts, i.e. she's going to get 30 years. She's not going to get any extra sentence by these extra counts. So that will stop. If, for example, they couldn't come back to a verdict, then they might retry. But also, if memory serves me right, she was found not guilty. And when you're found not guilty of a crime, you can't retry them for the crime because you don't agree with the jury's verdict.
Mark, very good of you to join us. Thank you very much indeed. That's Mark MacDonald, a criminal barrister.
I just want to correct one thing.
Please do.
A series of notes were found in her home,
Well
not
done.
just one note.
Well, I thought that was wrong.
Yeah.
Let me just get that in. All right, well, you know, for me, when people say, well, a jury found her guilty, that holds no weight for me, and it never has. Being on the other side of the jury and also witnessing miscarriages of justice and understanding that the jury are just human beings. They're not trained professionals by any way, shape, or form. They're not faultless people. They're just literally handpicked, just a group of people, you know, picked out of society, picked off the list. So it's no special onus. Oh,
Yeah.
the jury decided That doesn't mean
I
anything.
just find it interesting. I think that it's going to carry on for a bit now because it is interesting. If they're bringing up the fact that there's a pattern with other nurses and then later on they've been found to be not guilty, they have to be pretty sure about what they're doing because this is a woman's life. If she didn't do it, that's really unfair.
Well, there's a not to do the whataboutism, but there is a lot of miscarriage of justice.
Yeah.
And I think we may be conditioned to be more inclined to explore miscarriages of justice when little white women are at the center of it.
No, I don't think it's that because other people, there's always been sort of like Panorama or what was the other Channel 4 one where they go in and they look at people that are getting sentenced for the wrong thing and everything. But I think people are more waking up now to the fact that the justice system isn't as perfect as you really think it is.
Right.
If you know what I mean.
But I think that's, in my opinion, that's being gently unveiled to society for the purpose of destabilization. And that's why I feel like a story like this could be part of a psychological operation.
Okay.
Do you know what I mean? To get us to question and doubt. At very least, it makes us not trust the carers, right? So that's the start of destabilization. If you can't trust the nurses and shit, you know what I mean? You can't trust the NHS. We've already been lied to about viruses and amounts of people in buildings and all sorts of things have been going on, have been exposed. Lots of nurses and stuff like that have spoken out against the management of hospitals and the policies. Lots of exposures are coming out, and I think coupled with the exposures in the political world, in the world of entertainment, and what do you want to call it? Not commerce, but business. You know what I mean? There's just exposures everywhere. Banking systems being exposed. You know what I mean? And I don't know, man. I feel like it's just that season. It's just that season for everything to be called into question in a controlled manner, and us to be like ushered towards some kind of new world order, mate. I'm telling you, man. 1 second, my phone's ringing.
Yeah, I kind of get what you mean. But I also have to note that it does say in Revelations that'll happen. But then I also have a note on top of that people making a man-made end of days. You know. It's quite extraordinary.
Hang around, Jukes. I just got to let someone in.
So there is another couple of videos there that we can look at connected to it. In fact, there's loads. That's why I find it fascinating. I'm going to be talking about this on my next stream as well. It's interesting. And I don't know if we'll ever get to the truth. Yeah, can everybody hit up the like button, please? While I'm sitting here alone. Just hit up the like button.
Me there. A little bit of. But
we'll sing a song. If I sing a song, Beefy will leave, and then I will be on my own.
What about adrenochrome? The cell of rise of adrenochrome.
I don't know.
Not that adrenochrome thing, that anti-aging cream thing. No, adrenochrome, that anti-aging formula that they tell you, which is produced by babies having trauma. So maybe the hospital is involved in this, I think.
Oh, God.
It's big business. Money. And it's called in the chemical. It's a chemical compound which they get when babies, especially, die from trauma. And what I was hearing, there was bad resuscitation happening to these kids and trying to do all this. That's bad trauma.
Yeah,
It's because bad adrenaline.
I don't even like to think about all that stuff at the moment.
Well, I know, but this is the life, the world we're living in. Because all I'm seeing now is that adrenochrome cells going up. How are they getting into adrenochrome, even from hospitals?
It's awful.
You know what I mean? So that's another possibility we need to look into. It's big business. It's big business. Hit up like, don't forget everyone, on the 1st of October, Speakonomics Live. If one of the mods can drop a link for the Eventbrite tickets, £15 a ticket. You can use some promo codes, you get discount. You know, get yourself a ticket. It's gonna be lit. It's gonna be lit. It's gonna be lit. Well, and even like they gave us 7 life sentences. What was that sentencing? 7 they gave her, or something like that.
They gave her 7, but I think she was accused of 6 more that they didn't find her
I know, but
guilty of.
no, I'm saying that the sentence they gave us 7 life sentences. That's never happens in the UK. That's American sentences. I never heard of someone getting 7 life sentences in the UK.
Well, she's now become the most notorious.
She's not.
Isn't she?
She's not. Harry Shipman killed hundreds of people.
But a female, I'm talking about, not male. But yeah, I don't know. I'm waiting to see what comes out of this, because once there's a window of doubt, I always believed that if you was on a jury, that you were supposed to have without a shadow of doubt, and if you're in doubt at all, you can't find guilty because you've got doubt.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and it I don't know. It's just bizarre. But then, like Khan says, is it because we're programmed to see people that do these kind of things as having dysfunctional upbringings, or
What I'm trying to say, no. Oh, if single mom, you're gonna be in prison. Single mom, you're gonna be a killer, which is just bullshit. So, you know what I mean?
Yes, Beefy, well gone.
Well gone.
Thank you. So yeah, man, I got a couple friends that came over still.
Big up the Trill gang. Big up the squaddy.
We say Duke.
Oh, bloody hell. That's a couple. It sounds like an house full.
The Trill squad in the house. Big up the Trill squad. Who's there?
Big up Beefy.
Eight people.
Big up MJ.
Another one there.
Big up, darling. Hey, listen, my darlings. How are you?
Listen, my darling. How are you?
My darlings.
Sounded like an African explorer.
Who's that African explorer? The no manners. Who's got no manner, Dad? Come on, family.
Right, so there's another couple of videos in the back, Jedi.
Okay. All right, cool.
I don't know if you want to look at them as
Is,
well.
is it about the same lady? Yeah.
Yeah.
I think these lot might have changed the vibe. I can't even lie to you. We was doing that serial killer and that. Yeah.
Oh, nice one.
Yeah, me, Jupes, and Beefy was doing serial killer and that. It was all right though. Yeah. No, that chick in it. The nurse.
Are we still clapping for the NHS?
Let's stick with Del.
So what? This one is saying, the guy's saying, I'll be surprised if she doesn't appeal. So what are they talking about in that video?
I don't know. I'm just saying there's another couple there you can have a look at. I haven't looked at them too. I've just gone by the title. But
yeah,
by the title alone, it tells you that basically the window of appeal is opening. But you know, I have to admit there is also a seed of doubt back the other way though, because I'm thinking, well, if she is guilty, surely the NHS are going to be really responsible for this, right? And if they find her not guilty, then people are not going to be made as responsible as they would do if they find if she remains guilty. Do you know what I mean? So it's all mishmash. I don't think Jedi's Art's in this conversation anymore. I'm being blown out for the people in his fucking living room.
No, that's not that joke.
There's too many of them in there. Windows. Come on.
Is sniper there?
Is sniper there? Yeah, sniper's there. Well, you ain't answered your call or something, innit?
How come your mic's so? I know that.
No, he's crispy today.
It's the best we've ever sounded.
Shut up, this guy, bro. The whole week has been sounding nice, bro. Shut up, bro.
You must have a new laptop.
Nah, big up the family, man. Big up the family.
Big up, BB. We missed you today, BB.
I know, no. This weekend I'll be there. Don't worry. I'm just trying to recover properly, so I'll be fully available for the week. I want to long story.
What's wrong with you?
I just I've been ill for a little bad back and all that. Old age and all that. It's old age diseases and that.
Yeah, bad back comes with stressful eventually.
No, I suffer from arthritis, and then so when I get ill, sometimes when my immune system goes down, my arthritis flares up. So.
Yeah.
Everybody rolling, yeah?
So I heard you bought the stink fish thing.
Yeah.
Oh wow. No, I'm not gonna.
Oh no, don't do it in here. The whole conversation about. Don't do it in here.
Oh
yeah, no, we have to do it.
James is gone.
What you have to do, Jed, is bring your phone outside, and put it down while you try it. And you can't do it. Give him to it now if you want, Jed.
No, I'm
There you
not
go.
gonna.
That's Jed.
Studio's folded.
Yeah. It's gonna be years before
Big up.
Don't do it, Jed. Don't do it. Don't do it. Just look at it. Jed, do not wait. No, just look at it. You just got your studio, yeah? You got to put the whole studio in.
Open it. Don't put the whole studio away.
No, you need some tools to open it up. Yeah. He ain't got that. So that's good. You have to take that out. One of them ones with the
Strumming.
All you need is that and a fold-up chair, and you're good. You're good to go.
Yeah, man, trust me. That's a
Revolution will not be televised.
So what are you not saying? Should I open it? I got a can opener.
Oh, you do not. Why are you lying?
No, yes. So they go to the sea and open it
Underwater. Yeah. That's how bad.
And that's the people that eat it, that like to eat it.
But other people do it just in the open
air.
Hey, stop panicking. We can do it outside.
If the professional guys do it underwater.
Underwater. They're
Okay,
nasty.
You know what?
They're double nasty
You
for
go
that.
out there and close the door when you do it. And we'll stay in here, yeah?
I'm doing it now.
No, you're not. Jess,
What happened?
I'm putting on my bad break to leave my throat. I'm so
No, what are you not? Someone else has to try it as well. No. Emzalini, I pick you.
Literally. Nominating, man.
What kind of thing you have to do regarding me?
Yeah, you know what that is. Mr. Grumpy.
Has he been abusive today, yeah?
Yeah, especially on the bus when he was supposed to take transport, he was done out. And I was like, no.
Brother, a
We had to instigate him. Just to get him on the bus, we had to convince him.
20 minutes. Yeah.
20 minutes.
I was just there on the bus.
It was 36 minutes.
All right, cool. Thank you for this, Axum. Axum, do you?
La 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 la.
No. I want roach.
Oh,
And some
yeah,
tobacco.
yeah.
And tobacco.
All right, cool. So I'm gonna play this video. Yeah.
Potatoes. What do you know about 2 potatoes on your plate?
Yeah, you can.
Okay. I just need
Yeah, but man's looking in your face
Definitely don't know
like,
about
this man's like 2 potatoes. I'm like, no, bro, I need some more. Man's looking at you saying, what?
Yeah, this guy's
I'm saying,
this man.
what do you mean, what? But there's a gang of youths. I'm all by myself. I don't really know none of these youths. I'm not from these ends. Everyone's from east, the north. I'm from south. So they hate me already because I'm south. Yeah, so anyway, man's moved wing, and I'm with all the south youths now. I moved on the other side of the ring, and it's bare south.
What's playing, gents?
All of us now. Man from Tulsa.
Huh?
That's it.
What's
You
playing?
can't see it. Oh, what am I playing?
I mean, are you there when he's there online by people in comments?
Oh, my guy.
Him.
Yeah.
No, I don't know him. The first time I met him was in Speaker's Corner still.
Right.
Yeah. I have no idea who he is.
He's actually in South London now. He used to roll. You know, he was an ex-triad, didn't it?
Oh, yeah.
He's from Tulsa, isn't he? He's from Tulsa, isn't he?
Mad. Yeah, Tulsa, that's it. Yeah.
I've seen him a few times in Crystal Palace still.
Yeah, he's not talking fast. I got it on sped up time. I can put it on normal time because it's RTM, but what do you reckon? Yeah, I might as well just leave it sped up.
Yeah, he takes it.
But then again, you might miss a couple
because
nuances.
It's thing that cracks you up.
A couple nuances.
Break. Break keeps moving.
You're moving mad. You're moving mad. Oh, someone from Brixie. I know everyone. So I'm like, yeah, I'm in my element now. But what I realized was that whenever in life you go through hardship, you start to remember God. It's only when stuff really hits the fan when you start. Yeah. And I was sitting in there, my mum was ill, innit? So I was like, bro, I need to pray for my mum because like I can't even be there for her. So man started praying, and then man started to learn about Islam a little bit more because I didn't really know a lot still, to be honest. Took much harder when I was young. So started learning. And then I bust case, man, 9 months later. And then I got out on road. But the problem is when you bust case for anything, you think you're untouchable again. You think you're bad. And it's not even to promote certain lifestyles because, like I said, I don't even like talking about certain things that I've done when I was younger. And certain men will be like, oh, remember this, remember that. But I don't even like, that's not who I am today. So I don't like to talk about something that I'm not. I don't like to be who I was. I am who I am today. And that's who I'm proud of. So I don't really like to go into certain things, but I come out, I went back to jail again, bro, straight away. Like 4 weeks, I didn't even last long. 4 weeks on road. Went straight back to jail for brucking up one of the youths that snitched on me like an idiot. Who beats up someone that snitched on you already and beat them up again? Doesn't even make sense. You're
allegedly snitched on you because the guy fell on a knife.
No, yeah, but his friends, they're all as part of his friends. So in my mind, you're all part of the same circle, and I caught them, and then whatever. Man went jail again like a waste man. Done 6 months that time. I pleaded guilty. You know what barrister said? Don't worry, man. If you plead guilty, you get out, man. Judge said, you're doing 12 months. I said, what? I looked at the barrister, he said, I'm sorry, man. I said, sorry? What do you mean sorry? You told me I was going to get out. So I had to go and do 6 months. So basically, man them was still in jail because I came back 4 weeks. I went back to the same wing.
And they're like, well, God.
Saddest time of my life, bro. So I started to learn that, bro, I have to stop.
Even the screws must have been laughing.
Yeah, they were like, oh, you're right, mister, whatever. And I was like, bro, like,
they're used to that anyway.
Yeah, man, just coming back and forth, like, non-stop.
Man will land road on Friday and be back on Monday.
Yeah, that's weird for me. So I flopped, and then I came out, I done 6 months, and I come out, I said, I'm not going back to prison. You man, I'm not on nothing. But the problem is, what I've realized with, probably this happens to a lot of youngsters, when you go to a place where you're known to be a bad person, people remind you of the bad stuff that you used to do. And it reminds me of the story of the man that killed 99 people. There's a story of a man that killed 99 people, yeah? And he wanted to change his life, innit?
No, never heard this story.
Change his life in the place
Nah, the verdict says no one's heard this story, bro. You know the story of 99 people, yeah?
World premiere. See one up there. One more. Yeah, I want to know where you had this stuff. Big up Kemo.
Yeah. Sorry, family. Yeah, so yeah. Real live stream, you know, yeah. So
Come on, big up the family then.
Why did I do that?
Sorry, that was. Everyone just said big up. I'm saying no, I wanted to pick up.
Big up the whole streaming.
Man traveled over there to say that, you know. Trust me. Yeah, that's real. If Bain gets up, pause.
No, man, you said to me 7.5 camels. Wow. Yeah, I remember you. Why is he trying to like get less? Huh?
7.5 camels. How are you gonna have 7.5 camels?
Yeah, it's getting less, isn't it? Yeah. It's getting less. Yeah. It's gonna end up being a picture of some camels or something. Some shares in the camel. Some camel shares. Camel coin. You know what I mean? Some crypto camel.
Crypto camel.
It's a crypto camel guy.
Metaverse camel.
He killed the 99 people because he was known as the man that killed 99 people. So what he did was he went to a man and said, look, will God forgive me? I've killed 99 people. The man being ignorant said, God will never forgive you. So he killed him and made 100. So he went to another man and he said to another man, look, I've killed 100 people. Is there any forgiveness for me? The man said, there is forgiveness for you, but you have to leave the land where you are and go somewhere else. Because this place is just no good for you. Because you're going to keep killing people because you're going to keep remembering all the killings and also want to be a killer. And it reminds me of where I was at that moment. I came.
Well, that's one shit story.
Let's break. Big up, Khan.
Big up.
This is the old Chinese proverb. You get it?
Yeah.
It's not English. That's why it's sounding a bit weird when he's explaining it. A man said to a man, if I kill 99, bro, that's Chinese stuff.
Yeah.
I watched that.
Yeah. You got to move away because you're just going to keep killing if you don't move away. So, yeah. Like, what?
People say, Go America, Sean. Do something.
I didn't use it for
That Europe trip you were thinking about.
Forgiveness for me. The man said, there is forgiveness for you, but you have to leave the land where you are and go somewhere else. Because this place is just no good for you. Because you're going to keep killing people because you're going to keep remembering all the killings and also want to be a killer. And it reminds me of where I was at that moment. I came back to my ends. And even though like I'm celebrated, see, we celebrate the stupid shit. I was celebrated, bro. I was glorified by the man then when I come out of jail, like popping bottles, man are dropping boxes on me. Like everything was getting mad. Like it was wild. Like all the girls loved me. I was hench. Everybody wanted me to go at parties. Man are buying me this, buying me that. It was weird. Like, man, bro, the things that man were giving me, it wasn't normal to be giving someone who just come out of prison. Does it make sense? Like, yo, have this. And I'm like, oh yeah.
Yeah, you can give man stuff. You can't give man things. Yeah, the things that man was giving me.
Yeah, things man was giving me. What do you mean? No, man gave me something. Who's giving you what? Hooked me up. Man, you get me? Man sorted me out. No, even that don't sound right.
Yeah, thank you, because I'm young and stupid. But I'm not realizing that this is just playing into me wanting to change my life but I can't change in this area. I can't change because everybody's on the same stuff, and I've got a reputation for doing bad stuff. So, man, I'm like, yeah.
That when you started breeding up all the girls.
This guy's gone mad. He's lost his mind. You've lost your mind.
I heard you got bare youths.
You've lost your mind. No. Let me backtrack. Let me backtrack. So when you're living that life and you're in that kind of lifestyle, bro, I thought I was gonna die at 17, bro. At 18, I prepared myself for death. I said I'm gonna die, and I want to die, bro.
I know about not caring about dying, but I don't know about wanting.
Bro, I wanted to die, bro. I was telling people, like, you know, like, I don't know if you've ever seen that scene in Menace to Society, yeah? So
That man said he wanted to die, bro.
What? He wanted to die?
Yeah, I remember when he said that. Yeah, he was at the levels where he wanted to die, bro. Like, and even
Tupac.
Even sprays like
potatoes. What do you know about two potatoes?
Wait, can I just say something on a different note? Yeah, whoever was saying that the collars look better outside the jumper than inside the jumper, look at this. Look at this guy. And
You won.
Tweening out here.
Sorry, last time we put his clown's picture up against his picture, and it was a perfect match. Don't try it, bro. Yeah. Perfect. That was the Muz match outfit. Hey, love hard in his Burton's jumper, man. Love it, man.
Top man.
Top man. Top Muz. What is that? Where you from? Top Muzzy.
Nah, that was M&S, that one.
Is it working?
Oh no, it's from Adam. Sorry.
Oh, it's
yeah,
pass on.
Yeah.
Sure.
M&S, what do you mean? Muslim Sunni?
Sniper.
Muslim Sunni orange. You know what I'm saying? Muslim sectarian.
Wow.
Smoky.
What did Silver True say?
Why couldn't spray sit silently like this when they had Tommy Robinson?
9 months later. And then I
Yeah, the cheeky one. Yeah, the cheeky one. Yeah, the cheeky one. Top stuff. Top banana.
Top shelf.
Yeah. Yo,
3
snap.
packets. 3 packets up.
Yeah.
3 rackets.
A bit of nos. Some of that white girl.
Problem is, when you bust case for anything, you think you're untouchable again. You think you're bad. And it's not even to promote certain lifestyles, because, like I said, I don't even like talking about certain things that I've done when I was younger. And certain man will be like, oh, remember this, remember that. But I don't even like, that's not who I am today. So I don't like to talk about something that I'm not. I don't like to be who I was. I am who I am today. And that's who I'm proud of. So I don't really like to go into certain things, but I come out, I went back to jail again, bro, straight away. 4 weeks, I didn't even last long. 4 weeks on road. Went straight back to jail for
You know, without the other 2 guys that's on his podcast, he's boring. You know the other 2 guys that's with him?
Who?
They make it.
I ain't really watched his podcast, to be honest.
Yeah, you know, there's the guy with the glasses, and then there's the Jamaican guy as well. Yeah, on his own, bruv. He's just waffling. Fuck's sake.
Like an idiot. Who beats up someone that snitched on you already and beat them up again? It doesn't even make sense. You're
allegedly snitched on you because the guy fell on the knife.
No, yeah, but his friends, they're all as part of his friends. So in my mind, we're all part of the same circle, and I caught them, and then whatever. Man went jail again like a waste man. Done 6 months that time. I pleaded guilty. You know what barrister said?
Hold on, 6 months.
Don't worry, man. Guilty, you get out, man. So, judge said, you're doing 12 months. I said, what? I looked at the barrister, he said, I'm sorry, man. I said, sorry, what do you mean sorry? You told me I was going to get out. So I had to go and do 6 months. So basically, man, them was still in jail.
No barrister, no lawyer will tell you you're getting out.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
They never say that,
They
bro.
say if you plead guilty, you may can get this year, but they never guarantee that you're going to get.
Yeah, you're getting out.
Think about it. It's one crown court, you know what the possibilities of the outcome will be. And this is magistrate. This is magistrate. Yeah. We did it for 12 months. You beat a man up that snatched on you around, and you think assaulting him again and him snitching, you're not going to go on and tell him.
Exactly.
Are you okay? How did they convict you on that? Man, the judge is looking like opposite. You must have gone in there bossy, like, yeah, I smacked him up. Oh, yeah. Just like Sweet gave me the outing. Yeah. Like, boy, they're literally the guy on the line, isn't it? No, I did. What? Yeah, when I caught up with him. You know when I caught up with him? See what I did? Hey, little Belgian chichi, man. Hold it down over there, man.
He's like, Bibi.
Because I came back 4 weeks. I went back to the same wing.
And they're like, well, quad.
Yeah.
Saddest time in my life, bro. So I started to learn that, bro, I have to stop.
Even the screws must have been laughing.
Yeah, they were like, oh, you're right, mister, whatever. And I was like, bro, like,
they're used to that anyway.
Yeah, man, just coming back and forth, like, non-stop.
Man will land road on Friday and be back on Monday.
Yeah, that's weird for me. Yeah. So I flopped, and then I came back, I done 6 months, and I come out, I said, I'm not going back to prison. You man, I'm not on nothing. But the problem is, what I've realized with, probably this happens to a lot of youngsters, when you go to a place where you're known to be a bad person, people remind you of the bad stuff that you used to do. And it reminds me of the story of the man that killed 99 people. And it reminds me of where I was at that moment. I came back to my ends, and even though like I'm celebrated, see, like all the girls love me, I was hench, everybody wanted me to go at parties, man, I buy me this, buy me that. It was weird, like, man. Bro,
I do not believe it.
But that is true though. That is true though. Like in a way, but
I just don't think that happened to him.
It's not like the glorifying of going to jail. It's more the celebration of you being out.
Yeah.
You know, and then there's a lot of people that like, you know what, you was in jail. I couldn't really do nothing for you, but you know what, hold that.
Thank you.
Anyway, just like hold that, man. Like big up, man. Glad you're out. Like it's normal. Like he's not lying, but there's something about his art of storytelling.
I just feel like it didn't happen to him. Yeah, that's what I feel like. He knows. He knows how it goes, and it's able to tell the basics, but.
On the way to somewhere, bro.
I ain't saying he ain't never been to jail.
But the funny thing is that he said he moved off ends, and he said he moved off ends to go where?
Round the corner. West Norwood. What are we doing? On the same road, like same road, essentially. Unless you know travel around them areas, you know one of them ones with as far as knowledge. Right.
Bro, the things that man were giving me, it wasn't normal to be giving someone who just come out of prison. Does it make sense? Yo, have this. And I'm like, oh yeah, thank you, because I'm young and stupid. But I'm not realizing that this is just playing into me wanting to change my life, but I can't change in this area. I can't change because everybody's on the same stuff, and I've got a reputation for doing bad stuff. So man, I'm like, yeah.
That when you started breeding up all the gallons.
He is moving mad, man.
What's wrong with this guy, man?
I told you.
No, you've lost your mind.
I heard you got bare use.
You've lost your mind. You got bare use. No, bro.
Trying to liven up the story.
No. Let me.
Man's just on you. I heard you got bare use.
Man's got bare use. No, bro. Yeah. You know you're supposed to stop wrestling.
What's going on, man? What is this?
What are you doing? I haven't told this one about that one. That one about this one. You know I'm wearing beige trousers.
Big up Khan, man. That's date attire.
You know what I mean? Someone tell you. We come to check the girl anyway. It was sweet talking the girl. Oh, I always wanted to meet you.
Oh yeah.
He tried to roll it and match outfits agreed.
He's in hers.
And I told these light-skinned chicks are big. Stop wearing. Yeah, please. Yeah, looking invisible. We nearly lost. Listen. We nearly lost accident at the museum. I thought I lost you. I saw a blouse standing by itself. No, Chameleon.
Chameleon.
Yeah.
That is hilarious. Chameleon disappeared.
Don't stand against that setting again.
Nah, blood. You're easy.
Let me backtrack. So when you're living that life and you're in that kind of lifestyle, bro, I thought I was gonna die at 17, bro. At 18, I prepared myself for death. I said I'm gonna die, and I want to die, bro.
I know about not caring about
I want to die, bro.
I want.
Wait. That was the bit.
That was the
Jet.
17.
Yeah.
And then 18.
Yeah.
That's a whole year of waiting to die.
Yeah. And then it turned into
Well, you
I
think
was
it's
gonna
small,
die.
and then I was gonna.
I want to die, bro.
Yeah.
Like I want to die.
Yeah, what's gonna stop you, cuz? What's gonna stop
There's
you?
a lot of angles there.
Nothing to stop you.
Bro, do you?
Wanted to die, bro. I was telling people, like, you know, like, I don't know if you've ever seen that scene in Menace to Society, yeah? It's with Kane, yeah? And his granddad says, do you care about life and death? Bro, I swear to you, there was an OG that said to me, bro, the way you're living, you're gonna die. And I was like, I don't care. What are you talking about? Who's gonna kill me? You better make sure you do it. Like, I'm on that kind of mindset. And that was the wrong kind of mindset to have, because it only brings destruction and evil. So now man's gone back to pen, man's come out, man's on road. I'm living a normal life now. But like I said, when you're in the same area, there's nothing much is gonna really change because you're around.
Hey, listen, I Ados Yardi. Mind yourself. And you little Belgium. Hey, listen.
What are you doing?
Talking about blueberry seeds and blah blah. BB said mute.
Hey, baby man, leave me alone. I've been nice today.
Can someone mute Axel?
You're stuck around the same people that are going to tell you, yeah, let's go and do this, let's go and do that. And then eventually again, about a year or something later, man, hit the pen again. So I'm saying, this is what happens. Man, them don't realize it's a cycle. Revolving door. Yeah, it's like a cycle. Once you start, it's hard to get out of that mix. Like, you're just constantly in. And man didn't even care. At that moment there, I didn't even care about prison. Like, I didn't even care. Like, I was like, cool, I'm in jail again. Is what it is. I knew what to do. Like, cut off man them, break up with my girl. Cool. It is what it is, and I don't really care, innit? So that sentence now is when the judge said, all right, you like prison? I'm gonna give you something. So the judge gave me a little bird now.
So did you not have any kids in these sentences?
No, not this time, no. And man's come out now. Man's done my bird.
Fishing.
Man's come out. This is 2010 now. So 2010, man said, yo, man needs to change my life. Because, you know, there was one thing that happened to me in prison. A man said to me, look, anyone can practice Islam in a prison cell, because there's no troubles. There's no women, there's no drugs, there's no nothing. There's no friends. So anyone can be a righteous person in a place where you're just confined. Yeah, because you're confined, innit? You might not get drugs, so you might not even get anything. So you're just in a cell.
You have to do is not drink the hooch.
Yeah. I never drunk hooch.
But I'm saying that's all you have to do.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying? As far as alcohol. Remember, when you're out there, when you're free, you could just go past any shop and buy alcohol.
Yeah.
When you're in jail, all you have to do is just not drink the hooch.
So I'm in that zone now. I'm saying, well, when I come out, I'm gonna change my life. Innit? So man started rapping again. But my brother was pushing me. My brother's got money now, so it's not like before. We got money now, innit? Game's changed, innit? We're kind of up in it. So we're doing videos. We're getting proper.
Is he managing sleepwell then?
Yeah. No. This is just prior, because he met Sneakball through me.
This is your brother Shamar, innit?
Yeah.
Big up Shamar.
We got my brother Shamar store. So me and Shamar, like, he's like my manager, and he's like pushing me, doing videos. This is what you need to do. That's what you need to do. He's already studied the game and
Just
so that was before the whole sneak bowl jet ski wave.
Yeah, that was just a few months before. And you know what's funny about all of this, yeah? He brought me your mixtape. Hard to Kill. I had Hard to Kill, and it had that prison tune on it when you was rapping on that beat. I can't remember what beat it was, bro. I think it was Locked Up. Was it Locked Up? You got a tune, bro. You did a jail song, bro. You done a sick jail song.
I've done a few, but
man, them were fighting me for that
wouldn't
CD.
be on Hard to Kill though. So really the most.
I think one of them mixtapes. I had one of your mixtapes in jail. Shimon, my brother Shimon.
Yeah, man, you was cold on that track. Give me on
yeah, what's the track name again? That one. Yeah.
Benny McCartney.
Yeah, these
Road. So this is what you need to be on when you come out of it. Like Pac-Man. You gave me Pac-Man. I don't know why you gave me Pac-Man. I don't really listen to Pac-Man, but still hold tight Pac-Man. But
Big up Pac-Man.
Yeah. But I don't really listen to Pac-Man, so I didn't know why you gave it to me. Because
bro, if you wanted to be Chinese, you might have wanted to be Indian. You know what I'm saying? Like, no, but you can't start the Indian man then. Like Packy style.
No, but he's not. No, I know, but I know.
Oh yeah, I'm going mad. Pac-Man.
I know people differently.
My guys.
I know people differently. This is what you have to know. I know people differently. So
Pakistanis are more my guys than the Chinese.
What?
No, but I'm saying I ain't got
none.
I think I've got one. But
you need to have Chinese friends.
No, they're quality, but do you know what I mean? I don't.
They're top guys.
I don't know how to talk their language, but
you don't know how to talk Asian either.
I do. I'm from Wolverhampton. What did
Abkake, you know how to talk?
I thought he was gonna say madness, but yeah.
Guess yeah.
Come on, fam.
Minty Kun. Alright, cool. Say
of course. I want to move chairs again. Cream, we're in the podcast. I know.
Alright, so boom, it is what it is. And then man's done the music thing, but then what happened with the music thing was the music thing went well actually. It was going well. I was actually busting. I was on Spiff TV, all of that rubbish. I know when people remember Spiff TV.
Yeah, of course. TV, I was on Spiff.
Does anyone remember any of his songs? I've never heard any of his songs.
Nah, I don't know any of them.
I don't know them. What was he called?
Rare.
It was called Rare.
Rare.
Was it?
Rare.
Well, I don't know. I thought it was Rare, isn't it? He's rare. Rare talks.
Oh.
It's rare, isn't it?
Yeah. Okay.
Bear in mind, yeah, this guy's 37 years old and he's only up to age 17 in the story now. Imagine. Imagine.
Oh, man.
Yeah,
it was moving mad.
It's moving mad.
And I've got it on like extra speed as well.
Wow, the comments are crazy.
Yeah, that was the first time I saw mad comments like that stab you up when I see. I'm like, bro, who are you, bro? Like what? But yeah, so Spiff TV, man was doing well. Everything was going well, but then it got to my brother went abroad and he bought a camera because we was watching what the cameramen were doing. So basically, we filmed with someone called Toxic TV. Everyone knows who Toxic TV is now.
Yeah, we got Toxic.
That's actually my brethren. Away from all of this, he's my actual brethren because of damn times we actually formed like a friendship and then man used to film with UK Overstood. But UK Overstood had a sick lens.
Yeah.
He had a sick lens. So basically when it was dark, they done it so cold for you?
Yeah.
He shot my videos, but we could do this ourselves. We don't need ourselves. So a boy that was 13 is 15, 16 now. Because that's the most active ages. So the youths on my ends now, remember, I'm like an OG now to these youngers. They're like, telling me stories about, I heard you done this, I heard you done that. I'm like, yeah. I'm not trying to see one thing about me. I've never asked any of my youngers. I've never tried to push that lifestyle on them. I've never said, here's food or here's this or here's like. I've always wanted them to do something positive. So I said, right, do you lot rap? And they're like, yeah. And I was like, all right, cool. I got a camera. I'm gonna film you like your first video. And they're like, oh, man, are you really? I'm like, yeah. Of course,
Nah,
you ain't teaching shit.
Nah, you're not killing me. Man said you're killing me. Man said dead sanitized odor. No, you got.
Man gonna give you, but I won't give you none. But man gonna show me how to fucking make a sound. You even call that older. You call that someone that's born before you. Since you wanted to unalive yourself.
Shit, if you do that, well, how much though? We even got no money. I'm like, bro, it's nothing. I want to do it for free. So I started filming them, and then I started to see they were sick. All the youngers were sick at spitting. They were sick. They were talking crazy, but they were sick. I was like, bro, these little guys got talent. So I started filming them, and they started to get views. So I'm putting them up on my thing. I'm like, how are you getting 10,000, 15,000 views? No one knows who these little kids are. But then I clocked the generations. Obviously, it's gone lower, innit? So it's all mad. It's
different.
So I started filming for them, and then I said, bro, wait a second. I kind of like filming, and I didn't really like too much people watching me because I was paranoid. I was living in PTSD at one time. Still, like, I'm recovering. I'm a recovering PTSD.
Funny thing, remember Jedi, you were saying that nothing like PTSD, nothing like trauma and all these things. Remember, he was denying in the park. You had to school him.
How can you be addicted to PTSD? Don't nobody want that shit.
PTSD.
No, man.
PTSD is the
People watching me because I was paranoid. I was living in PTSD at one time. Still, like, I'm recovering. I'm a recovering PTSD addict. I'm honest. I'm actually recovering. I'm still like heads on a swivel, but not as bad.
I'm recovering.
No.
And the colours out.
No, he's a recovering PTSD addict. He's a recovering.
Basically, it's not possible. Yeah.
I was living in PTSD at one time. Still, like, I'm recovering. I'm a recovering PTSD addict. I'm still like heads on a swivel.
Wait, no, he knew.
The way he said it, like a confession.
Exactly, but he knew he fucked up when he was like, like, you knew you messed up, but you continued. You continued.
This is your trauma. I'm out.
I'm moving mad.
Man said addict like
Any day now, I'm gonna pick up some PTSD.
He said addict like Tourette syndrome.
Addict. Yeah. Every day I have to assist the PTSD.
Clinically, that's called a blurt.
Not as bad as it was when I was young. Like when I was younger, bro, I was paranoid. If I see a car pull up, bro, I'm onto whoever's in that car. And sometimes it might have just been some uncle just driving his daughter. But I was literally suffering from PTSD because there's certain things that was kept happening. People kept trying to jump out of cars and try and do things. So it's wild. So at that time, it was Ramadan 2010, and I moved from my ends. So I was living in Tulsa, and then I moved to West Norwood. Now, West Norwood and Tulsa was like close like this, yeah? But it's different. You have to understand what I mean. Like the ends are different. So it's like, how can I explain it? It's like Queen's Park and Kilburn. It's two different areas. Even though they're close proximity, they're two different areas. Man from Queen's Park is different to man from Kilburn. Does it make sense? So yeah, I kind of moved. And when I moved, that's when my life started to change. I finally got a chance to actually change because nobody knew me like that in Norwood. I wasn't really known.
West Norwood, bro. Down the road, 2 minutes.
I moved from Peckham to Camberwell.
From Elephant to Woolly Road.
Once you pass the school and you get to near the right next to each other on the corner, are you mad?
From Auckland Road to Glencore Road in Peckham.
No. I moved from Wood Green to Turnpike Lane.
The postcode the same. Brixton to Brixton. You know what I'm saying? What are you doing?
I lie. No, that's the perfect
Nah, but it can make a difference, though.
It can, but not in the areas he's describing.
It can make a difference.
What in his
West Norwood?
What drastically enough though?
It just depends on like honestly, if you're in thick, then no. But if you're just on the fringes, yeah, because obviously now you can move on more on that side. So you're more like, you get me? Like for instance, you got areas where like people down here, they will never go up that road, that main road up there. You get me? The main popular road that I'm not naming. You get me? Yeah. They'd rather go down there, go bush, go whatever. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. So their orientation can just be different.
But
I remember an area like that. Yeah. They could be beef. So it's like literally not even cool for a man from this area to really go there. So that can make a difference. That's like moving from Peckham to New Cross. Yeah. If you move from Peckham to New Cross, it's a world of difference.
But that's far Peckham to New Cross, bro.
Is it?
It's not even close.
Next to each other, what are you talking about?
It's just across the road, bro.
There's about 4 stops on the tube, though, isn't it?
No, 1 stop on the bus.
Liar.
No, it is. It literally is, bro.
It literally is 1 stop on the bus. What are you talking about?
What kind? Well, I must have forgot Peckham then, because Peckham I know is like.
Alright, if you go from Queens Road, you literally see the sign that says "Welcome to New Cross."
Yeah, you can walk there in 2 minutes.
You literally just walk to that. Yeah, way before that. I remember I used to do the Jehovah's Witness thing. So
right by the garage.
Bus station.
Yes.
Yeah, me.
There's only 1 stop between that and Queens Road, Peckham. 1 stop.
Yeah, you might have been a Jehovah's Witness, but you never wore your collars outside the jumper. I guarantee you that.
You know what? I didn't, man. I didn't. Yeah, that's Zulu's gang or something. I don't know, man. he's just like
the 7-day collar gang.
He's just like Peter Griffin. That's what you know what I mean. It's that kind of outfit.
Are you saying that's what?
No, the guys walk around this. The church has lettered their sense. The church has 7-day letters in sense. That's what he dressed like.
Turkish family guy.
He did look like Peter Griffin. I can't lie, man.
Like that, known. So
yeah,
I wasn't known, but I wasn't known like that. So I was low key, just cutting through, just going to my house and my hostel, whatever. I was cutting through.
Hostel?
Yeah, I was in a hostel.
Using your dad's house, bro.
No.
You swear you did, bro.
Have you seen it? You saw that video of him getting.
He's getting much.
Yeah, that's what about that? That was last year.
That was when?
Last year.
Last year you was at your dad's?
Yeah, that video.
Last year, man shouting that. Last year's at the dad's, yeah.
Cutting through.
Hostel?
Yeah, I was in a hostel.
Using your dad's house, bro.
No.
You swear you did, bro.
Yeah, that's what about that? That was last year.
That was when?
Last year.
Last year you was at your dad's?
Yeah, that video.
You went back there?
No.
I don't get it.
You're bugging.
No. I want to explain to everyone, innit?
What? Why was at my dad's house?
Yeah, like what's going on with the dad business? We're hearing your story. We're hearing it. Clean needs to go.
You're an idiot. Don't use me.
Don't use me.
You need to go when you get the poor moment.
Don't use me to say it, man.
We want to get to the proper moment.
My dad's house, bro. That video is from December, #1, and that's my dad got stabbed last year, December.
This story don't.
Shit's real.
Because of that.
How you leaving that the most exciting part of the story where your dad got stabbed?
Yeah. Well, hold on. What's his dad getting stabbed got to do with him being at the
He
house?
just threw that out. That was nuts.
No, he's gonna say why. Because he's gonna
Want to get to the proper moment.
My dad's house, bro. That video is from December, #1, and that's my dad got stabbed last year, December. Shit's real.
What, because of that video?
No, my dad just got stabbed. Something else happened in the end. My dad got stabbed. Man. Yeah, like when you're growing up in, like, people don't actually understand how real it is when you're coming from the hood. Like, it's actually real. My dad's a gangster, so yeah.
So what?
Basically, yeah, I came around. My dad got stabbed. Innit? What did you do if your dad got stabbed? I'm pulling up at the house and I'm staying there for a few days. But my dad's still a gangster, innit?
He was talking like you've been there too long.
Jamaica.
His dad was not talking to him like he was staying there for a couple of days. He clearly outstayed his welcome. Yeah, and his dad clearly didn't want him there. Exactly.
But he's saying he stayed there because his dad
got stabbed.
Yeah.
Okay.
I thought it was fair enough. You know what I mean? I thought it was fair enough.
But he dad didn't look like he was like talking to his nurse, isn't it?
Yeah, it would.
What would you do if your dad got stabbed? I'm pulling up at the house and I'm staying there for a few days. But my dad's still a gangster, innit?
He was talking like you've been there too long.
No.
That's what he was.
Jamaican parents will cuss you and say, "Yo, suck your mother, you're so oppressive." Yo, my boss said, "Yo."
Just gonna leave me here.
He's talking.
No, but I'm just saying that's how it sounds.
No. But Jamaican parents will tell you.
And he's.
How's your Jamaican parents gonna tell you to suck your mother?
No, it's my.
Rich parents gonna say that to you.
Yeah, no one. We asked.
On the veranda.
We done a survey.
Yeah. That was fun.
Jamaican parents will cuss you and say, "Yo, suck your mother, you're so oppressive." Yo, my boss said.
Who's doing that? It's not your mom doing it. It can't be your mom doing it. And then you said parents.
Yeah.
That means mom and dad. But the dad I can understand, but mom.
Yo, Jamaica, answer, man, please. Answer. We need answers.
Transcripts need to be
Fake Jamaican. Why is everyone a fake Jamaican when you don't agree with their views? Nah, man. The Jamaican card is flimsy, man. I ain't never gonna get that, man. Yeah. People born in Jamaica can't even get a Jamaican card. Yeah, man. Allow it, man. He's Jamaican, man. He's Jamaican. You look proper trying to. Are we sure? Because what? Yeah. So
Black Yardie.
Jamaican parents will cuss you and say, "Yo, suck your mother, you're so oppressive." Yo, my boss said, "Yo,
I'm waiting. He's talking.
No, but I'm just saying that's how it sounds.
no." But Jamaican parents will tell you,
and he's my brethren. I don't even want to be going to.
No, but I'm saying Jamaican parents will say to you, I don't know if anyone. I've got my dad's Jamaican. Like I'm talking about the Jamaicans that I don't know if you lot know about how Jamaican parents are when they switch, bro. They'll tell you about.
Said you've been there too long, bro.
No, you talking about been there too long, as in.
Yeah, you know, he did sound like he was tired of you being
No.
there.
My dad's tired. If I stay at my dad's house for one night, he's tired.
You're always on the live talking every night.
No, not say every
that's
night.
what he
No. It's funny that no, but do you know what I find funny about that video in general? Yeah, and
it went viral. And
no,
it went viral because of because
what you
the
said.
stuff.
Yeah, that you saying.
So we're gonna start with the stuff. Nah, bro, you look at me, man.
No, but I'm saying.
He's got a face still.
No, but I'm saying.
Face still.
No, but I'm saying. Look,
you're intimidated. You got an intimidating.
No, I
face,
ain't got an intimidating face. I got a soft face.
I'm joking.
But I'm saying people don't get this. My dad got stabbed in the summer. I was staying at my pup's house for a few days.
That's got to be mind games.
And then
not mind games that he got stabbed, but I'm saying mind games that's the reason he's at the
No, 100%.
It's cool.
No, but
sometimes you just have to say, brother, I was at my dad's house. Fuck it. My dad went mad. I'm out. You get what I'm saying?
No, but
I'm now gone. You're in. I can vouch for him. He's not with the dad's
Trying to
house.
speed up the story.
No, but I can vouch for him.
Yeah.
He's not with the dad's house. You get what I'm saying? He's nowhere near Tulsa.
I ain't lived at my dad's house for years. But the thing is, yeah. But I'm saying even.
Nah, man's mocking, man.
Mocking.
That's what it is. Like calling him out in his face, like online, you know, like, and it's just like, boy, what can you do about it?
And if I wanted to, no one can ever chat to me. How about that? How about I could say right now on this podcast, if I want to live with my parents, I can go live with my parents, and not one person in the world can chat to me. How about that?
So why are you trying to say?
No, but I'm saying
it wasn't like that.
No, but I'm saying I wasn't living there.
They're living there. I say fuck it. No one can tell you anything.
No, but I'm saying I wasn't. So I'd be lying to myself. Yeah. Mind games. He's trying it. But for that video, the funny thing, I found it amusing that people found that like.
I knew.
That's because they connected it to the thing that you was talking about with the women in it. So they was like, they must support. Because I just saw it. I didn't know it was from December, so I thought that was your current situation.
See,
do you understand what I'm saying? So you know, you
crazy.
always have to have a breakdown. Because I was thinking to myself, honestly, like you're in your dad's house. How are you talking on these type of things? Do you understand what I mean? As a big.
Yo,
dad's ass.
You know what I mean?
Let's put some respect on being at your dad's house.
No, there's respect.
Some people don't have a dad to be in there. Do you know what I mean? So like, worst places you could be. You in your dad's house.
It's nothing about that. I think it's more about. I guess it's
don't diss women
about stuff,
and be at your dad's ass. Yeah, just don't diss women and be at your dad's house because they feel offended. You're telling them young girl can give head better than the older girl and all of that. She's
so I feel like you can only. So we're saying you can only commentate on women if you have your own house.
I don't even know.
What was it?
Do you know what, Jed? Do you know what? Yeah. Do you know what I think? I think it's not what he's saying. Yeah.
It's because it's him.
But it's how he's
it's how he says it, right?
Yeah.
And just by watching this whole podcast here, I'm already annoyed at the man. He's just telling us his life story, right?
Yeah.
So when you're trying to now tell gal and you sound like that, yeah, about their life, about what they should be doing. Do you understand? I feel like that's why that's why the women look at it a different way, because hold up, you're in your father's house, he's running you,
exactly.
and you're talking all this madness about how women should do this and women should do that and get better this and get better that. What are you doing, bro?
I ain't really heard what he talks about. So
remember, it was at the beginning. It was at the beginning. They showed the clip.
No, I've seen them clips, but I ain't really heard like too much of. I heard the thing about the young girls and all that, and that was called into question. But
she's waiting to kick in.
Yeah, I can see, man. I can see a woman up there. She's like, yeah, easy.
Big man. Do you get what I'm saying? That's what I thought. But if that's not how it was, then do you get me?
It's funny. The internet can make anything look like however they want it to look.
What happened? What?
I'm with you, you know.
The internet can make anything look like they want it to look. Like the internet can make anything look like it wants to look. Personally, I find it hard.
They was happy to see that though. The girl them was in the
No,
comments.
but do you know what it is about? Do you know what it is
guys,
about that
mad.
thing? Is because you know there's so much men out here keep talking on what women need to be, and I feel like a lot of men need to match their fly. Match your fly. Do you understand? Like everyone keeps saying millionaires only want young girls, millionaires only want this, and none of you lot are millionaires. They're not millionaires. We got too many non-millionaires speaking on what women should be.
Is that something
So
she said?
yeah, there's a lot of men. I didn't say him.
No,
I said a lot of men. So the women
know
are
that you
literally,
said
hold on a
younger
second, the
girls
women
is
are
better.
literally tired of men always speaking on women and whatever. So when they see something, they're going to address it, innit? Because there's too much people speaking on what we need to be. I feel like there needs to be more men speaking on what they need to be. Do you get me? That's what I feel.
It's wild though, because what I'd say back to that is that men don't really care, if I'm being honest, but men don't really care. Like we don't really care about like,
If men don't,
Nah. But is that you know that you see this shit stirring thing? This is how you get man into fights.
It's
By
true,
laughing.
bro.
Yeah, anything you say to Chefs, anything Chef says to you, so then you start thinking everything's a diss. Like what is man trying to? Well, you get me? And that's how he's trying to stoke the fire. Yeah.
I don't even mean to.
yeah, why do they speak so much on these type of topics?
we know that your women are going to get triggered.
So that's petty.
Yeah, it is.
That's petty though.
Mad
Like
petty.
that means you lot got too much time on your hands.
Maybe,
do you
maybe
understand?
not.
I'm with you, but that was outrageously funny because we don't care.
It's
Like,
so
I'm with you on that.
yeah.
We don't really care. We don't.
Yo, he confirmed it for all the man there, man. Now we know, ladies. They don't care, innit, ladies? They don't care. They don't care, innit?
I don't know.
I'm with the men. I'm with my goal.
100%. Yeah, he just sits on himself. Yeah, but at the same time, that was the perfect rebuttal.
We don't.
It's not about caring. It's all about. It's not about caring. It's about opinions.
I'm torn.
It's not about
Yeah, 'cause
whether
I'm
you
with
care
Free
or not. It's
every
about just about opinions, innit?
That
Because
was
we're
mad.
all on shows where we all have opinions on things and we speak on. Do you understand what
But
I'm
you know,
saying?
it's funny because
get me?
you can't disagree with what we say, and I'm going to be honest with you. You can't disagree with anything that Red Talk says, and the reason why I'm going to say that is, if you're a bad woman, then yes, you should be upset with my show. My show should be like stinging your heart hard. If you're having sex with your children in the room, if you're being a narcissistic mother that has stopped the father from seeing his child, there's bare evil things that women do that is never spoken about, because the rule is men shouldn't speak on women. The problem with that is a lot of men are suffering from mental health, and by the hands of evil women, and a lot of men get gaslighted, manipulated, and destroyed inside mentally. Now,
PTSD addicts, yeah? Yeah, man, a bit.
Nah, but it's obviously he's saying truth, isn't it? Like, I can't dispute with that.
If you ain't that woman, this don't apply to you. You should be thinking away.
Exactly.
That makes sense.
Yeah. 100%. Yeah. 100%.
what what is the case of these men and where are they now? And what is the situation of them?
I hear that, but I just said I feel like there's too many unqualified men speaking on what a woman needs to be. That's what I feel like.
What
And
qualifies
sometimes
you?
when sometimes I feel like when you're not in your right place and in the right place of mind, when you're coming from a biased aspect, your points and your opinions are going to be different. Do you understand what I'm saying?
100.
Do you get me? I feel like the men today are too focused on aesthetics, and they're too focused on like age and things like that, and they don't speak on like
Putting
growth.
us all in one category.
I said there's too many. There's a lot.
The men today. You said I think the men today.
There's a lot of men today.
Yeah, that's I'm just
okay.
clarifying.
Correct me. There's a lot. That's what I feel like the Kevin Samuels type people talking too much. Like if he focused on his health more than focusing on what women were doing, maybe he'd be here longer. Do you understand?
Well, when
and
God
that's
comes
just
to you,
like, you don't understand what I'm saying. Like those are that's what I feel like anyway.
I believe when it's your time to go, you know, no matter what you was doing, you're gonna. He survived cancer, so big him up. He
That's
survived.
good, but I'm just saying, like,
He
I just feel
survived
like.
cancer.
Yo, listen, we covered this already, right?
Yeah.
I remember this part. Yeah.
I must have not been there still.
Yeah.
I don't agree with what she just said there still.
man.
Because again, I'm not sure exactly the specifics of what he dropped out of, but I'm pretty sure it wasn't something that you get me. That it's you go to the doctors and then they're telling you X, Y, and Z. I don't know that I could be wrong. You get me? But I'm sure he just dropped dead of X, Y, and Z.
Regardless of the situation.
Yeah, it was like no terminal. Whatever.
When she said if you focus more on
That's wild.
Something calm would say.
And again,
that's emotion. Like that's a feminine ego.
No disrespect to Creed, but that was an emotional.
Yeah.
You and your feelings.
But hold on, a lot of women dancing when Kevin Samuels died.
Of course they was.
You know what I mean? That's an extra blow because remember he's a Kevin Samuels follower, so he's like a Muslim red pill. Yeah, I'm out.
So
Every
then
day in your camera. R.I.P.
R.I.P. We can't big him up.
big him up and RIP him.
Dig him up.
Whoa, damn.
Sorry, that was dark side.
Whoa.
Dark side, it's a bit dark side, RIP. But I was just trying to be funny.
Yeah.
It went mad.
No, but I see what a lot of people think from that angle. I've seen that angle from many different points, but the whole thing is that men have never had a voice to actually speak. And the topics that I speak about, I don't just speak about women's topics, but people will only see them clips because they're the clips that go viral, because people only want what makes it. See, you have to understand the internet, number one, and what works. I was speaking about knife crime for 9 months. Did you know that? No. Do you know why? Because nobody gives a shit. They want to see kids get stabbed. They don't give a shit.
Now I actually know you speak on other stuff. I actually know you even spoke on what we did with the topic with us with Pearl.
Yeah.
Do you get what I'm saying? So it's not even that. I was literally speaking on that specific issue when it came to like a lot of what women need to do in and what this on women, and that's what I was just on about that.
You think younger girl can give better head, but it came out a bit wrong out your mouth. It sounded a bit pedo-ish.
No, it never. No, it never.
Wow. You went down that route.
Oh my God,
it's dangerous. Younger girl.
Since you get ready to leave.
I'm just going to the toilet.
It's crazy. He's moving mad.
Yeah,
I actually wanted to find out why his dad got stabbed, but he just fucking skipped past the best part of the story.
Yeah, because he's gangster. He just said his dad's a gangster, isn't it?
Yeah.
Most people
So I don't know. 67-year-old gangsters should be getting stabbed. It's a mad thing. Just off your gangster weren't working right, man. It's kind of
he's a gangster. Man. You know, Christian gangster.
You didn't quit. You didn't quit, man. Supposed to quit, man. Wear snakeskin shoes, drive a Jag. Just keep it moving, man. You shouldn't be getting stabbed at 65. No, yeah, 100%. Dead food. Your dad.
I don't think you ever retired from it. You just toned it down.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, even the toning down, there's a level of like, no, bro, you ain't stabbing me.
Yeah.
You get shot. I'm an old man. Yeah. What?
Well, imagine you get stabbed, yeah, and this geezer comes to stay with you. You're gonna kick him out, bro. He's annoying as it is. Let alone he's eating out your fridge for 2 whole days.
Tough.
You're getting turf blood.
He's gonna get.
Like my dad turfed me. I don't care if you're my son. You're getting out. You're going. You got to go.
He's gonna bust out the stitches.
You're too annoying, bro. With your long ass storytelling. Fuck off.
Making me cuss and bust out my stitches.
Where's the video of him and his dad? The full video. Has anyone seen it yet?
I want to get his dad's
It seems
side.
like he's lying a bit.
What's his dad saying?
I want to get his dad side. I can't. Two sides to a coin.
You know what I'm saying?
The dad thing was
I bet his dad's sitting there going, this prick texts after his mum. I hate him.
Yeah. Nah. That's fine.
His mum was a liar too.
Yeah.
What's up? You alright?
Yeah.
And a triad.
But no, coming from Jamaica and him being a pirate makes sense to me. You know why? Well, like in dancehall thing, one of the biggest two sound systems in Jamaica for sound? The Chinese. Mighty Crown. Oh.
Hey, Beefy, you've been clear the whole time I've been here.
I know. Mighty Crown.
You know when she was saying there's too many men talking about women, do you think she meant Sarah?
Eminem.
There's too many men sleeping on sofas without their mountain bikes talking about women.
No, it's the mic, man. Can you not hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can hear you.
The laptop's next to it, so you thinking it.
So you're saying it's the laptop? Oh yeah, we would pick up everything more, innit? One more clout, man. Big up everyone, man.
Big up, Sniper.
Victor Renz.
Big up, Brad.
You get me?
Rion.
Rion.
Gemma.
Also.
Naomi, man. Long time no
Naomi,
see.
big up yourself.
Victor.
You get me? There's bare of you.
Even Compton, man.
Big up everyone in there other than Bibi. Pussy.
Chain smoking Bibi, man.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Nah, big up the brother Bibi.
Looking like Jesus Christ superstar. Man.
Jesus Christ.
Wow.
Yeah. Joseph. Passion of Christ.
But how can you say man looks like young Philip Schofield? I'm out.
Nah, he's never. Philip Schofield hasn't got a beard. It's fucking. Yeah. It probably smells like that strumming. Yeah.
All right, so I think we need some encouragement to get Jeds to try this stinky fish.
No, man, not right now. Not today. Not today. Not around me.
Okay.
Let me leave for Norway first, yeah. Then let me go back home. Yeah.
You think you're gonna bring that shit to the country? Then fuck off back to your country.
Yeah, I'm not doing that. I'm watching you from Norway. I'm not being here.
Strumming.
I'm here. Strumming my pain with
Hey, when he's speaking.
Nah, with this.
There you go. There you go.
Smelly fingers.
Smelling fishy fingers, yeah?
No, you couldn't touch that. Imagine, I was gonna say you probably have to scrub your fingers with bleach.
Bleach like 3 days, exactly.
Yo, Khan, would you try it? Huh? Khan.
Obviously, he eats fishy fingers and stuff. I know that.
Oh my god, Axum. Have a day off, Axum.
No, he likes fishy. What's it called, pom? Right?
What?
Yeah.
Wait, hold on. What did you say?
Well, MJ, I was going to ask if he was the only white person there, but then I heard Axum speaking.
Don't have it.
He said you like people that stinks, God.
Yeah. He told us himself.
Mad.
Yeah, we remember.
Khan, I'm saying, would you try this?
Sunday, we extend the omnibus.
No, that was wild. That was wild.
You're synchronized, bro. You're moving synchronized.
Kale setting.
Yo. great minds think alike, man. No, that was bad.
Unsynchronized, legendary. I don't care.
Yo, that was fire. Nah.
But why did they have to make the fish stink though? Why can't they just eat it normal?
No, it's cool.
We was kind of asking you the same thing.
You tell us, Ken.
Yeah, you tell us.
No, but I like it fresh though.
No, that ain't
That's not what you said. That is not what you said. Don't lie. Don't lie.
Nah,
Don't lie.
I like a bit of halibut, a bit of red snapper.
BB says you love it.
What's the point though? Putting vinegar on the fish for what?
But Khan, would you be willing to try it?
I've had it before.
See, strumming.
You've had strumming. I never had it.
Yes, I have.
What?
You're lying, Khan.
Which
Yes, I have.
You're lying, Khan.
So was it
I've
nice?
had it. I've had it.
It must be
Where?
It must be a girl's underneath. It must be a girl's underneath.
I can't. Where did you have it?
I was working in one advertising firm, and they used to have like a really big breakfast.
What was
And I don't know why, but it was part of their buffet that they used to put out this white fish, like pickled white fish, like herring or whatever it is.
No, that's the same. This is not the same. It's not the same.
I say no man chat shit, bro. Brother.
Is it white? Is it white color?
I can't listen. I can't listen. They have to open this fish underwater, yeah. So you saying it's at a buffet at breakfast, cousin? We're not believing that. Why?
Oh, it's not the same one then.
Of
Well,
course.
these lot got more than one stinky fish. They're getting varieties of stinky fish. For what though? For what reason?
Oh, that was funny.
They're trying to be like you,
No,
kid.
that's hilarious.
But why?
Number one.
It's like one type of stink ain't enough. They need two types of stink.
Yeah, they want 5 like you, kid. Mad.
What's the other one? What's the other one called?
I actually don't have it. Victor then said sounding all vexed. That Khan's more Swedish than that. Like,
Nah, but can't be lying.
I think that Khan should try it with Jeds.
Yeah, most definitely.
Yeah.
You be thin in no time. Telling you. One sniff of that, boy. I'm telling you.
He's used to nasty pum. So you wouldn't be nasty fish too.
Light work. It's light work for him.
Wow.
Axel's got a dillinger, you know.
Yo.
She's right though. The only thing I ain't had is smoked pum.
Right.
Smoked. Oh, I get it.
Why you not heard it?
I get it. Okay, Carl.
Frankincense pum.
I can't over there say, I'm not silent on the mic, I'll be spicy in that. You don't hear me when I shoot. You just feed it.
Yo, trust me, just bear breathe.
Ankle shots in there.
All right. Norman.
Moving on. I've had my fun now. I had my fun with you, Carl. I'm done with you now. Yeah.
What happened? What did I miss?
There was bare shots being fired, yo.
Fish. And he recommended it for you.
Can't say that he had that strum thing, at breakfast at a buffet, in some hotel. We're calling capping it.
Yeah. That's a killer.
Yeah, that's fitted.
Yeah.
That's snapback.
Yeah.
Starter. New era. I call it new era on that.
You know they never strap with the bros.
Class.
Basically, it was like, they're sick. No one got a better one than you. No. Hey, get that night climbing fit story.
That's hat. That's hat.
Yeah.
Bowler. Man's a good bowler, everybody.
Fedora.
What in the sombrero in the set? Yeah. Wait, sombreros. That's not the hat, is it?
No,
that's the thing, isn't it? Yeah, but yeah, you know what I mean. Fedora. What was he doing?
Never.
Don't mean that
It never sounded pedo-ish. And you know what? Do you know what I find a little bit amusing with that? Is that people automatically went there. Bro, if I heard you say that, I'm just thinking young woman. I wouldn't even go that far. Like, oh, he's speaking about an underage. Like, bro, man, get big women for their whole life, bro. Like, go and do your homework on the women that I've got. I've got hangers. But what I'm saying is I'm not even that. I'm faithful man right now, so I'm not even about
Yeah,
that.
you had to
But
say that,
yeah, I had to make that disclaimer.
Yeah, that was
But what I'm trying to say is, it doesn't even make sense that we as a community, we assume bad of someone because we don't like them already. Let's fuck their life up and take something out of context. That conversation was, why do older men prefer younger women? It's a conversation. We're allowed to have conversations. Why should I shy away from having bro, I had a conversation about 2-3 years ago about the age of consent, bro. I was saying that in Colombia, the age of consent is 14 years old. You might think that I'm wild for saying
it's
that.
younger in certain.
Yeah, but people might think I'm wild for talking about that. What are you?
It's younger even in Europe.
But I'm thinking, why didn't you not think anything weird of me at that time when I was talking that wild talk? Because that was wild. Even that episode, I had to look back in it. I was like, shit.
It's even younger. I say Korea and them places like 12 or something.
Yeah, bro.
But that's why the pedos go to China and I'm saying China, Korea and that. They go there, like you see that. That's where they go.
But I have uncomfortable conversations because I believe that
with me on that subject, like I don't have a problem with age gap. My granddad is older than my grandma. My dad's older than my mom. I don't have a problem with you falling in love with somebody out of your age gap, like, you know, with an age gap if they're of age. However, I do have a problem with a lot of men that are attracted to childlike features. Do you understand what I'm saying? Childlike features, like when they say like they want somebody like just past a child, they like these little, they keep referring to them as gal and little girls and all of these things, and they're like, it's not even tallying up. Like these girls ain't even looking at your lot's age group unless you have loads of things to offer. Do you understand? It's more transactional. You're looking for head, they're looking for money. It's not even real love. Do you understand what I'm saying? Most of the times.
100%.
Do you get me?
I agree.
I saw a post about that the other day. Most millionaires, they get these young girls after they've been rich. These people ain't building with them. Do you understand?
This woman hates millionaires,
what a
isn't
real
it?
woman is when you know.
What you say, bro?
She hates millionaires. It's like she's been dissing millionaires all day.
Millionaires. Angry. So you think it's man with money that think they're...
No, it's red pill. It's red pill stuff, isn't it? Because once you're in that six-figure bracket, what these men are referring to, but they're not.
So she's spitting anti-manosphere.
Yeah, anti-manosphere.
I'm saying, well, people can say what they want, but if you're of age, brother, you're looking at transaction from whoever you're talking to, bro. So you're trying to gain something out of that. You're 18, 19, 20, whatever it may be, and you're looking at a £2,000 bag or whatever it may be, bro. Yeah, and you're prepared to give up X, Y, and Z for that, bro. You lot are having transactional whatever.
Yeah.
I'm not sitting there and looking, this brother's trying to do X, Y, and Z because you know what you're getting out of the equation and you're happy to get that. He's not manipulating you or coming to you or trying to fool you into X, Y, and Z. You're taking up your own far self to go and say, well, this is what I'm on. You get me? Like, so it's a bit different.
Everyone knows what's going down.
Yeah.
You know what's going on.
Yeah. The thing though, the thing about that, the manosphere thing, they're pushing the limit there. They're talking about 16-year-olds, 15-year-olds. That's what they're talking about. They're moving mad. They're moving mad.
Yeah. You see all that bundle. I'm talking like, right, if she's an adult, bro, again, she knows what she's into, because let's be real, as much as you will say 18, 19, 20, whatever, when man was them ages there, cuz I know that what certain gal was on, you get what I'm trying to say, and where they were going and what they were doing with their spare time, and how they managed to have this new bag and this new X, Y, and Z, and you always got money. How you're out there doing whatever you're doing, boopsing, as we used to call it.
Yeah, Zelini, you probably didn't care as long as she's coming back with a bargain bucket or something for you. Like, why do you care? You know what I mean? There's always been girls like that on the firm, bro. As long as they're turning up with a bag of weed for man, like, why do we give a shit where she got it from? There's always been girls like that on the firm, bro. Come on.
I'm not talking about you, Khan. I'm not talking about you. Sorry, bro.
All right, bro.
Yeah, but
Big up.
That was fun. That was fun.
Know what a woman is. It doesn't just come into age. Do you understand that? Because women are actually nurturers and they bring a lot to the table. Do you get me?
Oh, here's the
So
table
what
again.
I feel like is
Away. Look it up in the cupboard, please. Put it away. I don't want to hear nothing about this. You know what? Matter of fact, when I get my husband, we're not eating at no table. Fuck that.
Chinese style, Japanese style on the floor.
I don't want to be hearing about babes. So what you bring it to the table?
They got no damn table, man.
yeah, I just feel like there's a lot of wrong messages that's been put out there. Do you get me?
But there is, but
like if you're fresh off the boat, I mean, like if you're fresh out there, yeah, and you haven't had any
Mm.
children yet, and you want somebody that's young, you know, fertile, and those kind of things, you know, she makes you feel youthful and things like that. But if you're older and you've got a bag of kids, and you know what I'm saying, a bag of baggage and all of these things, why should you have like a young girl? Why should she even go into that type of situation? I don't even feel like that should even be ready. That should be for you.
So
do you understand what I'm saying? You need to be thinking about a blended family.
Yeah,
do you understand
you're
what I'm
100%
saying?
right.
You're
No, you can't. I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
But like that's just a thought in your head, isn't it? That's like not like anything applicable to society that you can enforce or even push.
No.
But I hear you. You're like, why?
Yeah,
blend the
it's about
family?
compatibility at the end of the day.
Yeah.
But even if he has got a bag of kids and he has failed relationships, because alright, cool. So that means what? You can't get into a new one.
Yeah, but you can't get a fresh one. What she's saying is once you've worn certain crepes, you can't go into the shop and get fresh crepes. You can only get second-hand crepes.
No, I hear that.
Get me? That's what
Listen.
Right? She's saying fresh crepes are off the off. You're not allowed.
Getting your crepes and cancer research.
That's what she's saying, and I hear that.
You're not allowed to pop no tags now.
You're not allowed to go JD no more.
But as soon as man gets a bit more money, you go buy what the fuck he wants.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
It's exactly how it works.
If you can afford it,
Yeah.
then why
So
not?
again, you're just upset that you feel that there's a bunch of women that have been left with the on the wrong side, and now
Are you gonna be the new thing?
Yeah. That ain't how life works.
So you're saying now you're not allowed no fresh things. You just got to pick from us lot. Yeah, nah, you're cold. You're cold. You're cold.
If it's a fresh roast, I'm not gonna eat this time. Yeah. Haggard, like I said.
Man's taking shots at Chinese women and I don't know what happened.
Like when you have leftovers.
I'm saying there's only leftovers, but I got fresh things. Nah, come on.
Man, the Chinese woman's got shot in the face for nothing. I said,
sorry,
what did you say?
that's not
What did you say? Roast.
No, hey, what I'm
If
saying,
it's a
I'm
fresh
saying,
roast, you're not gonna go for old Chinese. What did you say?
Nah, I'm not gonna get it's risky.
That's
Your belly ain't good.
You got the Chinese, man. I don't.
It's dodgy nowadays, isn't it?
Taking care of his kids that he already has
Yeah,
and all of that.
yeah.
Like if you're going off getting a new thing, whatever, and you're not even taking care of
Yeah.
the kids you've
Yeah,
already
yeah.
made.
Yeah,
then,
fair,
you know what I mean?
Alright, check this now.
Yeah.
Check this, yeah.
Okay.
If you've got children, yeah, and you don't provide or allow fair access to your children to the other parent, and you are a obstacle in that, you shouldn't be allowed to date. You don't should have known you, man. Yeah, you can't get no fresh man. To wreck no one else's life. Yeah? And if you don't know who your baby father is. So.
For the new man to recognise that that's the kind of woman that she is.
I'm thinking of words that you're not allowed. If you as a woman broke up with your man, yeah, after having children because you didn't want to be in the relationship anymore, yeah, not because he done wrong, yeah, you're not allowed a new man. All in favor? Yeah.
Smoke on that. Why is he talking shit? He's like, I think someone said, "What you not drinking?" He's like, probably some Swedish chemical shit. Like, you're gonna have that.
Baby, man.
Talking a lot over there, man.
Chill out, babes. I know you want to be here, but
Hey,
man.
Relax, sister.
Your Belgian visa ran out, bro.
hating hard from the border of France, just hating, man.
Go get some Nicorettes or something.
What are they doing over there? Yeah, whatever, man.
Yeah, just sit there with your colonial chocolate.
Colonial chocolate. Yeah. That sounds like a mixtape. Bibi's mixtape. Featuring Reggie, Colonial Chocolate.
Colonial chocolate. I said, Daddy Killer, what's up with that?
Oh, Lord.
What him do?
Maybe, oh wow. Maybe said, oh wow.
I like Swedish drinks, yeah.
What's this Swedish street?
Coming now, she's going to be baby number 9. Like, what?
You know what? You're 100% right. But my mum always taught me something. She said the baby's tied to the woman, not the man's. So I don't know how you interpret that, but I interpret that the children are always with the woman, so it's not with the man. So the man can be more of a free spirit, and that's because of just the way God's created it. Like women are always, babies always
blaming
tied.
it on his mum, you know. Fuck creams.
Mama, take your time, young man. My mama used to say. Mama used to say. You gotta do that bit. Mama used to say, live your life. Mama used to say. Mama used to say. Well, I could sing good like that, you know. Mama, Louis Armstrong. Mama used to say, live your life, young. Hey, what was that woman? No, there's someone that used to sing like that. Is it the M People woman?
Oh, Heather Small.
Yeah, what?
Yeah, M People.
Yeah.
Remember that? Yeah, I remember his life and they kept me so. Yeah, the other person.
The other person. Oh, yeah. The other person. Mama used to say.
Tied to the woman's hip, meaning that wherever she has to go, the kids have to go, but you could have 5, 6 youths. Still be there for your youths, but you're still living a single life because nobody knows what you're on, because you've got money, you can pattern things different. I understand your point of what you're actually saying. You're making actually a very good point. So I don't disagree with your point. Well, I think the discrepancy comes when it comes to younger. That conversation that we was having specifically that day was about a woman said on a podcast, the reason why older men go for younger women is because they're more naive. And we were saying younger women is not as naive as you think they are in 2023. Yeah. So a 25-year-old woman, you'd think you as a big man are finessing her, but she's really finessing you, bro. So you be thinking, yeah, I got this young, fresh 27-year-old thing and she's doing everything I want. These times she's finessed you, bro. Does it make sense? That's what the conversation was about.
Young,
but
fresh, and 27.
obviously people actually understand two things. Yeah,
27.
The whole title.
He's saying young, fresh, and 27. Huh? 27 years old. That's nearly 30, bro. What the fuck? Young, fresh. Well, I don't know if he's living in 2023 or not, bro.
Pre-love, but never re-posted.
You're not gonna get a 57.
The clock's been wound back a couple times, that 27-year-old.
Unless you're Jada Pinkett.
There's no showroom.
You can re-post that.
That clock went from 80,000 to 50.
You don't need showroom. Exchange your mark. It's exchange your mark.
Old women were washed.
What's the fudging the number?
You got to check the chassis number.
Cooking the books.
Cooking them books. You got to check the VIN number.
And twiddling.
No, you got to check all the VIN numbers. But you got to check all of the windows, the glass,
how come the chassis
engine
number don't match up?
Why is the door from an 03 model and my car's an 07? All right. Questions need to be asked. Why does the engine not match the engine? What's going on? Come on.
Hey, this is a GLX.
Yeah, all right. I thought I had a GTI.
This ain't an Alpina.
Because this is what triggered the women. Old women are washed. Now, I believe that women at whatever age feel old. So a woman could feel old at 31 or 32 or 33. Oh, I'm an older woman. Kind of young still, but you are who you feel like. So a lot of people took offense just to if you just read the captions that was there, clickbait, you hate me already. Fuck what I gotta say. I hate him already. Old women are washed. Fuck this guy. Younger women give better sloppy. I didn't write that. Someone else wrote that. But my problem, I take accountability for one thing.
That was pedos.
No. It's not. Younger women.
What's
a younger woman to you?
He's moving.
What's a younger woman to you?
A younger woman to me.
Yeah. What age is a younger woman to you?
I know.
37.
What? That's an old. Bro, I'm done. He done that. That was cap. That was cap.
Bro,
Stop the cap.
I'm a big man, bro.
Bro, 37 is not a younger woman.
I'm sharing my age, but
You're not. No, you're not that old,
I'm
bro.
just showing you my age, innit?
No.
That's a
100%.
younger girl for
100%.
me, innit?
No, I'm
Share my
saying.
age, innit?
Yeah, so the conversation again was.
What do you mean? What's the least I can go?
What's a younger woman? If I say younger woman,
it's different. It's different. But I'm saying that's a younger woman to me because they're younger than me, innit?
No, that's not it. No.
But what do you mean? Like,
So if you was to go out with somebody, like what do you class as a younger woman?
Like 25, because of my age. 25 is young to me.
Very.
Yeah. But I'm saying anything below that is a baby. Understand when I'm talking to you? That's a baby. That's a kid. That's something that you shouldn't even be
How can
rampant
you be a
with.
baby
It just
when
come
the
out
body
of
counts in
secondary
the
school or
hundreds?
university.
How can you be a baby when the body counts in the hundreds? Like, come off it, bro. 25-year-old girl ain't a baby.
Yeah. I agree with Colin on that still.
Yeah,
I know what
my baby ain't no baby.
25 years old. Come on, man. What you saying? I'm living there, bro.
Go be honest, mate.
Quarter of a century.
Like, you get me? Like, what the hell? Like, you're gonna live like probably another 2 of them max. Come on, man.
You know what? No, you're done by the next goal fight. You're done by the next goal fight. You're done by the next goal.
You can't tell me nothing.
Yeah, but it's not a quarter of your century. That's the problem.
Shit.
No, it's not a quarter of your century. Remember, you're gonna hit the wall at 4 or 5 or something. Speak.
That's a kid. I'm saying younger to me.
I don't know about under 25. I breeded my baby when she was 22.
Yeah, but how old is you at that time, though?
24. But I'm saying,
yeah. So what's the problem?
Yeah, but it's not a baby. That's what I'm saying.
No,
so
but
you can't call them a baby.
No, I'm saying I'm talking to a grown man, to an older man.
I'm saying with parents in it, like we're not thinking we're babies or.
Yeah, of course.
Well, how old is your old? How much children do you have, if you mind me asking?
I don't really discuss my children online.
What about ages? What's the oldest? How old is your oldest child?
There's some is buried them. There is buried them.
I don't really. I don't really.
Bury them.
Do you know what? No,
look, what that's why he can't discuss.
No. I don't.
My research is right.
No. Let me just say. Let me just put this out into you. I don't believe you should put your.
Move on, but my research.
No. Man is literally telling man's business.
So you don't know.
Yeah. Libby.
So you don't know how many children he's got. Is that what he's saying?
Guy with bare kids.
If he knows a man's got bare use, or he's been told man's got bare use, isn't it?
Yeah, but how many?
He feels his sources is
really telling him that.
You know what I mean?
But the thing is, this guy apparently is being exposed by Brixton Moss on some personal issues. So Mr. Sarah was saying, I don't know what it's all about.
Yeah, he was accused of some kind of.
I like, you know, it's Brixton Islamic Center, yeah?
Great, yeah, great for.
Really? Really?
Oh, no. What, in a way, was?
That's not what I heard.
I
I
heard
something about cheating on his wife, but he's out there telling Muslim girls that they need to wear hijab.
Oh, okay.
It's a bit of a double standards type of thing.
Yeah.
Who, you know who was on this case?
Pattern then, innit?
Hussein. Hussein was on this case doing all the videos.
Oh yeah, he was.
Yeah.
Put your woman online. This is me. I'm just saying this as a Muslim man. Yeah? I don't believe you should put your woman online, and I don't think you should put your children online. If I wanted to, I could. Cause I got hundreds of pictures and stuff like that. But I just don't feel like in a place of where there's a lot of evil and a lot of bad minds and grudgeful people and evil eye. Be careful of the people that you love, putting them in places where they could be harmed without even being present. So
calm down, bro. They just
my
asked
private
you for a
life very
number.
private.
Just how many?
But I take care of all my children. That's the most important thing.
Because a lot of, I asked you the question is because a lot of people that I know that are like in their like their late mid 30s and stuff, they all have like what you said, like 20, 22 and stuff like that. That age is more nearer to their kids' age. Do you know what I'm saying? Like it's on the nearer age, isn't it? Don't you reckon?
But some men might have 18-year-olds, yeah.
You know what I mean? Like everyone's now got big kids now that have left. You understand what I'm saying? So those could be the age group of their peers and things like that. So I'm just like looking at the mindset. I'm looking at the whole thing and just thinking.
But you know what is with me? Yeah, I would say that's true. Yeah, but it's like what I just said. Going back to it, like I didn't look at her and think she was a baby.
Even but you was in your 20s.
Yeah, but I know. But what I'm trying to say, like, is what people what people like in it. She might like older men. He might like younger, like, but they're of age. Like 22 to me is of age.
Yeah,
if you
it
like,
is of age.
If you like, see where it goes wrong with me is if you knew that girl from she was like a baby. That's different to me. Like
That's grooming.
Do you get what I'm saying? If you've seen her go from
You've
baby,
watched her go up.
Do you get what I'm saying? You've watched her from because remember when she was young,
You're
baby,
attracted to
you would've-
childlike features.
You'd have been a big man.
Basically, like what I was saying when people.
I understand, but that's not necessarily true. No, that's not necessarily true though. Because you're saying if it's all right, if you're all cool with the age gap thing of a 22-year-old and an older man or whatever, then whether or not he's seen her before when she was younger, it's not really the relevant thing.
No,
it's whether he was doing any kind of grooming or encouraging, then that's different, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
So I just feel like if you're all right with it, you're all right with it. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because people can know each other. I know you knew from back in the days. I knew from when I used to go to school with you or whatever. Yeah, we used to be from the same area. You know what I mean? I don't know.
Depends on how close he was to them, I think.
This is what I'm saying.
Also.
Yeah.
But Cream is making that the main, you know what I mean, main equivalent. Like, it's mad.
Watch people's gal picnic coming up. Do you understand? I don't like that. To me, I don't like that. If you've met somebody, you lot have fallen in love, but they just so happened you lot have got a big age gap, I don't mind that. Do you understand what I mean?
It's more the pre. You get what I'm saying?
It's more the pre.
But again, like I said, that was the conversation that was having
the
about
the fetishizing over what they, what the young ones are doing sexually.
I only
for
can
you. Do
speak
you
for
get me?
myself. I only can speak for myself, and
wow,
my woman's not like super younger than me, so I don't know. Everyone's different, innit? But
you prefer the younger girl, then, innit?
yeah, younger women. Yeah, be right with the words.
Yeah, you're making sure you're not.
Yeah,
slipping up
because
no
the
more.
last time, I think it's because your wording, when you were saying gal, I feel like if you had said younger women with the head, I feel like it may have delivered.
I shouldn't have been talking about head. I shouldn't have been talking about head.
I just feel
I'm a big man. I'm a big man. I shouldn't be talking about heads on the podcast.
Fully back, look.
No, I shouldn't. No, I shouldn't be talking about stuff like that. It's dead. It's dead. I try my hardest to try and avoid talking about sexual topics, and that's more of a preference and a respect for obviously my religion and stuff like that. But obviously, like, you don't want to be known as a grown man just on podcast talking about pussy and head and all that. Like, it's sneaky.
That's what your podcast is about.
I'm disgraced to myself that I even spoke like.
How you getting it?
Isn't that the subject of his podcast in the first place?
That is
Yeah, they don't talk about nothing else.
I don't know. Like I said, I'm blind. I'm kind of blind to his content. I don't know what he talks
I
about.
watched a couple when he was street dower or street dean or something like that. Yeah.
I'll be Ross. I see a clip on Insta or something. I was like, nah, get that missed. First time I seen was because of the clip.
I only met him. I only know him from meeting him in Speaker's Corner. That's how I first met him. I had a little conversation, debate with him, and that was it. I was thought, people's like, oh yeah, I don't really know him. So I don't know.
So still, that's
like that personally, you know what I'm saying? But we move, innit? Everyone makes mistakes. I'm far from infallible. I'm gonna make 100 mistakes in a year, but like 100%. I don't know where people's minds went. Like, yeah, younger women, like underage, bro. Because I wouldn't even, if I heard you say that, even I would have been like, okay, cool. I don't understand. I wouldn't think you speaking about underage girls or something like that. That's crazy, bro. That's where I was just like, I'm looking at other people like, for real, you man are really corrupted, innit? Because only a man that's something, there's a saying, yeah. So he think it, so it's him. You understand that?
What? When? No, when?
Another one you messed up.
No, when?
This guy's not good with sayings, you know.
So he thinks it. You got it out of a fortune.
That's wrong. It don't go so.
No, it came out of a fortune cookie. Remember?
Snipes.
What's that, remember? Why are you remembering us like we were there?
Honestly. It came out of a fortune cookie. Snipes.
Fortune cookies.
Snipes. Tell me when the big man told you that.
As a man thinks. As a man thinks, so he is.
Yeah.
Right.
That is a.
What did you say?
Japanese, Chinese.
So he thinks it. So
some fortune cookie shit.
Yakuza. It's Yakuza something. I don't know.
That's when you go and get the Chinese tattoo.
No,
Do you know what I mean? Someone Chinese actually reads it.
Why you looking at me like that?
So he is.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good luck with that.
Never heard that in my life.
So you see when your woman sometimes says to you, you're cheating, you're doing this, brother, why is she so paranoid all of a sudden? Where did that come from? So she think it, so she be it.
What?
So
Nah,
yeah,
changed it.
I don't know. I just thought there's a lot of nonsense.
Changed it.
So she did.
No.
So she think it.
So she be it, but that means what? That you're the she. Because she's feeling like you cheated.
So she
What
think
I
it.
don't understand.
She be it.
She be the cheating.
What?
She be it.
What?
Yeah,
She
from
think
deep
it.
south.
No, what? No, what?
So she be it.
He's basically saying
This question mark.
she's questioning you about cheating, then she's cheating herself.
He's talking in ancient slave.
I know.
So he be it.
Yeah.
So he be it. So he think it. So he be it, man.
It sounds like the script from what's that fucking shit film with Tom Hanks? And it's got very different timelines.
Cloud Atlas.
Yeah, that one. You remember when it's shit?
So he see shit. The true.
You know when it's
He speak the true.
It's speaking.
Have you ever seen is it the pill and thingy? Yeah? The pill and what's his name thing? That was fuck. The true.
This is actually out there because I've actually got a program called Protect the Children, bro. Hashtag do your homework on Protect the Children. Hashtag on TikTok. I made it, bro. I talk about women not letting other men, strange men around their children, bro. I talked about that all the time. If you got kids of a woman, you shouldn't just meet a man in a week and bring him around your youths. I talk about this openly, normal. That's how I'm saying my podcast. It's weird how people would perceive some of what I say as wrong when what we're saying is actually good. We're telling men to man up, get your money up, go to the gym, work on your mental health, create good support networks around you, and don't let gal finesse.
Oh, sorry, can I just say that what he's saying is what people do every day. It's cliches, isn't it? Like just like you ain't talking about the intricacies of these different topics. It's just like the normal things that we all talk about, that we all know nowadays. It ain't nothing. It ain't nothing like.
It's a positive thing.
It's
But sorry,
nothing
can I
that
just
we ain't
address the
heard
fact that you
before.
said every man needs to be addressing their mental health? Not everyone is suffering.
That's true.
Like we all need to stop this thing of everyone's got PTSD or is addicted to PTSD. Because you got slapped.
Recovering PTSD. It's recovering from it.
Not everyone. So if someone is suffering, then get support.
Fair enough.
Speak to someone. Whatever you got to do, whatever avenue.
Yeah, we're not all as
everyone
astute
is
as you.
suffering. So
You know?
But man, I just feel like he's saying things that we all know.
He's a linguistic genius.
Like, exactly, it is.
And then he ends it by saying, "What?"
Imagine the shit he was chatting in jail.
Right,
No,
but stupid.
Imagine the shit.
Crutchman. You know Crutchman? And doing that strange face.
But
Could you
I
imagine?
understand
If
why
a tree
the
falls
yelling
and there's
having
no
a
one in
shooting.
here, it doesn't make a
Because
sound.
it
Does
doesn't
it mean
sound
he's
balanced.
true?
Balanced individual.
My brother. I can move.
So we think it. So is he being it.
That's you out of your bag. What's wrong with that?
You know what? That was good, yeah. But it was just when people saw you in your dad's yard, innit? They just thought, all right, cool. We're hearing what you're saying, but why are you telling us this? But you're in your dad's yard.
I can be in my dad's yard. What's wrong with that? Asian men stay in their parents' house for lots of years and buy big yards.
Don't.
You have it.
Yeah, his great granddad's wardrobe.
He's trying to hand you up the L for no reason.
Yeah, for no reason.
He just went wide.
But Asians though.
Sway is sniping him so many times about him.
Don't take advice from people unless they've actually done it, innit?
But people don't take advice. People are taking it.
Who's swiping him?
No, I'm saying up Arrow, big up I'm saying young Spray, it's sniping him. For the whole of the show.
Oh, Arrow. Alright, big up, man. Happy birthday, Arrow, man. Hit the PayPal, brother.
Getting advice from flipping porno stars. What are you talking about? The internet is crazy. Bro, the internet is done.
Do you take advice from people that haven't done it before?
Bro, I don't take advice from anyone except from the people that are advising me to piety and righteousness, bro. I'm taking advice from people that are telling me to become.
Okay, so like imam and that, yeah, but they're learning. They've got to become an imam. You don't just trip over and become an imam.
Yeah.
You've got to, you've got to go through it. All the Quran, hadiths, every like.
Yeah, of course.
They're well learned.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. I'll take advice from them.
You could take advice from some. They're well learned.
But then even I don't take advice from them, man.
Do you know what?
But even I don't take advice from them, man, because you know what? Let me tell you something about.
I feel like take advice from imam.
No, not just anyone. But I'm saying because having knowledge is one thing, but you have to have knowledge with actions. Knowledge without actions is worthless. I don't listen to a man that has the whole book inside of his heart, but he's doing corrupted things.
Oh boy, it's too easy.
Bro. Do you understand what I mean? Like, I'm not taking advice from someone.
But imam ain't doing correct.
No, but I'm just in general. Some men, they say certain things and then they do other things. I've seen it in my own eyes. When you're in certain circles, bro, it's mad.
But like, you know, like I just feel like if, you know, that's why I try when I'm speaking, like I try not to come from too much of a I think I'm right place. It's just being real in the most, you know what I'm saying? Like I never say this is right, this is what I'm saying is 100% right. That's how it is. Do you understand? It's just my opinion. Do you get me? Yeah. Because I feel like, you know, they say mow your own lawn before you start mowing any more. What is it? Mowing anybody else's.
No sayings are getting respected.
They're ruining it. Who's mowing other people's lawns though?
I think you're gonna beat you. From the beginning.
So I feel like there needs to kind of be a little more. You know, they say mow your own lawn before you start mowing any more. What is it? Mowing anybody else's. So I feel like there needs to kind of be a little bit of a in regards to when you're telling people how they should be and whatever, because that gives them the opportunity to dig into you. Do you understand what I mean?
People are going to dig into you regardless.
Do you get me?
Pause.
Digging into who, man?
Going to dig into you regardless. People are going to say to you, people are going to hate you regardless. Yeah, people are going to hate you regardless. And for me personally, hate's not been something that I'm immune to. I've got it through my whole life. Because number one, like when you come from certain places, yeah.
Oh, is that what you do?
People are gonna. People.
Finally got it. I swear you said I'm not immune to hate.
I don't know what you said.
I've got it through my whole life because God, regardless.
No. That's where
yeah, people are gonna hate you regardless. And for me personally, hate's not been something that I'm immune to. I've got it through my whole life.
It's not something I'm immune to.
To hate.
No. He's addicted.
Because number one,
and he's not
like when you come from certain places. Yeah.
Oh, is that what you do?
People are gonna say whatever they want about you in general and do whatever they want and say whatever they want. That's why you'll see under comment sections people making up lies and all kinds of things. But I haven't got time to try and. There's small fires everywhere. Who has time to be trying to put out every single fire? Bro, believe what you want to believe of me. Have a beautiful day and dream of it and have a nice sit down. I haven't got time to be doing that. I've only got time to be progressing with my life. And that's what's the most important thing. A lot of people let the internet phase them. But let me just break something down to you though. And this is a serious one. Always remember that everything we do is for entertainment purposes. Real life and entertainment are two different things. That's why rappers are fake. Some rappers are talking about I killed bro, he's going home to his kids and he's a good guy, bro. But he's rapping all this. Why is he rapping all that? You don't do that. You don't sell drugs. Future said, I don't take Percocets. He made a song called Percocets, Marley Percocets. He said, I do not take none of these drugs. Imagine man saying, I take no drugs, but I make a whole song about it. Shows you that the entertainment in real life are two different things. Central C, I don't believe he is anything what he says.
Big up Central C.
I don't believe he does anything. I don't believe he I don't believe he does none of that.
I do.
But
I do.
I don't believe man.
I do.
I don't. Something about it, it just doesn't sound right.
You know what? Like free up leader as well. Leaders with a couple of these people them in jail.
I don't know.
Just different age groups in it, and it's not for us to pre them.
What I'm saying is
as big men.
Yeah, cool, no problem. But I'm saying
someone else our age.
No, but I'm saying
pre someone else our age and say you don't believe them.
But I don't believe a lot of men my age.
Not little. Last Central C man, he's doing his thing.
No, I'm saying he's boss his thing. I'm saying
for the culture. We're not trying to put down our younger guys that's doing the thing.
No, but I'm saying forget that.
What our show's about, bro.
No, but I'm saying there's a lot of
Central C. We got Digga D, we got Dave, we got J Huss, we got Stormzy, we got every one of the younger generation doing their thing for the industry. This ain't what we're about. This ain't how we're trying to get
No, I might go
big up Central C.
Anyway, like I said, I don't believe that some people are doing what they say, but they're making they're making good music. So for me, I couldn't care less.
Generation,
yes, you should.
Let me just take one of these.